here on AMD. So I'm not going to give it all the way back into VWAP. Local stop under here at 137.80. It's not just a double bottom from yesterday. This is actually where it bottomed out in the aftermarket a couple of sessions ago as well. So we've got to respect that in here, this 137, catching a bid on AMD, and this one could be breaking back out for sure. The other name, which is I thought was relatively strong, at least in some sense, it was ARM. ARM only 1.4 to the downside, but holding on to this 131. I feel like this is a mean reversion trade to set upside. And Bitcoin now holding back above VWAP as well. You got to go back to what's the strongest. And we close this above VWAP, reload back into the high of the day. I mean, it's been long and strong the entire way here on IBIT, so I want to be able to respect that on this way through. I see NVIDIA's making that nice little bounce. That's part of the reason why I want to trail out of AMD. If this is where the bottom has gotten made, you don't want to get trapped holding, expecting everyone was going to be huge. If it hasn't broken the bottom by now, maybe it's not going to on AMD.
Because it's a drop. Yeah, no, look, so far so good there. I mean, this is going to be a big stock. I'm hoping for at some point today, NVIDIA. But we are capturing some profit. So we're out of half of that reload now and have made back a decent amount. So I'm going to get another piece out here at 60s if we can, and then that is it. Look, it looks like it's a high, right? I mean, this is what we're doing on NVIDIA. We said that we would try to scalp out a little bit, and right there, looks like we've gotten a lot out here in the 60s. So that top is like, okay, there it is. We take another out. We just talked about that. So now we can wait. I don't have, unless I do have offers out, which I do not. I think 50 period now can come into play. I think it's silly not to get something out at 144. I mean, that is basically where the 50 period is. It's at 20s. And whenever we talk about trying to grab the bottom, and you never know where the bottom is, but sometimes you get it and it shows it to you. So if we have that, realistically, you like the 50 period, and then if you can get a VWAP retracement, that would be the best. We had Obi here the other day, and I remember it was Tesla, I think, and it was like, what the? We were both long. I think it was 340s maybe, and he was like, this is going to go to 348. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Puff, puff, pass. And he's like, well, that's where VWAP is. And it wound up going pretty much to that level. I think it went $1 away from it. So I think there's a chance that we could get that right now, especially if the market does want to bounce off that 2,500. It was a level that we were looking at, and oh boy, there's a little bit of a cash out again, as now we only have 5% left, 4% left now of IBIT, as that just comes right back up into those highs again, as Bitcoin doing really well holding out right now. I mean, if we're going to look at other names here in the crypto space, as I know that there's half of the viewers that hold on some kind of coin. I don't know, what coin, if not the obvious ones, are you guys holding?
What altcoin,
yeah, what altcoin are you guys holding? Or even, you can even just say Solana, like whatever one is your number one holding other than these two. Put it in the chat, and maybe some people can get some good ideas.
I would think other than Bitcoin. Bitcoin it should stand alone. I don't know that, does Ether even deserve to be on a pedestal?
Well, we can ask Satya. She was talking about that. She was heavier in Ethereum than Bitcoin. So we can find out why. I mean, everyone's going to have their reasons, and I don't know either.
Wow, Fabian doesn't agree with that apparently.
Yeah, I think the market doesn't agree with that either. But right now, Cardano, I actually, my largest holdings are Cardano and Solana. So that's a fail. And I've been talking about that with Wayne it's not a fail because it's been fine, but I'm trying to raise capital now to get into those plays and to raise them out of, okay, first of all, $1 on NVIDIA right now is we're making it all back. We're not making back half. We're trying to go all right now back in there, but trying to sell some strength in these other coins. Although I still think there's going to be use cases for them, but the idea is to be as long as you can be on BTC at some point. And look, I bought IBIT basically at its inception. So IBIT's been fine. So I do hold some of that. That's going to be in my long-term portfolio, so that's not going to be something that I get in and out of there for tax reasons. So
HODL.
We're going to HODL that there, which is why it's in there. And of course, I have my whole children's education fund in Bitcoin.
Boom.
No, I don't. I mean, I obviously I wish I did.
Well, you know what? My wife and I had this discussion. I was like, we should put some of it into like Bitcoin. Like, I think it made some sense. We didn't end up doing it. It's all conservative stuff for my daughter's education fund, but. Yeah, we had disagreement on that, which is fine. I hold Bitcoin. I did get into ARM on this mean reversion trade, so the market is still trying to make a bottoming pattern, and this one didn't really blow through the lows. And so as you're trying to make that bottom, I mean, NVIDIA is starting to go. This was one that wasn't bleeding quite as heavily, so looking for a trend reverse into VWAP and then high of the day 133. AMD, I said I would trail out of it, as it did not break a fresh low, so I'm out of AMD. And let's see if it retests this 138 half zone. Like that was resistance for the majority of the day yesterday. So if it plays back into there, that's where I want to reload it. IBIT, again, cannot hold above 54. So Bitcoin doesn't seem to want to get to that 95 spot. I'm going to respect that a bit and get some out here in front of this 54 level, the next available pop. If we break out the top, we can always try joining this trend somewhere else. So either we get a chance to reload, or it's going to, at our original price, or we get a bounce right here off of VWAP. Let's see what happens next here. But we're out of our one short into a new long, but that was into ARM. And we're going to go to Brennan and actually discuss crypto right now.
What?
Yeah, good timing.
We also just got crude oil inventories there, guys. Anyone watching crude oil? It was a build, 545,000, very small. 545,000 build versus a tiny drawdown that was expected. 85,000 was expected on the drawdown there. So heads up on oil. A couple of interesting other crypto-related stories happening today. Anthony Pompliano, anyone watch the podcast? Coinbase is similar to Apple in this space, saying that they have something currently that can't be bought. If you remember, we touched on this yesterday. Brian Armstrong, CEO, going to meet with Trump on some cabinet appointees to discuss maybe some favorable crypto-related appointees for the Trump administration. Robinhood positioned for top crypto deregulation, says Bernstein this morning with a positive note. This thing was up huge out of the gate, the market dragging it back down. Still, nice day for Robinhood, guys, 4.2%.
Yeah, I mean, wow. We
all
talked
good
about
under the hood.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, under, above,
in the hood.
in the hood is a good one. Yeah, sometimes not all the greatest in the hood, but in Robinhood's case, what a move. And we had sort of talked about Robinhood a few times here, and then that I was going to put in the wrong symbol there, put in Robin. All right, so Hood right now. We've talked about this a couple times, and again, a great name to look at, and really been a beneficiary of some of that new money right now that exists out there, right? And I mean, there's a lot of I guess, like I said, new money that had to open up accounts during COVID. And you know, we know why Robinhood was in the limelight there as, you know, free trading basically and everything they did for options and all that. So obviously, as the market keeps going upside right now, NASDAQ not at all-time highs now, but, you know, we're close enough to that. And then now crypto's starting to go, and we know there's an offering there. So Robinhood continues to grow. And the best part about Robinhood is, if you're an investor, which I'm not, would be the fact that they're growing their base. And I mean, it just continues to be an absolute monster trade happening right here on NVIDIA. Right now, oh boy, Neil, we have just made it almost all back right now. NVIDIA, $1.60 in the money. That is your chicken dinner winner. We said we wanted to hold something. We said it was going to be NVIDIA's day, and here it goes right back up to the upside. It's NVDA, and it's a ripper right now, starting to get back up. So good job there for us. We haven't gotten that much out, man. We talked about that we were still involved in this name, and there it goes right now, a third, a little bit more than a third left on NVIDIA, and it's still ripping. $1.60 now in the money.
Yeah, we've got that bottom now in the market. It seems like that 25.0, so NVIDIA making a pound to the upside. I'll get to what isn't moving in a second, but we got out, I think, at the right time on AMD. That's already back at VWAP. Headed to VWAP is ARM. The only reason I liked ARM was where the support was in the afternoon at 131. So if it could get back through that, that was a mean revert. So we went long at 131. That's simple. When we noticed that it wasn't breaking the lows when the rest of the market was, we jumped in. It's about 50 pennies in the money. IBIT is right back, or Bitcoin is right back at the high of the day. So this is now the fourth time that we've tested this 54.10, just sub 95. Got to get to that $95,000 level and then break it out. But the whole time, Bitcoin has been strong here. So now we're breaking right back in through the high. So it's been a good one. And now all of a sudden, we're headed to the upside. So just sticking with what is working, jumping in some relatively strong names as well. And if you're still keeping track of Tesla, I just wanted to go over at the moment. I was about to tell you Tesla wasn't going up, but Tesla just made a press into 339. It's trying to break its trend as well. So only long out of the AMD short. I do feel like this one, it just wasn't breaking down as much as the other chip names. If it can't get through 138.5, I don't want to just stand in front of this when the market's making a bottom, because this is a consolidation. Like, this is distinctly different. consolidating off the bottom, whereas this was bleeding the entire way through into the downside.
Yeah, great look there on ARM as some of these things have bounced back to the upside. That is for sure. We took another piece out there for $2. I mean, it's at 144.75 right now here on NVIDIA. So out there at VWAP. I mean, and again, we talk about teaching in the wild and teaching things that are happening, right? I mean, we thought that this, and this is why I said, this is something I want to hold on for a bigger trade. So giving the price targets there, we said we want to get some out at the 50 period, we did that. We said that our ultimate goal would be VWAP, so it just came right in there. And again, like, I'm never going to be able to hit like VWAP is just a lot. Like I think I heard Sharif say this yesterday. You know, all these things are just lines on charts, and it's what you believe, and can you, you know, statistically backtest whatever strategies you're doing based on whatever lines you're randomly drawing on here, right? And I mean, you know, like VWAP has been great. Look at NVIDIA all the way, but it never touched it. It came back into it and then faded back out. So those are just little things that, again, maybe the more experience and all that comes through. You don't have to wait for exact prices, but sometimes when you do, it's great. And we talked about that with SoFi, nailed that bottom there, nailed the IBIT bottom as well. And those feel good, right? But then sometimes there really can be, I mean, Palantir might battle back, but it comes in, it breaks, and then you just risk appropriate and get out. So, I mean, this is what it is right now. It's about assessing risk and then trying to understand where the bigger trades lie. And when those bigger trades happen, do you have the wherewithal? Yeah. Do we have the ability to actually get out of that on time and at the right levels? So, you know, part of trading is getting in and part of trading is getting out. So, you know, and on that note, Fabian,
you know what it's also about?
I'll throw it to Neil.
Yeah, what it's also about too is making sure that you trade smarter sometimes and not harder, and finding yourself opportunities out there in the wild that is going to require a quality platform for your charting. Everybody knows the charts are the window to the market. That's what we use visually to identify what to trade, where to trade it, and how to trade it. So whether you're talking about equities, futures, you're going to have everything out there for you with eSignal. You're going to have a wide variety of tools, every single indicator out there in the market, all of the symbols that you want to be able to trade so that you can analyze the markets in the right way, so that you can take the strategies that you want to implement and go in and backtest them. It's all about the ability to manipulate the data. Well, not manipulate the data, collect the right data to go forward and backtest and forward test your trading strategies. You like a VWAP retracement? Go ahead and look at that. You like some moving average crosses? Go ahead and do that. You're going to have all that available to you. There's also going to be tick replay in there so that you can go back and look at what happened at a key moment in the stock. Maybe it was when an oil number came out and you're trading some futures, or maybe there's a big breakout level and you want to see what the price action looked like or how you could have executed differently. Those are the tools available to you, and it's real-time data that is reliable. So every day that the market is open, you're going to have the right data for you to analyze and then execute your trades on. So check out their test drive, 30 days free. That is eSignal, a fantastic platform for you to step up your game. Shout out to them. Shout out to the market for catching a bid as well. We did get to VWAP on AMD and ARM. I'll get to AMD in a second. Probably should have shorted it, didn't. But ARM did get to VWAP in front of 132, went 131 long, some out 40, and then at 32, the stop is now underneath. It's essentially break even, but it's the next bar candle low. Ended up being 131. That's kind of a coincidence. So we're in at 131.15, just underneath break even. If we make that break, we're out, or I want the out in front of the opening range top, which is 132.80. This one continued to churn. Obviously, IBIT's still going. AMD, it ended up being short at VWAP. But at the moment, like I said, it hadn't been breaking the lows when NVIDIA was and when the market was. So you were breaking fresh lows on NVIDIA and you weren't breaking lows on AMD. So that made it a little bit strong. Didn't want to reload that short on what I didn't think was the weakest instrument to go ahead and do it on. That's the reason for not reloading the short over there on AMD. But when the market was falling, it rejected VWAP, NVIDIA made a fresh low. There was kind of like a free entry there to just follow it along back into the low of the day. So try to keep it a little bit clean. ARM still working. IBIT, I mean, it's going to break. It just hasn't broken yet. I feel like it's inevitable at this point. The market's getting off the lows. You're still at this double top here, or multiple top here at 54.10, and you're a couple of couple $100 away from 95,000. That's the big one. Obviously, you got to get through 95,000. And MSTR, for those following along, Bitcoin's not even broken out yet. And MSTR looks like it's going to get $500. The stock is just ripping faces off. So, yeah, good luck to those short sellers with the hedge, because obviously that's not working out too well for them.
No, and I mean, I don't think it's going to work out too well for them. I mean, MSTR is like a cult stock. I mean, we've talked about that, and when they get going, they get going. Another cult stock is Palantir, and they love buying the dips on this name. And I actually wrote that down. Let's try to buy some dips. We were able to do it on NVIDIA, and obviously I would choose NVIDIA 10 times out of 10 than Palantir dip buys, just because I feel like it's more stable. Palantir's wild. But at the end of the day, it's working out, and that's what you want to have, right? You want to have trades that work out for you. And Palantir today did not, but that $60 dip buy was great. To try to find like an area of why it might have supported itself. Again, you're always, we say this all the time, and it's kind of like data mining to some extent, where you're just looking for the best opportunities. It's like, oh, there it is, when you look back. And it's just like, that it's held 60 before, so we could have probably sat there. It's an even dollar level. Feel like that's definitely something. The one thing that did work out for us, and of course, and I hope it's going to be your biggest trade of the day because it's mine as well, was just trying to find a spot for NVIDIA. And we kind of knew we were losing our way a little bit there. You probably could tell. Like, I was like, okay, like now what's happening? Like, where are we going now? Where's the support? Where is it? We couldn't really find it. At the end of the day, I think we're just going to have to keep trusting these 200 period moving averages, and then just looking to find some support, and then just understanding as a trader that just because it looks like there's support doesn't mean it can't break it for a minute and then come right back up. Like, there's no way this 142.75 or 142.50 really gives us anything, because then you would just zoom back in and say, wow, there's 142.25s. Like, should have waited for that. And then, oh, those wick bottoms is 141.75. Should have waited for that. And at the end of the day, you got to step up. You got to sort of, put it out there into the ether and see if it works. And that's, now we're in a $2 winner, when the biggest hit we ever had was 40 cents or so. We had talked about that going in, and we had broke down all of our trades. So I feel like pretty confident in what we've been doing there today. iBit, again, was a one-hit wonder. We wrote down 53.50. And you guys, just join me. It's almost 50,000 subscribers, or followers, sorry. Free, no subscription required on the Twitter account there. But there it is, man, 53.50. We wrote it down. It's right here. It's on the sticky note. It's all for free. And that came in exactly the bottom of the day. We have the bottom of the day in Bitcoin. So we nailed that one. And yeah, it's been a good ride. We are getting more and more out of NVIDIA. We just talked about that as it just approaches VWAP again. So, hey, man, with only 20 minutes left, maybe I can start looking, lemonade squeezing. We like that one. I don't know if that's a good joke.
That's a great pun.
That's a good one as well there. Yeah.
16%.
So far, so good. That Tesla bottom, I mean, that was one that we tried. This will actually be, now that I look over at the P&L, actually, this will be my work, because NVIDIA is completely fine. This will be our worst P&L name today. And look what this looks like. Like, this is like a 40-cent hit on Tesla. It's just like, that's how trading's supposed to be for me. Take the bigger hits, the smaller hits and the bigger winners, and just hope that you have share size, which is the most, we talked about this with Obi, the most important aspect there, being able to share size appropriately, because every trade has an expected return and an expected move behind it. So if you can guess the right ones and put on the right amount of shares for the ones that have the highest expected return, that's how you win, right? And I think that's the most important, because if I'm loading into a position that's like a B setup and that fails, but then my A setup, I only have half of the amount of risk on that, then that's going to be no good, which is why we stuck with NVIDIA this whole way. Because we thought that it was going to be, at some point, a decent setup there, and that we would be able to capture some kind of a bounce. Futures at 20,500. Again, we did the work there on the NASDAQ. If you're joining us for the first time, hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, we had talked about how low could we go. But when we were up here, we said the stopping point could be this 20,500 level. Again, just a psychological. So, trading is a fun game, but at the end of the day, it is a game, and you got to try to play it with the biggest advantages that you can find. you know, and I mean, charting is one of them. Watching us is another one. Getting the free resources of the watch list, checking us out on social media, like all of that, right? Trade as a team and just trade so much stronger and so much better, right? And just hopefully we can all learn and just make our decisions better every single day. Like I'm gonna take another piece out here on NVIDIA because we're at that VWAP.
Yeah, the market's starting to get close to its VWAP as well. High of the day on Bitcoin. You're now through. ARM just got through VWAP. I'm showing you where I want to get it. Like again, I was showing you guys like the opening range top there on ARM. It also is underneath the close. Like previous close was at 133, where I'd expect some resistance at that previous close price. So it did make the bounce. And on the 15-minute chart, it's just as simple as it wasn't breaking out underneath this level when the market was dying. So it went into this name, AMD, which we were in. Suddenly, I mean, it's again not really looking super strong to the south side, so it's holding underneath VWAP. I don't want to rush into trades. I'd like to see some confirmation that we're actually headed back into the downside here because it's still such a strong move over there on NVIDIA. Not that AMD is NVIDIA, but the chips were bleeding. There's no question about it. Myself and NVIDIA, I liked the 146 level, so I traded the 146 level. It didn't work. We took profit. We got out and then went over to AMD short and then ARM long because that had to set up at a level I liked. But now that you're climbing back up, this is why I don't want to short AMD here. We're going to hang on to ARM for our target. IBIT still wants to try and break out that top, but it's been a solid one over there on IBIT. I see MSTR is just absolutely
fucking crazy.
It's going to break 500 any second now on MSTR. So I have a feeling when this breaks, if we're not breaking out that high of the day on IBIT, I'll be a little bit suspicious here if we're going to take out this top without getting a fresh high. But the 500 level on MSTR seems almost inevitable at this particular moment. You got to love what's going on here. The long's starting to look pretty good. So we're going to hang on. I want to look for something else. I was having a quick sort of like purview over at Apple. I like 225 on Apple, but it only got to 226. So that wasn't necessarily in the pocket for me. Going to have to try to search for a couple of other things if we sustain this bounce. SoFi, I don't know. I mean, I don't like it necessarily right now, but it's back above the $14.50 level, which is the level that we liked. So if it can hold on to this and get back above VWAP, if we come to the chart for a second there, if it can hold on to 1450, but get back above VWAP, I'd like it a little bit better. I don't want to be long just underneath VWAP on SoFi, but we can get back into that one if the market wants to sustain this rally. So far, so good. I mean, patience is played here and trying to find some stocks with some relative strength.
Oh, man. Relative strength. Yeah, relative strength. I'm surprised ARM's not going up more than it is right there. We are 260 in the money right now on NVIDIA. So, I mean, yeah, we got this one and it's continuously going. So again, like you know, everyone's going to look at their own sort of names there, but this NVIDIA had to be on everyone's radar today for sure. And there it goes, man, right up to the upside. A little bit of a treat here that it's gone this far, I feel like. So we take some more outs here as we 145.50. I mean, maybe this continues to climb even more than where we are right now. Why? Because again, you don't want to be caught offside on this name, I don't think. And with earnings coming through, what if? There's always that sort of what if factor there. What if they blow out? What if this happens? What if they guide higher? You know, do we want to make sure that we're in this name or not? So we're going to start to get a little bit more out here on NVDA, and we just took some out right there at 145.30s or whatever the price was that we literally just got. So yeah, good little out there. As we'll just continue to watch it. We have about 20 to 25% left. I want to take an opportunity to get another piece out if we can right there. Every time I put an offer, it just gets filled. So we just took another fill right there out at 43s on NVDA. Probably the only thing left for me to do would be to talk a little bit about IBIT, but we're right back at the day's high. So these two bangers just continue to be it, man. We're $3.40 in the money on these two trades combined. And I mean, the long just came in. It took a minute to do that, but when it did, it was great. We have Snowflake after the report today. There's some talk right now about Anthropic in Snowflake. So we can have just a quick little look at that, SNOW right now. Again, always looking to make new deals, right? I mean, these guys, if they can get involved with some of these large language models, maybe something involved. There's
pulling back.
Yeah, Snowflake's not really doing anything. Yeah, so there's the story comes out, 131 and change. But anytime we hear like AI-related news, probably a good idea to go over to the name and see. I mean, we saw that huge move yesterday in C3 AI.
Yeah, C3 AI went absolutely nuts, and obviously that's, you know, Snowflake probably a little bit more stable of a company than C3 AI,
yeah.
but
Well,
they're going to report. Well, I think
maybe.
so.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Probably.
Maybe it could be wrong about that. I don't really have a good grasp on what C3AI does. But at the end of the day, ARM just quickly want to show you're through VWAP. At this point, it did get about $1.20 in the money off that move. It held 131, so my stop was at 131. It's now going to move. The trend line since the bottom is pretty well respected. Like once you connect it, the dots, if it loses VWAP, it loses the trend line. So that'll be under about 132 here for me underneath VWAP there. You already mentioned iBits. That one's still looking pretty good. So I just wanted to make sure we updated here. Once you've got the trend going, I only want to get out if it does a trend reversal. So you look for something relatively strong where I could put an entry that made sense to me and then give ourselves an out, which we had at that prior low, prior bar high, I should say. And that ended up at start about 25 cents. Then we tightened it up to 15 cents once it hit first target. Now it's just going to be a trend line reversal that will get us out of that trade. And just to show you on Snowflake, it did go $2 initially on that move, but right back into VWAP here, 130. I like Snowflake. I'm in it. We did get tagged last week on a level, but I'm holding the rest into the earnings. Can't really tell which way they're going to go. If I knew, then obviously I would have made more of a decision. But yeah, that move coming right back in there for Snow. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a nothing burger, although not over just yet. I've seen a few people in the chat talking about GameStop. I have not seen why it's moving, but it is up a couple of points here and just pulling back off the high of the day. So shout out to you, DJK. T-Money saying they're moving. I haven't heard about anything from Roaring Kitty or whatever. I don't really follow them anymore. But on the daily chart, it is worth mentioning you are at a big resistance level here on GameStop, just underneath the $29 level. You can see it's been resisting $29 for quite some time on GME. If you can bust through that, you can't squeeze without breaking some fresh highs, and at least it's got a little bit of a chance to do that.
All right, so there's only 10 minutes left right now. We did have, we had a menu delivered to us. Okay, I got it. It's Thursday's menu, so it's Wednesday's menu. Today, that's not what's for lunch. This is what. Okay. This is for this week, right? We had fried chicken burgers 2 days ago. Yeah. All right. So today, it'll be all right. It's gonna be another chicken dinner winner though. Grilled lemon chicken tri-colored tortellini. Okay, so we got a little Italian action there for you, Neil.
I didn't have any
tortellini, roasted mushrooms, sweet bell peppers, and a light tomato pesto, olive oil aioli. That's nice. Garlic bread with the side with mozzarella there on top. So that's not too bad. It's a little heavy for lunch though. Tortellini there. Lemon chicken tri-colored tortellini is what is around here. And hopefully tuna on the salad for lunch. Okay, 10:51. What are you guys talking about today? All right, a weighted moving average. So it could be volume weighted moving average maybe, which would be VWAP. And they'll talk about all of that. So join our crew today on the Midday. Satya and Sharif will be there with you. And it's a great day to have Satya on. Get all of your crypto questions ready to get locked and loaded. Ask about different coins. Talk about Ethereum. Talk about the differences there. Anything you want to do, get in the chat immediately. If you want to know anything about crypto, she'll be right there talking all about that. So, all right, so with only 8 minutes left to go, Snowflake. I don't know why I'm still on Snowflake there. All right, we got, because I was looking at it there off that report. Again, more and more outs. So we're starting to get lighter and lighter, man. We talked about only having 20%. We got another piece out there. So about 15% left on this NVIDIA trade, 250 in the money, and still going. I don't even want to sell this name. I still think we could take out near the tops. So we'll wait to see about that. For a stop order, if you are interested in it, there's only 7 minutes left. I'm going to cancel my TQQ bids right now. If they come in at 20,350, then we have bigger problems, and obviously we'll be getting out of NVIDIA at that time. That was just in case we did have that dramatic flush breaking through 20,000. Remember, we were down 1.1% or so. That has come nicely back. I would always say that you want to use the 50 period as a change of trend. So that's always what I look for. If we were dip buying anything, we would use the 200 period, which leads me to believe that the 200 period would be a good idea to get out. So if this comes back up into 146, we'll put some offers there. The 200 period will continue to slope down as we get more and more data, but 146, 146.20, a decent out for NVIDIA, which will put that in the range of $3, $3.50 for that trade. So pretty good to be able to do that there for everybody today. And then IBIT continues to be at the highs. SoFi holding out, not doing anything right now is SoFi. We'll be fine on it. We talked about just that it didn't continue. Like I would have liked to see a bigger move on that one. Tesla, the only stock right there that has a blemish for us today, and it's right back to where it is. Looks like it wants to break VWAP. I mean, I think that'd be a fantastic trade there as well if you're not into anything. And then Palantir. I mean, again, right back to sort of where we bought it. Now is where VWAP is. So there's been a lot of comebacks here in this market, headed by many names. Oh, you know what? You know what we didn't look at
SMCI.
here? I want to talk about shrapnel here, and that was Walmart. It's not catching that much.
Never mind.
So, yeah, it looks like today Walmart might be the winner out of all of this because Target continues to go down. Now, you're going to say, how is Walmart a winner only being down or still being red on the day, right, or flat on the day? Well, it's because it really didn't catch too much hate from Target, and I think that that's a good thing. So Walmart right there holds yesterday's bottom of 86 again. Wow, what a great trade there. I wonder if OB would have that, but great move there down to 86 again on a day 2 play for Walmart. So big trading all over the place
Just
here
keep
today.
in mind,
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, NVIDIA right now approaching $3.
catching strays in the retail space was Dollar General and Dollarama is us. What's the other one?
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Both of them caught some strays from that move down in Target. Now, I was going to mention we haven't talked about SMCI at all today. SMCI, look, all of the chips bled today, so that big move that you saw in SMCI yesterday, gapping up. But sometimes it's not that complicated. Like at the bottom in the morning yesterday was 25.60. It holds 25.80, and that's where the low was. So if you're trading SMCI, I mean, all the chips kind of bouncing at about the same time, but this one goes right into previous day lows, catches a bid, now you're holding on to VWAP. If this move continues, like this has way more of a relief rally to go. We still like a 30 break on this, but I don't think you see a 30 break today when it's at 26. Maybe like a VWAP retracement would look good. MSTR, Jinx,
Oh boy.
no 500. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, probably
46.
it just went to 499.50 again for the second time without breaking 500 here on MSTR. So obviously this is making a bit of a power move, but has not broken 500 just yet. It feels like it wants to. The consolidation is real. If this pulls back into VWAP, yeah, I'm going to, we can't seem to get through 95 at this particular point. We pull back into VWAP, got to look for some kind of a reload in IBIT. We missed it underneath VWAP at that 53.6. Want to see if we can pick it up that 53.8 level this time. It looks like it's going to be a strong one today on Bitcoin, but if we're just going to do a little bit of sideways action and not break 95, then we want to make sure we're getting some more and trying to add to this position instead of just holding on to what we have. Because Bitcoin, the whole time Bitcoin was strong, relative to the market. There was never any break of the low of the day over there. I did see there's a couple of names on the hold levels. This FRBX. I haven't really been trading it or looking at it, but FBRX, I should say, actually just reopened this one after its umpteenth halt and some fresh highs, 172% to the upside on FRBX. It is going absolutely parabolic, but whenever something is doing this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, call it 7 halts. Maybe I missed one in there. Potentially I did. It can't seem to stay open very long. This is kind of like a nothing burger for me. I would never chase a move. If you can get them early when it's this kind of a halt fest, fair enough, but I wouldn't be chasing FBRX, another one that's gone absolutely parabolic, a couple 100%. To go with, what was that other one? It was GCI?
QSI.
Oh, QSI.
Look, never has it been more true. I mean, we see Neil there, great trade there with ARM, but ARM, 70 cents in the money right now is a great one. How about $2.90? Like we both tried to buy dips there in the market. This is 3 times right now, just the move like in NVIDIA. And again, I just want to say like all about the catalysts, right? I mean, it's like most of trading is going to be the stock picking, which is what sort of started with the sticky note. And it's like, go over to names and watch them for a minute and try to figure out exactly like how to trade them and what exactly is going on. And the reason why I think this is important, I'm going to take another piece out right here at 95. NVIDIA went from the worst stock of the day, P&L wise for the show, to the best stock of the day, P&L wise for the show. And it was just because we stayed with it. So you can take L's all the way down and share size appropriate, but stay with the plan and take it. And now we are now Neil over $3. $1, $2, $3 in the money now on NVIDIA, pushing it, like I said, to PL1. So it's a big mover here and continues to go higher. We'll see exactly where it is when it lands. But I mean, it just took out 146, and you got to stay with the plan, man. Stay with the plan of action and hit the trades. And that's been a good one. Good job getting out of that AMD as well, because you're going to have
flying.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you're going to have different. Oh, actually, AMD's not doing anything. See, again, so they're just to my point. What more?
Back to VWAP, but it would be out of the money though.
No. But I'm just saying, like, I thought all the chip names were flying. So it just goes to show you, like, stay where the bread ultimately is buttered, right? And I mean, that's just another one there for NVIDIA. Dramatic move down, dramatic move higher, as if that move didn't even happen, right back up to the 200 period. We talked about these are the key outs. No, I only went to NVIDIA AMD because I was like, I know you were in that name, and I was like, you got out, and then all of a sudden, this is what's happening. I thought this was ripping as well. I guess ARM's not really doing it either, right?
Well, I mean, I like the trades that'll give me the easy setup in the moment. Like, if I'm not seeing anything, and again, like in AMD, like the only reason, like, it looks like a random entry, which in some ways, you could argue, like the price entry here, it happens to be 138, but at the moment, that was when NVIDIA was breaking a fresh low. So it was like the floodgates were opening up here, and to me, NVIDIA, I like the 146, right? So if I like a 146 level of support, I mean, if anything, that ends up being like a resistance level. So when that broke the low of the day, that gave a follow-through trade on AMD right into here, where I could risk back into prior high and play it back into the low. But suddenly, it goes right back in. It's just still trading the same range. Like, the reason to get in at that moment had to do with AMD. And then for ARM, like, it was just, to me, like a simple opportunity where I knew where support is, I knew where my out was going to be. So when it retakes to 131, you risk 15 to 25 cents, and you get yourself a buck. And for that one, it was like one. And for both those trades, it was just like one entry one entry in the other, instead of what wasn't working for me, which is NVIDIA, was a flat trade one time through a 146, and then after that, it just never set up for me. It's already past 11 o'clock, everybody. Bitcoin just finally broke through that high of the day because obviously Sharif and Satya will get the pleasure of watching some fresh highs and maybe the $95,000 break on Bitcoin. But without further ado, let's get it on over to the trade. We've got Sharif, we've got Satya, we've got Bitcoin heading to another all-time high as we speak.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, the crypto queen, Satan. What a time to have you around.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
Sharif.
having me. Yes, Sharif.
Hey, all right.
Pump it up for Sharif, guys. Pump it up for Sharif. Let's go.
No, I'm hitting the field for that. Right? I'm just joking. Self-deprecating. What's my man, Adam DeLuce? Shout out to Seth and the OG Darwin. Open the door, says Darwin. We all know what that is alluding to. Shout out to him, one of the OGs in the chat. We also have Kalua. We got Oxlong and Pitchbull. Even Mark Susie's joining us today. Shout out to Ronaldo and a random Samaritan. I like that. Andrew Chow, Dustin B, Charlie Young, Satea. We got T-Money. We got El Sol. We got Rogelio, Concepcion, and Jeremy Newman as well. Shout out to Hey Davis. Hey, brother, back to you, my man. Daryl Finch and BGZ. Mary L. We got Corey Pratt, as well as C-Wave. Julio Santiago as well. And Oliver Costaros. Redna. We got TX Housescat and Lewis, Marius Lyman, Jacoby Waters, ABF, and it would not be, Satay, I've said this before, I will say it again, it is not a trading day unless Big Asian is in the chat.
Okay, so shout out to him. Big Asian, let's go. We got Donkey Trader, Miss A, Vulcan, Car James. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for coming, y'all. We love to see you guys here. We love to have you in the chat. And obviously, tell us the tickers that you're looking at because we are going to fill them in and we are going to cover them today. So guys, tell us what you want to see. Tell us what you want to hear.
Yeah, so we actually started a new way of voting yesterday. So we're going to throw up like 4 tickers. The first half of the show, we'll take the top 3 from those, and then we'll throw up another 4. And we'll take the top 2 from those in the second half of the show. So I'll send those to Ram and the Chilean Nightmare in a hot second. But we'll just start off by checking. Do you want to cover anything before we
No, I'll let you go into the lesson.
All right, let's do it. We're talking about the weighted moving average today, a bit of a derivative from the regular moving averages. So let's talk a little bit about that and some advantages to using it. As we always do, let's start very basic. Introduce the subject matter. The weighted moving average, WMA for short, is a technical analysis tool, obviously. It's assigning, though, different weights to data points within a specific period. So it'll get more clear in a second. So unlike, though, like the simple moving average, which gives equal weight to each data point, we talked about that ad nauseum the last couple of days, and the exponential moving average, which gives more weight to recent data points, the WMA, the weighted moving average, allows for custom weighting of those data points. So it's a very, customizable, tailored to your trading style. We'll talk about how to do exactly that. So how does the WMA work from a very, kind of high level? It calculates the average by multiplying each price by its corresponding weight, summing the results, and then dividing the sum by its weights. So the weights, again, are incumbent upon you to assign. So it's going to be a bit more for the experienced or, let's say, intermediate and up traders, because you got to know exactly why you're assigning those weights to it and why and in what environments it makes sense and it doesn't. So the higher weights are assigned to more recent data points, a little bit like the exponential moving average in that regard, giving them, the recent data points that is, giving them greater influence on the overall average. And this is kind of how it looks like. Obviously, it's going to look like a line, just like your simple and exponential moving averages, but it is more sensitive and follows usually the price a bit more closely if you assign the correct weights in the correct environment. And this is kind of what it looks like over here. It's more sensitive to the price turning up, and it starts turning up or turning down, pointing up or pointing down a little bit quicker than your simple moving average, given even the same duration. So if you're using a 20-day WMA or 50-day WMA, it's a bit quicker to react. So sometimes traders like using that for, the more shorter dated trades, that 1 week swing, that 2 week swing, or even intraday. So what are advantages, Katina, man, of some of these weighted moving averages? He says there are none. End of story. We're ending the lesson, Satea. Get it, Katina, man. Enjoy the swim, brother. All right. Well, first and foremost, there's going to be better responsiveness to price changes. So because the WMA gives more weight to recent data similar to the EMA, it can react faster than your typical simple moving average, making it more suitable for those shorter-ish term trading strategies. And obviously, as we alluded to at the beginning of the lesson, it's customizable, right? By adjusting the weights, traders can tailor the WMA to their specific trading style as well as market conditions. No, it's just not about you, all right? It's not always about you, bro. Calm down. No, it's about the conditions that exist in the market at the same time. So tailorable in both those fashions. For instance, in a fast-moving market, higher weights can be given to recent data points for quicker reaction. But in that more consolidative market, you actually might want to, smooth out the weights. How many times have we talked about moving averages being all but useless during that sideways consolidative markets? Basically false signaling you to no end, because you keep getting these crossovers, both bullish and bearish, but that don't seem to go to anywhere. So you can actually smooth that out so you get less of those crosses and try to tailor it for that consolidative market. Last but not least, it also offers you the potential for smoother lines if you weight it correctly. So depending on the weighting scheme that you apply, the WMA can produce smoother lines as compared to the SMA, which can help reduce noise and definitely improve trend identifications. But nothing is without its disadvantages, Sate. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It's a bit complex, right? The complexity here doesn't make it so suitable, especially for that novice, newer trader, because they don't know what weights to assign unless they're going to copy somebody else's, right? So determining the optimal weights can be challenging and requires a careful consideration of the market conditions as well as your own trading goals. And then there's also the sensitivity of the outliers. As WMA gives more weight to the recent data, again, if you weight it that way, it can be more sensitive to the extreme price movements or these outlying price action points, right? Which might lead you to false signals. So for example, you might get a bit of a pop on the WMA if you weight the more recent price action too heavily, and then you end up getting a false signal, whether we're in a crossover or whatever. And there's also a bit of lag, as we always have with moving averages. That's kind of part and parcel of using these things. While WMA is generally a bit more responsive, or more than a bit, than the simple moving average. It still lags obviously behind the price action to some extent, which can impact your trading decisions. So when is a good time to use the WMA? Let's talk about that. It can be particularly useful in first fast-moving markets, right? Because you're weighting the more recent price action a bit more heavily. So the WMA's responsiveness to recent price changes can be advantageous in the markets with rapid price fluctuations, as well as those experienced in Forex and your domain, the cryptocurrencies, and that's in vogue right now, so you might want to take down some notes. Shorter term trading as well, we already alluded to this. It's better, traders focusing on intraday or shorter term swing trading may find the WMA more helpful than an SMA or an EMA due to its ability to capture those shorter term trends. And last but certainly not least, specific market conditions. If a trader believes the recent price action is more indicative of future trends, the WMA can be a suitable choice. Case in point, crypto. I mean, we had the mother of all cup and handles forming on Bitcoin. So you had that low kind of cup, obviously, through 2022 and parts of 23. And then we had that consolidative area between like 50 and 70,000 for a hot minute, right? That was the handle part of the cup. So now we're getting a breakout from the handle of the cup and handle pattern. So if you would make sense now that we know the breakout is already forming, to use WMA for your Bitcoin trades because it's going to weight the more recent price action a bit more heavily. And it makes sense when you're breaking out of a range, right? What's the point in looking at a previous range that you've broken out from if your theory is that we hold the top end of that range, right? So it would make sense to use the WMA when you get that big boy breakout or a clear breakout from a technical area of resistance and then weight it basically from the area where it broke out. So a little bit of a tidbit there. And we already talked about how you have to customize the weightings of each data point. So traders often experiment with custom weights to suit their specific trading styles as well as the market conditions, of course. And here are some examples of some commonly used custom weightings. Let's talk about this one. The volume weighted WMA. So instead of using equal weights for each data point, the weight is determined by the trading volume for that period. This gives more influence to periods with higher trading activity. Why would I want to, basically equally weight a day on Apple where it traded 250 million shares? I don't even know if it's done that ever. 250 million shares on a day that it traded 10 or 15 or 30 million shares. I don't think I should give those two data points equal weight. There was a lot more data received from a volume perspective and probably price action as well on the day that I got 250 million shares than on the day that I got 30. So you can customize the weighting based on the amount of volume done that day. It's incumbent upon you. But then there's also a different technique here, the price-weighted moving average. Weights here are assigned based on the price level of each data point. This can be useful for identifying support and resistance areas. There's also the range-weighted WMA. Weights here are based on the price range, so the high minus the low for each period. This can help filter out periods with low volatility, right? If you're not getting that much data from a volume sense on a specific day and it's not really influencing the trend, exclude it. And this is what allows you to do that range-weighted WMA technique. And last but not least, the custom weights are based on technical indicators, so you can try to base your weighting for the different data points on technicals. Here's an example. Traders might use other technical indicators like the RSI or the MACD to determine the weights for each data point. For instance, higher weights can be given to periods with strong bullish or bearish signals. For example, so I'm chugging along, I'm trading Apple, whatever. All of a sudden, I get a bullish crossover on the MACD. On the day that I get that bullish crossover, on the day that I get that bearish crossover, I may want to more heavily weight that specific day in the WMA customization. So you can keep it however you want it. And last but not least, WMA and trading strategies. You can use this using various strategies. You can use a trend following strategy. Traders can use the WMA to identify the direction of the trend and enter positions accordingly. So you can look for a crossover of a shorter WMA over a longer term WMA in the same way that we do with the simple moving average and the exponential moving average. But there's also momentum trading that we can try to apply this to. So by comparing the WMA to the price, traders can assess the strength of the current trend and identify potential overbought or oversold conditions, kind of like what we do normally with moving averages in general. And there's also the last little tidbit here, the support and resistance aspect of the WMA in the kind of the same way we do with the EMA and the SMA. If you're approaching that 200 exponential or that 200 simple on the daily chart, a lot of us will look for support because it's such a well followed moving average duration. So you can kind of do the same thing with there, both use it as both support and resistance. So that's my little spiel on the weighted moving average. I would say probably the least known of the moving averages, would you say?
I would say, yeah. I haven't really used it like too often, but thank you for that, Sharif.
Sure.
Always bring in the lessons and take notes, guys, because he has that fire. But today we're coming a little bit different. So, NVIDIA, they have their earnings. I believe, what is it? Is it today after the bell? NVIDIA, yeah, today after the bell. So we are excited for that. Of course, I'm excited for that because I love to trade NVIDIA. But today I came a little bit different in the morning and I traded Target. This had their earnings in the pre-market today. And you guys know my setup. If you watch the show, I'm looking for the break of, that day's low. And so I got in a little bit early. I'll show you guys my chart here. I got in around 122.02. and took a little bit of a scalp there, got out around 121.35. So I'm gonna hit that bang for the first trade of the day, of course, And so yeah, just a little bit of a scalp there. I didn't necessarily want to hold it. I usually hold it for the break of the low of the day, but I was anticipating that there may be a little bit of a bounce. So I'll let it bounce and then I'll assess and see if I like what I'm seeing, and then I'll get back in. So that is what I'm looking at in terms of Target. And then obviously NVIDIA, come on, I love that ticker. And so I'm looking at this as well. I was actually going to enter it while I was in my Target trade as well. But I don't like the fact that it's not really holding, and I'm not seeing that volume too much yet above that VWAP price. I want to see a little bit more action here, maybe 145.75. Getting the bids up there, and then I'll be a little bit more convinced. But NVIDIA has been moving. It bounced at 1020, and we made this strong kind of trend to the upside. And then now we're lagging a little bit, but I'm not giving up on NVIDIA just yet. But I do want to see how it reacts with that VWAP level. So I'm really interested in that, and waiting to see how that plays out. And then going to crypto. I've been watching Ethereum. I love to trade Ethereum. Right now, it's kind of been, it's been letting me down a little bit, to be honest. It rejected off of 3,450, from Tuesday.
Wow.
Fabian, you
don't want none of that.
No. So yeah, on Tuesday of last week, we had this top here around 3,450. And so we've been struggling since then, and I feel like that this is a key kind of pivotal level because it was also a psychological level. That 450, that $500 mark, those are psychological levels. And I find that when there is rejections off those 50s, off those $100 levels, you should really pay attention to how it reacts. And so that rejection is kind of, I don't think it's necessarily a bear market, but we're definitely having, a little bit of a pullback there. And I do want to see that support of 3,000 for Ethereum, to continue forward. So I'm looking at that $3,000 mark, that 3,100. I think that those are really key levels as of right now to really continue to the upside. And so those are kind of what I'm looking at as of right now. And then Bitcoin, we were at that all-time high. We nearly hit that 95,000, but then we're approaching back to VWAP. And so I don't think think this is anything to fret over, but I would be a little bit worried, just in the short term, if you are day trading, if you're using leverage trading or anything like that, that the break of VWAP might be, a little bit bearish in the short term. But that's what I'm looking at in terms of NVIDIA, Target, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. How about you, Sharif?
I'm just talking to Pedro, saying, anyone know why Robinhood doesn't let you trade crypto? I think that's one of their biggest markets, brother. They're doing volume up the yin-yang in crypto there. So I think maybe you either have restrictions or maybe the area that you're in is restricted. We don't have Robinhood on this side of the border, but I can just tell you because we cover it constantly from a news perspective, there's plenty of crypto on there. So just make sure you've got all the settings done right there. Shout out to Pedro. Pedro, thank you for the question. Guys, we have a beautiful looking small cap gapper, and what kind of day, Satya, would it be if I didn't have my small cap gapper chart?
Of course. You can't have a show with Sharif on it without the small cap gappers.
No,
That's
no. 1060 here on X. Yeah. XC. You are, guys, halted at 1060 right now. It's a good looker, man. Look. This one, it's a bit of a bamboozler, but there is a silver lining. Here's the deal. It breached VWAP. You know how I feel about trading these small cap gappers south of VWAP. You see what I did there? But there was a key area of support that it did hold up at. Look at that 8.25. Beautiful area right after the bell. 945 top. Comes back in, defends the 10 exponential. Lo and behold, once we weasel up into that 10 1/3, we come back down to 8.25 to hold this area. So this is already checking off boxes in my book in the sense that it is respecting areas of former resistance, acting as support, currently halted at 1060. Not going to chase this, but very interested in trading this monster if it does come back into the right level. I'm weaseling my way into Faraday Future. Shout out to Randy. Hope maybe when he comes out here, we can start talking a little cars. Faraday. Look, I see higher lows. I'm interested until it breaks VWAP. So I've already got in at 46, so I'm 3 pennies out of the money, but I'm looking at adding, in fact, at 42s with the ultimate out being like something like 38s or 37s. We're going to give this one the old community college try and see what comes of that. As you see, my screen is littered with small cap gappers, but some of them are to my liking, some of them are not. Obviously, XCUR checks off that box. Faraday Futures checks off that box, otherwise I wouldn't be in it. But RCAT here, RCAT, not Doja Cat, but RCAT, really catching my attention here. A bit of a compression pattern happening, a bit of what we call a bull pennant, right? Because we get that big boy move, so that's the pole, and there's the pennant. Why is it a pennant, not a flag? Because it's compressing with lower highs, yet it's putting in higher lows. It's above VWAP, so check. Above pre-market high, check. Everything's good to go. It's just about how we weasel into this trade. So let me tell you, my first move here is going to be try to get it on the dip, 615, 610, 620, something like that, in and around that area. We'll talk more about that, though, once we're done paying some bills, baby. With the VF9's launch, VinFast is taking a bold step in expanding its North American lineup, delivering premium, eco-conscious options in the underserved full-size electric SUV segment. This milestone underscores VinFast's dedication to shaping the future of sustainable mobility while making electric vehicles more accessible for North American consumers. But wait, there's more. VinFast isn't stopping there. No. The company has recently announced a massive $3.5 billion financial boost to fuel its global expansion and strengthen its market position. From the affordable mini EVs to its premium E-segment lineup, VinFast is catering to every driver's dream and price point. And I'm just gonna say this as a fan, not because we're being paid. I'm all about that VF9. Okay. Let me tell you. Let me just weasel a quick picture
bring it
over
up
here, if you don't mind. VF9 VinFast. It's a looker, Satya. Let me tell you over here. Here it is.
Are you adding this to the fleet?
I'm not going to add it because the money's finite.
Okay.
Right? Quite frankly, I'm loving, let's choose our beautiful province of Ontario and then deal with all the tax that comes with that. Let's just weasel down. Where's that? Hold on, Fabian. I'm trying to show them the blue over here. There we go. Look at this, Satea.
Your favorite kind of blue.
Yes, you
Let's
know them
go.
about that life. You know them about that life. Yeah, this is what they're
That's
talking
beautiful.
about. It's long and wide as well. So when
It's a big body.
Yeah, it is. I like that. It's a big body. Yeah, so that's the VF9. That's what they're talking about there. I just want to shout out our sponsors at VinFast.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I'm looking at the tickers. I'm going through. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I'm kind of glad that I didn't get in when I was trying to get in. I was eyeing that VWAP level. I thought it may hold. But now we're kind of just doing like this kind of action where it's like a V and then it's kind of crossing down. And so I feel like because, the earnings report is coming after the bell, I think that it's not going to have the support that we really want as of right now. And so I'm not necessarily looking bearish yet because, there's still that earnings that is still coming out. But I'm going to keep my eye on it. I really am. But I think that I'm going to hold off on NVIDIA today because she may bamboozle me, to be honest. I would rather wait for, a more clear direction once that earnings comes out so that, there's not like a push and pull of the bears and the bulls. I really want to be certain. So I think I'm going to leave her today and we're going to move on to something else. I'm really interested in what you guys are seeing. Woody Mornings is saying Nike 7315 with a pants emoji. I don't know what that means, but let's take a look at that. Nike here, 73. Yeah, Nike is looking, a little bit sad. She's really curling down. And so I'm waiting for kind of the break of this low level here around 72.90. If I see a break there, I'm definitely looking to get short there. But, I don't want to get in too prematurely because I'm not really seeing like too much volume as of yet. But if it does get down there, I'm looking to attack. But Nike, nothing too crazy yet. What else do we got here? What else are you guys looking at? Nike, VFS here. Let's take a look at that. This is kind of okay, the VinFast. This is looking pretty bearish as well, to be honest. This is kind of breaking through the day's low. It's kind of at the day's low, but it looks like it wants to break through the day's low. Not something that I would necessarily trade just because the volume really isn't there. When I look at a chart like this, I don't see a lot of like long candles that really gets me convicted because I'm more of a scalper. And so I like to see those long candles that's indicative of, lots of volume being done. And so I'm not really seeing that on this, but just from a perspective, if you are trading it, looking for that slow burn, this is looking pretty bearish there. Someone is saying random oddities, MSTR 460 again would be nice. Let's take a look at that. MSTR. Let's see here, 460. Yeah, I don't think that is out of the picture, to be honest. That is kind of like this bottom here from the morning. And so we're breaking through that VWAP. We made this top here, 500. And that is, I think, very key because we got to that 500. Usually when it gets to the psychological levels, like I was talking about on target, I want to see it break at that moment. And because it's rejecting off that 500 level, I see rejection.
40 seconds.
Okay, but we do have
40 seconds. You're good.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, but I saw that rejection. I don't really like what I see. We're breaking through that VWAP level, and so 460, I don't think that is out of the question. So thanks for bringing my attention to that. I don't think that's a bad play, but we have something for you.
No, we talk about this, Fabian, right here, baby. We just took like 80 pennies, quick as you like, on XCUR. This is going, baby, 105%. Big boy breakout through that 10.5 after it took out that 1040 level, 1050 level. Dang, boy. We took out that last little bit at 12, initially in at 11.10. It's still zigging and zagging. I will absolutely entertain this one again if it does come down. Look at this thing go. It's always the case, Satea, that I don't have enough shareage on. You end up taking what you think is a good trade. It ends up looking bupkiss after because it continues to go.
Damn. You're always going to be mad, though, as a trader.
Yeah. I agree with you. All right, let's pay some bills, baby. Military medals. Donald John Trump, during his first presidency, emphasized that a strong America must not depend on foreign adversaries for critical minerals essential to our nation's economic and military strength in the 21st century. Aligning with this vision, Military Metals is emerging as a global powerhouse in the antimony space, crucial for defense and military applications. With past producing assets in the US and Canada and Europe, Military Metals is poised to secure these vital resources domestically. So don't wait too long. This story is heating up fast. And as I, kind of just talk about that quickly there, I also want to mention that the OG Darwin in the chat was putting a bit of a message that Russia is preparing what we perceive to be a response for the Ukrainian attack this morning. So I was actually reading a bit of an article on that. It looks like they weren't using American weapons. It was British supplied long-range missiles this time around. So everybody seems to be involved here. In any event, so this is the trade that I'm keeping my eye on. Very interested right now in weaseling in back into XCUR. Now, here's what I'm thinking. So we were waxing poetic, esoteric, whatever, about this 1040, 1050 level. If it comes back in to 1040, 1050, why wouldn't I be getting in? I don't have to have the biggest position because it's not a breakout trade at that point. It's a support and resistance trade, right? So I have to count for that. It's ugly topping tail candle right now on the 5 on XCUR. But I've traded enough of these to know that one topping tail candle usually isn't operative for the entire day. It's not the final say on how this one's going to look. So let this topping tail manifest. And I'm going to be all eyes and ears for that 1050, 1040. This is the area I'm looking at over here. So again, ugly one candle right now. It's not even a topping tail. It's turning into an inverse hammer right now. So we'll keep an eye out on that one, 1050, 1040. Very, very interested in weaseling my way back in. But I've got Fifi over here, Faraday Futures. And I'm 3 pennies out of the money, and I'm disappointed about it. But I'm keeping my eye mostly on this 139 level, this $1.39. Reason being it's VWAP as well as the closing print on this area crest that we put in right at the open there, 945. Is there a headline on Faraday? Let me just double check super quick. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So Faraday Futures Intelligent Electric shares are trading higher after the company announced it shipped its first FX prototype. It shipped a prototype and we're moving. Okay. Mutes to the U.S. headquarters and is launching the development and testing phase to deliver high-performance AI EVs. Of course, they said AI EVs. This is fantastic, bro. Just use AI in anything. It's like crypto now. You see anybody throwing the word Bitcoin and crypto, and they're running up.
They're jumping on it.
It's great. Say it again. Canadian pirates say R-A. AI. I like that, Fabian. What does a Canadian pirate say? Asks Fabian. AI. I like that. That's so good. Anytime I go to California to visit my sister, the first thing they notice right away is the fact that I say A. It's like we don't even pronounce the words differently than the Cali people.
Yeah.
But the fact that you throw it in A every now and again,
it's
a dead giveaway, right? No. Yeah, it's like, you Canadian. It's like you did something wrong or something. I don't even know. What are you looking at over there, Steph?
For sure. So I was looking at MSTR. I was looking to get in there. I want to see a little bit of a retracement to VWAP a little bit. I feel like I missed the opportunity there around 470. I did actually want to get that price, but I feel like I missed it a little bit, so a little bit disappointed about that. But I wanted to address a question in the chat to NY Cent, my guy. He asked me, you mentioned you look for those long candles. Does that mean you use or look at the 5 to 10 or 15-minute candles? So when I'm looking at like a low volume stock, yes, that's what I'm looking at, but it's more so like with something like, I don't know, VinFast? So like with VinFast, like what I don't like is the fact that like the candles are small. Even if you look on the 15-minute, it is like longer, but I more so like to see those longer candles on like shorter time frames, like the 3-minute, the 5-minute. And so when I see small candles like this that are only moving, so this was like 392 to around 393, that's only like 1 cent. And so I'm not like that great of a trader where I can catch those small moves. I really like those big movements. I feel like I can identify identify more of a trend or a scalp opportunity in those bigger moves. And so when I see something like this, like it is doing a little bit more volume today, but when I see something like this where the candles are not really candles, they look more so like lines, I say, hey, this is not really the environment for me personally, because I'm a scalper, I'm a momentum trader, and there needs to be momentum. And if there's not momentum, then I'm just going to be sitting in the trade, kind of waiting, kind of wasting my time when I can be allocating my time to things that are moving, because we have access to so many tickers. And so I feel like it would just be, a waste of my time to just be sitting here on something very low volume. So that's what I mean by looking at, the longer candlesticks. And you see, when you see something like this, like Target, for example, you see like, it's moving 124 to around like 123. So it's more like dollar moves rather than cents. And so that's the language that I like to speak. So that is what I'm looking at here. Someone in the chat is saying, Mara, go long. Let's take a look at Mara. Let's see here. Mara, I like this setup. I would be a little bit more interested once it crosses $22, just because this was kind of the local high in the morning from 950. And so it is above VWAP, which I really like. It came down here from this 2285 mark, came down to VWAP. That is usually kind of a bounce level that I'm looking at. And so it did bounce, which I really like, but I want to see a little bit more conviction because it's still at this 9 EMA, and sometimes I use the 9 EMA to kind of trail for like a short position, for example. And so it's still kind of following this trend here to the short side. But once I see that break on the 9 EMA and then the cross of this level here, 2210, maybe I'll give it a little bit more room, 2210, where I'll put this line as a green line. This is the cross that I'm really looking for, just because at least I have a definitive risk level. If I get in here, at least I can risk below VWAP around 2145, and I can know, hey, if it gets below VWAP, then I don't want to be in this trade anymore. It's not doing what I anticipated it to do. But if I get in here, for example, it is giving it a little bit more risk. I could still give it to the bottom of this VWAP level, but I just like more confirmation. That's just how I trade personally. Nothing wrong with either or, but I feel like I can get in more size because there is more confirmation there. So that's just kind of how I play things out. But Mara does look really good as of right now. The fact that it's holding above VWAP, really like that. I like the fact that it broke above this pre-market high. This was done, early in the day at 9:30, and then again at 10:12, and then again at 10:24. And so I really like those plays. And so if I was sitting at my desk here, I would have gotten in at those levels because I do like the pre-market high. But when I do miss that pre-market high, I'm looking for VWAP for my next kind of entry level, and then kind of the local high if I did miss this move. So that is looking really great. What else do we guys got there? MSTR again. Let's see here. TLT. Let's see. Never heard of that one, but we'll take a look at this. Okay, this is a share treasury. So yeah, I really like this as well. What I like about this is strong trend up from the morning pretty much. Never really broke VWAP, to be honest. What I really like, I wouldn't necessarily, if you're not in this already, I wouldn't necessarily get in here. Just for my play personally, I'm probably looking for the retracement back to VWAP, and then if it does want to continue the trend, then I would be looking, to post my order here. But what I want to see is that it gets down here and I see a bounce above this level, and then I get in after. I don't necessarily post my orders waiting for that, because what could happen is just it gets down there and then it breaks here, which I don't want to be in the trade for this kind of move. If it does break that VWAP level, I kind of want to see how it reacts, wait for that bounce, and then I attack. How about you, Sharif?
All right, we're in a couple of positions here, Satya. Let me talk first and foremost about XCUR. It's halted again to the upside again, and I was so close to getting my ad. I waxed poetic about that 1050, 1060 level, or 1050, 1040. And I even am like, all right, bro, don't worry about that 1050, 1040 level. This thing's moving dollars at a time. Throw it up at 1060, secure that order. Funny. Yeah, it came down to 1075, so I missed it. And now it's halted at 1248, so it's really going here. So good look here for XCUR. It's not off the hook. And this is what I try to stress to you guys. The topping tail candle was ugly. It was, could have probably stopped a lot of people out, but it isn't operative on these small cap gappers. I've seen these guys trade way too much to put too much emphasis into one 5-minute candle. We're halted at the high end of that topping tail. So we got bought up super quick. XCUR on watch. Now, I'm involved in RCAT. I already wet my beak there. RCAT broke the compression pattern that we were talking about. I said I observed a bull pennant forming, and it broke it decidedly from the top trend line there, descending trend line. So I got long. It's printing 1059. It's at the high of the day. I'm looking to wet my beak. I've already got orders out. We already took a couple out there. So one out, excuse me, not a couple. One, we're setting up for the second one over here. I'm going to set up at 65. What's life without MZ Satea? We're going to put it there. And then this one, bang, Faraday Futures. We take out that 148. I'm disappointed a little bit with myself on this one, though, because I had that DCA planned, dollar cost average at $1.41. It weasels into that $1.42. I don't get that DCA, and by extension of that better price. So we're going to have to do with the shareage we have on and the ACB, the adjusted cost base of what we've got on at the moment. So it's Nurmood. He's back. No, I'm just joking. It's Nimrod. Yeah, I know, guys. $1.50 for Fifi over here. Faraday Future is up 18.1. But now we gotta shout out Nimrod. Shout out to my man Nimrod over there. I mispronounced his name yesterday, and it was funny. If NVIDIA disappoints, how will it affect other chip stocks? Probably taking it down, but it can boost a competitor stock. When tech stocks drop, does it usually benefit the other stocks' commodities? Example, gold, Russell, low tech. You bring up a really good question. Can there be some, contrary or sympathy plays? I forget what Derek calls it. It's not sympathy. It's I forget what the word she uses. Here's the thing, though, brother. NVIDIA is kind of the king. And it's not the king because it feels like being called the king. It's the king because it's the one taking all of Taiwan Semiconductor's capacity to produce these advanced AI GPUs. It's not like AMD and Broadcom are not trying to get their hands on them. They are. There's just no capacity, at least not yet, right? We know Taiwan Semi's building umpteen amount of plants everywhere. A couple in Japan, a couple in Arizona. They got one in Dresden, Germany, and even maybe some more. I think they're actually throwing their hat into Vietnam. I'm not 100% sure about that. In any event, there's just not enough product that they're delivering to give to AMD. So how's AMD supposed to benefit from NVIDIA's weakness? They can't get their hands on the chips. So what you're saying makes absolute sense in a regular context, but in this case, we're actually talking about a legal monopoly so far that nobody can seem to outduel. So 99 times, I think, out of 100, you're right on that, and that someone's competitor benefits when they don't do that well. But I don't know if it's this time. Anyway, with respect to the first part of your question, if NVIDIA tanks or if it guides badly with respect to demand, yeah, you're gonna see the chips get hit. ASML, some others, even other like Broadcom and AMD, they're all gonna get hit, especially if they talk about weak demand. But nobody's anticipating that. We'll have to wait and see. That's what the 5 o'clock call is for. Shout out to Jensen and his leather jacket. Hopefully I'll be sporting that tomorrow. All right. We're doing real well here, man. On Fifi, we've got a couple of outs so far. We're long 46. Just wet my beak there at 54. Is looking for this one to continue to the top side here on Faraday, up 20%. Let's have a look at the other one that we're involved in, RCAT. RCAT rejecting my 65 penny order there. So we'll have to pack our patience to see if RCAT wants to continue moving to the high side over here. And guys, I see you guys talking about GME. So let's get into that, man, because we got to cover this. GameStop, I don't think it has a headline. I'm going to have to double check that. No, there is no headline on GameStop, but that doesn't really matter because something's afoot with GameStop. And I've watched this trade for a few years now, and enough to know that this over here is not random. Something's going on. And I don't know what it is, but like usually when you see stuff like this, basically from the end of October onwards, I think we're going to get like some sort of announcement. Someone's building a position into GameStop over here. And look, you've got a flat top in and around 29 on the daily. So this is an interesting outlying area here on GME. I'm just waiting for that day that I show up to work and there's a GameStop headline in the morning. just guessing. I got nothing, obviously, no insider information there, but GameStop, it's looking real good. Trading near the high, 28.55, but it's got a local area of resistance around here. You can kind of gauge it from around low 28s to 29. You can see all the topping tail candles all have trouble with that level, and we've been dancing with this level since Remembrance Day, Veterans Day in the States, 11/11. We kind of weaseled up into that 28.80. We've been having trouble with that level ever since then. So, yeah, I'll pack my patience. I'm not going to jump into GameStop, obviously, right now, but if it sets up on the 5-minute, I can absolutely be persuaded. What does the 5-minute look like? All right, what is it respecting? Well, it's respecting the 10. If you're able to deal with these wicks that, very much violate the 10, if you can handle that kind of drop and then, maybe even DCA, playing DCA into that, then you're doing well. But I'm going to steer clear of GME for now. I think I've got my plate full with some of these small cap gappers already. What are you looking at, Satya?
For sure. I was looking at Palantir because someone said Palantir in the chat. And so I'm waiting for this Palantir. This looks like, something's geared up to happen. And so what I like about this trade and what I like about the potential setup that I may get into here is the fact that this bottom was formed around 1020. And then we get up to VWAP. We reject a little bit. We bounce off at 60.54. And then we're heading on the way up. And so I'm waiting for this cross of VWAP. I want to wait a little bit, maybe around 61.50, 61.55. I really want to see it get up there. I want to see a hold of VWAP. And so this looks pretty good for me because I like the fact that, we made this kind of distinct move here to the upside, just green candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the 3-minute. If we look on the 15-minute, just strong green candle here. And so I really like that. It did reject a little bit off of VWAP, but I like the fact that it's still trying to reclaim VWAP again. And so this is what I kind of call like my 2 VWAP touch. It didn't necessarily play out like exactly how I wanted because this was the last time it kind of crossed through VWAP, but I like the fact that it came up here, came down, couldn't necessarily break to the lows, and then it's making its way up here. So I really like that, and so I think I'm going to post my order here on Palantir around 61.55. Actually, maybe I might just put an alert and then see what it does from there. And then if I like what I'm seeing at that point, then I will get in there very quickly. And so I'm looking at that, and then I'm looking at NVIDIA, and okay, NVIDIA, I didn't want to trade this, but now it's kind of setting up into something that I do like. And so so it's above VWAP, which I really like. It bamboozled me a little bit because it broke through VWAP at 11:15, came down here around 144.30, and then we're holding strong above VWAP, it seems. So I think that I'm going to weasel my way in here. I do want to wait a little bit, 145.70. I'm going to wait for the break of that because I believe that if it truly is going to the upside, that it should at least break, this high, which it previously rejected off of a little bit. So 145.70, I think I'm going to weasel my way in there. Hey. So I'm going to throw in my order there and see what we do from there. How about you, Sharif? I'm
still keeping my eye here on my friend Arcat. And I'm waiting for a print, Satya, and it's not giving it to me, Fabian. I've been waiting for a hot minute here at 65s. The spread is tightening up, though. So usually it was a 3-4 penny spread. Now it's a penny as we weasel up into 64s. All right, come on, bro. 65 is all I'm asking for, man. Argue and quib over a penny. Come on now. All right, we're gonna continue to watch here and see if I can get that print at 65s. I'm waiting at 69 as well because, what's life without whimsy there? We're going to keep an eye out on that. But guys, I want to tell you that we got a brand new way to vote for the afternoon rundown, which is literally nothing without you guys. The big kahunas are going to wax esoteric about the top 5 stocks that you guys decided, and it's easier than ever to vote, Ram. Let's show them how to do it. So you weasel on into the chat, and then there's a poll at the top of the chat there. Super easy. We got Target. No, target for the number one there. Then we got IBIT with Bitcoin making all-time highs. It doesn't seem to stop. And then the monster NVIDIA reports after the bell. Make sure to watch that with Neil today. Are you on the market recap? Market recap show with my main man, Neil. He's going to be on that, and he's going to cover that. He's going to cover Palo Alto Networks, PanW, everything after the bell. So make sure to watch that with Neil after the bell. And then we got SMCI. It's getting it's a bit of a tougher day today again for SMCI, 7 1/5, right? 7 1/4 right now, negative. So get into the chat and vote. You got 4 votes or 4 different options to vote for, and then at 1:30, the second part of the show, we're gonna throw a new poll on there with 4 different names. We'll take the top 3 from this one and the top 2 from those. So we try to put the good ones on the first one or whatever's moving at the time. So make sure, guys, that you're participating and vote your way. But to New York Cents, my man, you're voting the old way. I see you there voting with the old way. Get into the chat, to New York Cents. The poll's on the top of the screen. Just click one of the 4 there and have at it. So that is the new way to vote. Oh, I still have a resting order here on XCure. Must be X out of my mind here. No, I don't want to do that. All right, guys, we're doing really well here on Fifi. I'm really happy with this trade. We wet our beak there again at 50. Where did we get it? 57s. Now I set up at 59. We're showing 58s, I believe, on the ask on the level too. But there's a bit of chop and churn right now, so we're unable to ascend above there. But I'm definitely keeping my eye here, looking at that 160 break and take on Fifi. Let's do some wider time frame charting here on Faraday Futures to see where I could encounter some resistance. Oh, there's plenty of levels here for resistance. What a good looking chart on Faraday. Ooh. Nothing wrong with this chart at all, Site. I don't want to hear it, right? It's a good looking chart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In any event, I don't mean to disparage the stock, but yeah, these guys and these bad boys too, they split reverse split over here to kind of get back in compliance, and now they're knocking the door of $1 again, so it's a tougher look. In any event, 159 HOD, is there a level of importance here? I'd say $1.75. That was where we weaseled on up to on November 13th. That one, I believe 175 was the high of the day. That's where I'll be gauging, but obviously if it comes back down into my entry, I'm going to get stop out for the remaining amount. There's some other stuff moving too, guys. Look at this one, FBRX. This is a big mover, 160%. Put some respect on this one's name. $6 closing print yesterday. We're all the way up at the highs anyway, 1881. And then we just made a move down here into around 14, where VWAP is hanging out. Lo and behold, now we're locking the door 16. So good hold up at the volume weighted average price. But let me tell you, FBRX is trading wild. It's trading wild because it's spready and it's moving like 45, 50 pennies at a time. I don't know why I said 45 there, but it's all good. Let's give you the details on this monster here, XCUR. So what do? Early stage biotech company focused on developing therapies targeting stuff that I can't say. About a $29 million market cap, 4.75 million shares. And let's find out what the short float, if any, FBRX. Nope. Negligible, 0.08 according to Trade Ideas, so nothing really that I want to base any trades on. In any event, it did hold VWAP, so good look there for FBRX. AGFY, kind of this similar thing. It's sparsely traded, this one, so be careful, but it does come right into VWAP, holds up, and it's $1.50 higher from that volume weighted average price, so keep tabs on that one as well. But Fifi here, Fifi is starting to show me multiple topping tails now. Faraday Futures is what I mean by Fifi, guys. I'm just joking, calling it that way. So anything above $0.50, I'm done on Faraday. I'm long 146, but if it breaches $0.50, $1.50, I'm gone. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, the topping tail candle that we got at 10.15, tops out at 150. We also have the 10 exponential moving average at that $1.50. So we're gonna have to hold above this level for me to stay interested. If we don't, I'll stop out, break even on the remaining amount. Or actually, I'll be a 4-penny winner because I'll stop out at $1.50 and I'm long 46. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Lemonade, guys, a day 2 play. So Lemonade was awfully strong yesterday. It kind of shot up in the beginning of the day, and it didn't give back much, if at all, of the gains, to be quite fair. It held above VWAP the entire day yesterday, and it gapped up this morning from the closing print. So good look for LMND, another second day continuation, now knocking on the door of that $50 area with a high of 46.85. And let me tell you something else here. This could be an ascending wedge. So generally, there seems to be some resistance here at 46 2/3. So if we gauge that area as a flat top, then we could say, okay, higher lows, but a flat top. What does that mean? Ascending wedge. So we're looking for, a good, break of that level, possibly even 47. I'm going to keep my eye on LMND. It's been running for a couple of days. So good luck right now, Satya. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I just got out of my NVIDIA trade. So usually, here's my thought process here. So every time that it breaks through an even dollar level, what I'll do is I kind of anticipate that it shouldn't break through that level. And so I feel like, I don't know, I'm a little bit at odds with this because I do still feel like this is going to the upside, but it's just me following my plan. So I got in around 145.75. So just to give you a visual, it was kind of around here. And then every time it breaks through that an even dollar level, so once it broke through 146, a lot of the time I'm posting my stop loss right below that even dollar level. So I put it at 145.99, 145.98. And because I just think that, if it should continue, it should hold that level. And so sometimes when I see a little bit of slack at those levels, I get a little bit worried. I mean, it is still holding that 9 EMA, which I do like. But I think that I can just get back in if the trend really is strong. But it's just something that I like to follow by, and then I kind of trail my stop loss like that. And then if I like what I'm seeing, and I think that there's going to be a continuation, then I'll just get in at that 146 level. Yes, I am buying at a higher level, but at least I do have more confirmation, and that is what matters most to me, rather than getting in at kind of the lowest price possible. And then as we can see, there is a little bit of a pullback. It is holding that 9 EMA, but we'll see what it does from here. What else do we got here? Someone's saying Mara high of day. Let's take a look at that.
Love that stock.
Yes,
So
that is going beautifully. I really like that. And yeah, we had that bounce off of VWAP around 11:30, and then we're going to the upside. And I think that it's looking good. I think that is really strong there. Me personally, I feel like I missed the move a little bit, and so the next level that I'd be looking at is probably the break of this 22.86. But I don't think that it's a bad look to even get in here, because it is still trailing that 9 EMA very strong, and then it did bounce off of that VWAP level very strong there. So that looks really good. 2 New York Cents said, I do the same using the stop loss. I love it. Yeah, I mean, great minds think alike, right? And so it's just, I think that it's easier. It keeps me in check, and it makes, because before I would struggle with holding the position against me a lot of the time. So when I get in, a lot of the time, because I'm getting in at price levels where I think there's going to be a lot of volume, I do get a lot of that spike, like a 3 to 5 cent spike, and then I just put my stop loss at break even, and then as it kind of ascends and it breaks through those different levels, then I'll start putting my stop loss higher and higher. And I think that just, it keeps you in check, because you don't want to be a person, it's in the money, it's out of the money, then when it's out of the money, you're like, I'm going to get my money back, and you're holding at points where, it gave you confirmation that this trade is really wrong. And so I think that's what keeps me.
Very wise.
Yeah, so that's just, what I do. It's worked for me, so that is what I'm doing here. Someone is saying MSTR. So
Can I just cover this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's bleeding here. So Neil threw this in the chat, guys. This is a good look here. ELF Beauty, guys. Looks like Muddy Waters dropping a bit of a hit piece here. Short selling hedge fund Muddy Waters has taken a short position in cosmetics company ELF Beauty. Its chief executive officer Carson Block said on Wednesday, Block speaking at the SON conference in London, said ELF had overstated its revenue over the past 3 years by possibly as much as $190 million. He added that Muddy Waters is currently short the California-based cosmetics company, but will sell sell down its position upon publishing the report for risk management purposes. ELF did not immediately respond to a request for comment by Reuters. It continues to bleed. It's not a good look right now. We closed out yesterday, I think. Allow me to double check that. Yeah, at about $122. We are all the way down into $104 right now. So that $100 level looks like it might be incoming pretty quickly. ELF, guys, a $5.9 billion market cap. It trades on the NYSE. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but this.
Yeah, no worries. There's stuff we have to cover, and so we want to give you the most up-to-date information, the best information. So tune in. And so I am never mad at you interrupting me. But yeah, someone is saying Meta in the chat, and I'm so sorry. I was talking about something else when you mentioned it, and that would have been a better time. But it's blasting off. It's breaking. It's looking like it wants to break through those highs, and so that is looking really strong there. I want to look at what it's kind of doing on like a daily time frame or a weekly. I want to kind of zoom out and see, okay, we are like near those all-time highs. I nearly forgot about that. 6 months, we're near that high, the very, very top. The high was, let's see here, 605.44, and so we're currently at 565, and so yeah, it looks like it's really trying to get to that top, that high, and so we'll see what it does from here. I am a little bit worried at this top here. It's rejecting a little bit off of the 3-minute. Me personally, I do like those high of day breaks, but we're seeing a little bit slack here, and so maybe I might want to see a dip buy at this 9 EMA level. Are we going to get it? It's $3 away. I mean, that may be a little bit too much to ask for, but I feel like just for my risk tolerance, this would be a little bit better of an entry rather than getting up here. So that is what I'm looking at here. Someone's saying Woody Mornings again. He really loves that Nike. He's saying 72.97 Nike. Let's take a look at that Nike.
Neil.
What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, see, my eyes were not on this, but it did my low of day break. This is looking pretty decent as well. 72.97 is what you're looking at. Yeah, it got up to there and then it kind of banged its way down. And to be honest, for this, I'm looking for the short. Why I like this for the short, it's below VWAP. It kind of broke through this low of day from the morning to around 10:18. And so I kind of want to weasel my way in. And so it is trailing the 9 EMA. So I think that it's a kind of a good point if you like trail the 9 EMA as well. If you didn't get in at the break of this level, maybe you can wait for the retracement of the 9 EMA. Maybe if I look on the 15-minute, maybe a level that it could possibly get up to is around 73, or this break, 72.94. It might be a little bit too much to ask for, but I think that is a little bit of a better entry rather than getting in here. I find when I try to get in at these levels when it's just like at the lows, I just get bamboozled, and so I don't really like the look of that, but that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sheree?
All right. Interesting little tidbit there from Darwin in the chat. The market cap of crypto or Bitcoin, now more than the Canadian dollar.
That is not surprising. That's not surprising at all. Our dollar has just been tanking. Now we can't even go to like Buffalo and get the cheap stuff because we're paying
go nowhere. It's like that one friend you can't take anywhere.
No.
You can't take the Canadian dollar anywhere.
No, it's sad. It's
won't buy you nothing.
He'll buy you a junior chicken at McDonald's. Yeah.
You probably pay $20 for that, so it's all good. You know.
Exactly.
Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine, Satea. All right. No, we're kidding, of course. It's we're having a tough time on this side of the border because our economy is just lacking productivity, and that's just the way it is, and so we're going to have to deal with that. All right, guys, I did get my DCA into my friend Arcat over here, so we did get that for now. It seems bottom wick, baby, and right at that 642 or changed right back up into 650. Where am I long? 649, so let's set up a little bit higher over here, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up at these levels, see hopefully we can take advantage a little bit of that dip trade, but we will be talking about more of that when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the lesson of the day. Short the Canadian dollar, long Bitcoin? I don't know. I'm going to slap the old. Come on now. A little love for Canada here, despite the fact that the dollar hasn't been doing well over here. No, really the lesson of the day. And inspired by Meta, I think, today. Just looking at how strong Meta is in the back half of it for a V-shaped recovery, well, the question becomes, well, what do you do when usually like your key price levels, if you're looking for a dip buy, support, and resistance, if that's out the window, how do you participate in a move like this? And the reason why Meta is, Meta here at pretty much every single key price that you would have looked at gave you nothing in terms of a bounce. Prior close, 561. What's it doing at 561? Continuing short for another $2.50. Then you have the prior afternoon support, 556. What do you have it doing? Continuing north for another couple of dollars in there. And then it doesn't get to the next support level or anything along those lines. When you pop it up on the daily, it's kind of a similar story. It wasn't at any big levels, although I will point out that this prior channel to this prior channel support on Meta is holding very, very nicely in this buy range. But it wasn't giving you anything in terms of levels. And I can juxtapose that with a few other names. And we can talk about NVIDIA, and I'm going to get to that, and I'll get to AMD. But when this is happening, if you're looking for a long, you're always needing confirmation. Because if you pick one of these levels to go long, yeah, sure, you can always just hold it further against you, or maybe average in or something like that, and hope you catch the bounce. But once it does bounce, you have to ask, like, do you have an execution strategy that can get you the bottom? Or do you have a plan of action to sort of wait for it to give you another entry? Though the other entry, I think, is an obvious one. Because the key price of resistance ended up being 560 in the opening range. Right? Like there's just before 10 o'clock, there's your top. It consolidates there at VWAP, goes higher, low, and then you get the breakout at 560. So just above 560. That's one easy way to look for a long entry, which gives you a clear out, gives you clear upside, 60, at least into the 53 area, so about $3 when you're risking $1.50. Like that gives you a nice little late move. The other one is the mean reversion trade that I like. If it's trending down, well, can it close after breaking the trend? Can it close above the trend line? And then that gives you an entry in here, about 555, again, with an out. The key being, if you're trying to get long at the bottom, what is your reason for out? If you're playing support and resistance and there is no support level left, or at least it's not close enough to it, you need an entry plan which gives you an exit. Maybe you like a moving average, and then you're getting in on a cross break and giving it to the low. So whether it's a mean revert or just simply wait for it to confirm, give a VWAP break, there are ways to be in to that move that you don't have to wait around for. And that's the reason why, regardless of what stock you're trading at that moment, it's one of the reasons why I went over to ARM on that bounce. And I'll show you NVIDIA in a quick second, but ARM, the support level I liked was 131. So did I have an execution strategy that was going to work for me? Pretty simple. I just showed you like that mean revert idea. It did the same thing. It had a trend down, regained 131, which is my support level. It was too far underneath. Gives me the close above. I'm now long to prior bar bottom. And I've got a trade into VWAP and a trade that I like. So I have an entry execution plan that works for that trade, risk to reward. And that's the reason why, Sean was in NVIDIA, I was not. And really, there was a point when I think NVIDIA would have made sense. Another reason why I want to go back to it. I like 146 for a bounce. Right away at the open, we had a bounce off 146. Gave to the $0.50 and then immediately done. The only other point at which this really set up and just do what we found over there on Meta. And really, from the open top to the lower high, there's your close above. The mean reversion trade. So this is the only place, at least for myself in terms of a strategy, like I don't mind not being involved all in here, no plan of action, no out, no entry, nothing. No out, no entry, nothing in there gives me a trade that is doable. However, there was this right in there, right about 1024, 1025, and you can see the difference in acceleration. It requires a lot of patience, right? Because what if this way, if it just keeps trending down to 140, you're not involved in it because you're waiting for something specific to happen. And when it does, you can see it start to accelerate into the upside. Now, this works in both ways. I'm going to give you an example of that. Like, I don't want to think that it's only in the other direction because I did have a trade in Mara. Similar thing. I wanted to revert Mara today. Mara was an absolute beast. So it traded higher and higher. If you're playing support and resistance, then what levels do you have to work off of as a resistance trader? Like you're waiting here for one thing, and if it breaks 23, what are you waiting for, $25? So you can only be patient there, let it at least try, gives a trend reversal trade for me, and then I jump in and play it into VWAP. So it does require a lot of patience. In your best case scenario, you get something like a meta, where you can grab a bottom, it also gives you a confirmation long after, and you get that big V-shaped recovery. Other times, you might have something like an ARM or Mara, which only goes to VWAP, NVIDIA, which almost gives you a full retracement, a V-shaped retracement. But when you try to trade off of key price levels and there are none, either you have an execution strategy which allows you to go against the grain, or you don't. And if you don't have one, you don't have to sit on the bid. There's nothing wrong with not being involved against the grain in the trend. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. When you are sitting down in front of your trading station, not having a position is a position. So if you can't come up with an entry, a reason to be in, an entry at level, and a reason to get out and where you're going to get out of the trade, then you have no business being in, and doubly so when you're going against the grain. Sometimes it's better to join the move after confirmation than try to stand in front of just an absolute rocket ship. And the last one before I send you guys back, like something even like ELF. Like I was looking at this sucker, and you have no levels to play off of until it got down closer to $100 on the daily chart on this Muddy Waters, I think it was Muddy Waters report. It was down around $101 is your support on the daily. So unless it got down there, you're not playing the support and resistance game. But what you can do is, again, for myself, you could throw up a couple of looks. One would be trend since the news, which it hasn't even broken. Or you can have trend since VWAP, which would be about the same thing. To look for an execution strategy. It closes above, give it the prior bar high, should set something up where you can get $3, $4 of a move to VWAP, risking about $1. That's the idea. And if you can't explain the trade in those types of terms, I just happen to use trend lines here. Whatever you use. If you can't explain the trade in those terms before you get into it, then you don't have a trade, you've got to gamble. So again, today there were lots of V-shaped recoveries or bounce plays, but the timing was everything if you wanted to stay green, and having an execution plan to go against the grain was all the difference. Yesterday, NVIDIA was my best stock. Today it was flat. It had a V-shaped recovery, but I didn't have my entry point, so I didn't take it. We found other ones that we did have an entry point for. That's what it's all about. Just make sure you have a plan of action to be able to follow, and if you can't explain the trade through, then you're just gambling. That's your lesson of the day.
There he is, Neil Roberts. We call that around these parts. We call it Neilage, because it is. Thank you very much, Neil. Excellent, informative, and just all around eloquent as always. Neil Roberts, baby. If you like what you heard, be around every day around that noon hour. He's going to zip up his cardigan. Everything's going to be good. Yeah, the roaring. Yes, Neil, I saw that 29 touch and bump on GME. So while Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, Satea and I were looking at GameStop, obviously, because it's moving. And it's, again, moving without a catalyst. But here it is, GME up at 28.69, monster topping tail into 28.98, comes right back into that original area of resistance, 28.69. That was the topping tail candle. We put it in at 11.10, but look at the successively higher lows, both on a trough basis and on a per candle basis. Each successive candle, higher low, higher low, higher low than its predecessor. So good look right now for GameStop. Not the biggest percentage mover on the day, a respectable though, 4%, and trading close to those highs. So we'll definitely keep tabs. I'm going to be keeping tabs certainly on our friend Guma. I'm involved in RCAT over here. Hopefully this does all right. So I was really pleased with the ad to where I got the ad. Let's see if we get the print, and bang, we'll get that print again on my friend RCAT. So now we're waiting at 65s. But if you recall, 665 that is, was that elusive level I couldn't get a print at before we dropped into 40s. The reason I like 40s, well, have a look over here. That was the breakout area. We were whiffling and we were waffling with that 640 area. And then we broke through a big boy on this candle here right at 1130. So I said to myself, look, if it dips into that 40 penny level, add. I did. And we're printing again nicely back into the high 663. Now 4 showing up. Possibly close here on the ask. It's going to have to cross 5 though. 665 is where I'm waiting for that print. Here we go. 4s now on the ask. This can continue to ascend. We know that this was an area of trouble last time. We couldn't break through it. Do we break through it this time? So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Pack my patience. Do whatever I need to do. I'm going to be looking for that 665 print. Then I'm waiting also at 69s and bang, we'll take that one out. I'm happy with this one. Let's see. Okay, can we squeeze a little bit? How much shares do we have over here? So I don't want to take it out too quickly and then have Joe make fun of me. So yeah, we're good. We're good in terms of outs over here. We've got some shareage left. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one. RCAT. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed with how I traded this one over here, Fifi. I gave it to 48s. The only reason I gave it to 48s because it was an area crest over here, Fabian. This 148 level. I said to myself, if it dips back down there, get out. That was a mistake. That was obviously a mistake there as it moves right back into the high. So I'm disappointed with how I executed finally on this one, but I did well initially on it. Still positive on it though. I'll look to do a little bit better. Okay, so that's the look right now on my friend Fifi. We'll keep tabs on RCAT as well. Nothing else for me other than to load up GameStop now on a trading screen. Where's it at, bruh? Here it is. So GameStop is going. And now I'm going to have to figure out how to get in. I've missed my entry. That 670 area was, I think, the good entry there. But now the question is, do we break through that 29? Because it's 28.98 HOD. We're at 80s now, working our way back into that whole dollar level here on GameStop. Again, no catalyst for this one. But it hasn't really had a catalyst as of late, but it's been doing this. This is the daily, okay? This is the daily on GameStop. So as recently as the 25th of October, we were as low as 20.50. Now we're about almost $10 higher. So it's a good look for GameStop, obviously still stuck within that range, but this is kind of smelling like somebody's adding a position. Now, I saw what you guys were writing in the chat. Some people were saying Catman was accumulating options. I haven't got any word of that, but you know, you guys are probably on Reddit a lot more than me, and I know that's where that kind of stuff circulates. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for this to set up, but I'm definitely interested in trading GameStop. No question about it. Let's have a look quickly at the Mag 7. I haven't even loaded up the Mag 7 today. Yeah, okay. Do you have any trades on the Mag 7 right now? I mean, to me, they're looking like bizarre. I mean, they take VWAP, some of them take VWAP, some of them reject off VWAP, kind of just going with the flow of the market, I guess. I don't know.
No, I haven't really been looking at the Mag 7.
You're muted. Yep. There you go.
I haven't been looking at the Mag 7 as of right now. I was actually looking at Qualcomm, though. This one was very interesting. Why I was looking at this, because usually what I like to do is sometimes I call myself a lazy trader. And so what I like to do is I just go on the trending ticker list. I take a look through here, look at some of, the most volatile stocks. And I saw Qualcomm, and so I was looking at that, and this was a nice setup for me. I like the fact that it was rejecting off of that VWAP level, and I was trying to get in around that 156, I think it was around 155, 156 level, but then I kind of I missed the move, and so I wasn't getting filled, and I'm like, you know what, it is at a lower price level, and so I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna have to get in a little bit lower than I anticipated, but it worked out. And so if I go here to Qualcomm, let's see here, and I bring it up on the chart, let that load there, I got in here at 154.92. I was really trying to get in around here, 156, missed that, but then I got out around 154.34. So I'm going to hit that bang again because we are going 3 for 3 today.
Whoa.
And so, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling spicy today,
Nice.
but everything's, working out. And so I really like that. Took a little bit of a scalp. I feel like I could have held it for a little bit longer, but, I'm a scalper. And so I'm going to stick to it because your plan needs to be consistent. Even if there is opportunities, I feel like I just like to be, very uniform in how I trade, and that's what kind of keeps me in check. And so that's what I'm going to do, because sometimes when I'm like, oh, I'll let it run a little bit, and then I just don't follow my rules, and then I get into tilt, and then it's just like a whole cycle. And so I'm keeping myself in check and going with the plan. And so that's what we're going to do here. What else do we got here? What are you guys looking at? Coin. Why? Let's see what my girl Coin is doing.
Did you hear about Brian Armstrong possibly having a position with Trump's administration?
I heard that. I heard that. Yeah.
A lot of the crypto people were obviously courting him, so he's probably a lot of them are in his good books. You know what I mean? Because with crypto being.
Do you think it's true, though? I saw a headline that Trump was trying to buy Coinbase. Is that real? I was trying to look into that.
I don't know about the Coinbase one. I did hear rumblings on that. He is picking up BAKKT or whatever backed, Undertaker BKKT. It's a crypto company. And that one went nuts the other day because of that, right? Look, DJT's picking up.
Oh, DJT.
Yeah, it's going to be apparently, according to Financial Times, an all-stock deal. But I did hear rumblings about Coinbase. Don't know if he can do that, though. What is Coinbase market cap, man? That's a big boy company right now, right? Let me have a look.
Switch over.
Tell you, 77 billion.
Wow.
That's heavy.
That's a lot.
That's heavy.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how, that goes. I'll keep my watchful eye out for, the news on that. But is it kind of set in stone for the backed?
I don't think it is, because backed refused to answer questions about the report. And they're like, we're aware of the report. We have no comment.
Okay, fair. Yeah, they're going to keep their lips sealed until, there's more information there. But I think that's very interesting. And I think that that's very, bullish for the crypto community and crypto related stocks. But right now, Coin's bleeding. It's not doing too well. I mean, it's bleeding, girl. And so, right now I'm looking short, to be honest. I feel like I kind of missed the move at key price levels. If I were, if I had eyes on this, levels that I would be looking at was like the break of this level here, like near VWAP. Maybe, we had this distinct kind of rejection here, 324, just gets up to that level, had that shelf, and then, so I would be looking around there, kind of missed that, and then, you guys know me, the break of the day's low, and so I missed that here. That was at 309.38, and so a couple of minutes, that happened at 12:08, but I feel like I missed the move, and I feel like I need to move on to the next trade, just because I feel like those are the key levels that I was kind of looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I want to talk about Mara. I'm going to have more details on this in a new video that we're going to be releasing, I think, from the entire Trader TV crew, the traders anyway. We're going to be dropping like these videos, I think, weekly about how we feel about certain setups in the week ahead. And I want to talk quickly here about Mara. And this is nothing you guys haven't heard from me before. About $15 as support, as well as 19. 19 flips. Sometimes it's support, sometimes it's resistance. Right now, I'm going to submit to you guys it's support. So look what we did here with the flaming garbage Mara. And because I only say that because I lost money on it. So I hope nobody gets offended or anything like that. But here it is. Look how long we did. 19 dance all throughout here as support. Then look what happens over here. We're using 19 as resistance for a while, for a hot minute. This is August, all the way to when we took it over here in early November. And then, look, you can't have strict levels with Mara, but it will reclaim the level within 1 or 2 or 3 trading days. Here's the point. Look at this monster move into almost 27, right down into 18. Look how quickly it reclaims 19, literally the next day. So 19 is an important level right now on Mara if we can continue to hold above it in the way that we did over here. 15 was a hell of a level. I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see how many times we've interacted with 15 basically since September of 22. And the rule about breaching levels and reclaiming or super quick also applies to 15 equally as much as it does to 19. Case in point, over here, April this year, we break 15, boom, right above 15 again. Case in point, August 5th, Black Monday, boom, we're right above it. Then we dipped above it, or below it, early September, right back above it. We dance with it over here. We hold it strictly. So in the way that we were defending 15, looks to me like we might use 19 like that now. And whatever 15 and 19 are coming into play for, I don't know. They're not really levels that you know, 20 to me seems like the better level, but I don't get to choose anyway. So that's what I'm seeing right now on Mara. We'll do a more thorough video about it. But yeah, that 15 level was very interesting to me on Mara. I didn't participate in it. 19 is also interesting to me. Obviously, I haven't yet participated, but you know, I don't think the trade is done yet. From another perspective though, Mara, you know, it just seems very tough to trade in terms of, let's just say, a longer term swing, because it has these outsized moves and no discernible direction. You could kind of see a little bit of a higher low situation if you start back in March of 2020, which is kind of a selective area to start, but it's incrementally higher lows, but you have to deal with all of this. So I would say, you know, we'll get more nuance in the video, but I would say look at Mara as more of a range trade until you get a decided breakout. Until then, you know, I wouldn't trade it as a breakout trade because it's been so bamboozling as of late. So 12% almost thereabouts today on Mara, 11.88 or so. So good luck on Mara on the day, but we will. I will definitely give you more information on that. And bang, we take out 69s on my friend Doja Cat. I mean our cat up here. So we're gonna set up another one over here at 75s. We're still doing well. Oh, why? Ram? Our cat? Ram cat. Oh, my bad. Because Ram, because it has the word cat, whereas this one only has the first letter of your name. So that's why you were not thought of when I was looking at our cat. So sorry about that, Ram. She gets very sensitive, eh? She doesn't like that.
I'm not getting into this one.
I always try to drag a Darren, and Darren's always defending Ram, and I don't know why. Ram is a sinister being, right? Like, she will keep her foot on your throat to get ahead in life, right?
I believe it.
No, I'm just joking. I love Ram. We're just joking.
We love her around here. Love you, Ram.
Right? And Darren's always defending her, man. It's that feminina thing. I'm telling you. That's what it is.
Girls gotta stick together.
That's what it is.
There's not a lot of us on this floor, so come on now. We gotta stick together.
Good point. So yeah, we just took that little bit out there, Ram at 670 on RCAT. Looking at GameStop though, man, as it works its way right back near that high. Again, these topping tail candles are not operative on these small cap gappers, especially when they manifest above key areas of support. Look at that 10. It doesn't even come back into the 10. Topping tail or not, it didn't even breach a 10 exponential. And here we go. We're about 10 pennies away from the high on GME, but someone in the chat, I think it was 4XAU, gave me a wise piece of advice. Look, I don't like trading GameStop because I don't really know what's going on with it, and it doesn't trade exactly like a small cap gapper. So he's like, look, wait for that break and take of 30 and a hold of that $30 level. I don't know if we get that 4XAU. That's kind of the way that this bad boy trades. And you can see that by looking at the daily. Here's what I mean by that. Look at, like, you know, we come into the highs somewhere around 30, and then there's a big boy sell-off. And it didn't happen once, twice, or be thrice. It happened a bunch of times where we work our way near 30 only to sell off aggressively. To be fair, though, the other side of that coin, this candle today, the one we're on today, broke above the candle that really kept us down, which was the one we put on Veterans Day or Remembrance Day on this side, which was November 11th, which got into the high of 28.79. Today, it's 28.98, but your point still well taken. We're still below 30. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. We'll keep an eye on GameStop, and if anything, we'll just report about it to you guys. If I don't end up trading it, I'll let you know exactly what's going on, so if anybody's interested in trading it, you will have the information. Hey, what are you looking at?
For sure. I was just flipping through some tickers, looking for some opportunities. And so, you know, I was looking at coin because someone mentioned that as well. And so my guy 2NY he was saying that, you know, he struggled with trading Coinbase and because of its volatility. And I say VWAP won't let you down. The break of the pre-market high or the break of the pre-market low in the morning a lot of the time won't let you down as well. You know, a word of advice that I like is when it's getting to VWAP, when it crosses that VWAP, I just use this as kind of a shelf. I use VWAP as kind of like a blanket where once it breaks that VWAP level, so say it breaks this level here, I'm just risking either to above VWAP or the day's high, and so that's what I'm looking at here, or just the break of the day's low. And usually those are kind of key points, key pivotal points where I feel like you can get good opportunities for the scalp. I mean, it can bamboozle you if you are kind of holding for a longer period of time, like say 30 minutes, an hour, but I find that when you find those key levels where, you know, there could be like a little bit of a squeeze play or a continuation, then I find that those levels are pretty good there. What else do we see here? Someone is saying VIX, long VIX. Let's see what that's doing there. I haven't really seen this ticker, so I'm not really going to get into that. Someone's saying NQQQ. That's not something I'm looking at either. Okay, so we're just going to go to the TQQs because that's what I'm kind of familiar with. So we'll get into that, TQQs. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm just going to get rid of this line that I had before. And this is kind of bamboozling to me, to be honest. Usually the TQQs give me like a definitive kind of direction, but it's kind of like we're going through the waves here. And so it is breaking through VWAP here, but it looks like it's still trying to ascend to the upside. And so what I'm kind of seeing here is that we do have this we have these bounces off of this trend line here. And so it's looking like, you know, it's trying to get to the upside. I do want to see a break of the 76.75 or 76.66 to kind of see, you know, more of a directional move. But right now, it's not necessarily like consolidating like in a barcoding action, but I do kind of see like indecision. And so I'd be a little bit wary, but I do see like this bounce off of this trend line, but I'm still not convinced yet until we hit that 76.66 level. What else do we got here? Mara is so much fun today. Let's take a look at Mara again. It seems like you guys are really focused on her today. And yeah, I'm still waiting for this break of this high, because when we were sitting at this level around 2240, when someone had mentioned it, you know, even though it was holding that 9 EMA, I still wanted to see that blast to the upside, breaking through those days highs, because that gives me more confirmation that this will actually continue. And so when it doesn't reach those levels, I kind of get a little bit worried, because it's just like, if the move is truly what you think it is, it should break that day's high. And so it didn't reach there. It got to 2280, and then it's kind of on its way down. The next level that I'm looking at for a possible dip buy is 2167. I want to see how it reacts at this level, because, you know, the true trend that we're looking at is really not this. I feel like it's more of this level, but I feel like, you know, it gets to VWAP, and then we have that rejection. And so I want to see that again. Even though we have this trend line, I do want to see the reaction at that VWAP level, because I feel like that will really tell us, is this move going to continue or not? And so I feel like getting in at the market price, I mean, you can risk to these lows or even VWAP as a low, but I don't know, it's just not in my playbook to do so. Jay Colby Waters, he's saying SPY. Let's take a look at SPY. Let's see here, same kind of action as the TQQs. We do kind of have like the support level here, 585.60. And so it is approaching that VWAP level, which I typically like, but it's just, I don't know, in my experience, this is kind of like not what I want to see. I want to see like, what I usually like is when there is a bottom around 10 to 1030, and then it just clearly trends up, but it just gets to VWAP. It kind of makes a base, 585.65. It tries to get up to VWAP again, and it really can't hold above VWAP. And so I don't really like that. If I do see the hold above VWAP again, and it breaks through 587.80, let's say, or even what I'm really looking at is this 588.68, I really want to see the break of that to really give me more confirmation. But we do have a super chat for you, Sharif, FBRX.
Saw that. Looking at it right now. Shout out to SP Williams, and again, thank you very much for the super chat, my friend FBRX. Let's go. This is going to be the daily look. Oh, baby. That's a good looking chart. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, look, it's a big down move, but we've got a big day today. And most notably, what I see first and foremost, we took out the 200 exponential moving average, and we have been unable to do that at any point all the way back, as far as this chart will show, March 2023.
They're saying Mike in the chat.
I am sorry about that. Yes, okay. So FBRX, I was talking to the Katina man, so that's why I had my mic muted there. I do apologize. Ram, can we show the chart? Okay. FBRX, guys, what we're looking at right now. Eh? Oh, it's no worries. FBRX, guys. So we're looking at this one. This one took the 200 exponential moving average for the first time since all the way back until February 2023 when this chart is showing. So we've taken that level out. That's an important level. Good look. This one did reverse split, it looks like 1 to 25 back in September to regain compliance. Let's now look at the daily. Okay, so it's a good look move up. FBRX, this one I've already got up on the side chart. Why is this one moving up though? Let me find out. Is there a headline? Is there a headline? I don't see it, and that's fine. It doesn't matter though. It's bull flagging and it's holding above the volume weighted average price. Look, there seems to be a range of importance here. 1450 seems to be that level that gets defended. It doesn't seem to make its way down into 14. It halted to no end to start the day, but it looks like it's calmed down now. Let's count the halts over here. So we start halting. We down halt to open the day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 halts, but now we're definitely a little bit more calm. The problem on the one is we're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So a bit of a downward channel, finding support, lo and behold, right at that 14 VWAP level. Let's see if we can take something above 1650. Why am I looking at 1650? Well, it's the area crest. We know we were selling up a storm down there because we popped into 1650 and then dropped into 14. So let's see if this curl up here is more than a range trade being played in a downward channel, but rather an actual breakout trade above 1650. So I'm interested. It's already on my side chart. You know, I always keep these small cap gappers up on the side chart, but it's got to break above that level. Now, I missed it. Obviously, VWAP would have been an interesting entry for me on this name, but I didn't have eyes on that. So we'll keep tabs on this one. 1470. Look at that. Bro, it just popped into 1583, right back into 1414. I ain't trading that. That ain't for me. It's too volatile. I didn't even look at the spread on the trading screen, but I can just tell you by how the chart is trading, that ain't my cup of tea. Like, it's hard to manage risk on this, right? When you're dropping $1.50 quick as you like, it's a tough one. So I'm going to steer clear of that. Doesn't mean it's not tradable, but it's just not for me. All right, shout out to Scott H., who brought to my attention Riot Blockchain and the triple bottom that's manifesting right now at $12. Shout out to Scott, small cap gapper, trader extraordinaire. But my humble opinion, Riot's playing for second today, and all these miners are playing for second because it's a big boy Mara up almost 14%. Then you got the likes of HUD 8 down to Riot Blockchain 0.8. We got, what else? Where is the other miner? CleanSpark, 0.5% in negatory land. So it's really Mara that's the king of the bunch today. And I got in for the range trade into 12, whether that manifests or not. Small size here, ready, wet, or beak for some profits there, but that ain't the move. I'm waiting for 24. It's not going to give this that much room, though, guys. Where's the other trade? Oh, baby. We're taking out highs here on my friend RCAT. It's time to wet the beak here at 80s. Whether or not we get that 80, we're showing 79s, though. On the ask, I'm waiting for this one to move into 80. Shout out to Doja Cat, Katina man. RCAT, I call it Doja Cat, but it's called RCAT. Whatever. I'll call it whatever I want. Here it is. So we're going to wait for this one to cross into 80. See we get there. I'm waiting though. Where are we long? We're long 43s and bang! We take out that now. Showing 82s there on the ask. So how many more shares do we have left? I have to check. We got one more out on this bad boy here. So we're gonna let this one run and see where it wants to go. RCAT doing real well here, guys. Higher highs, higher lows, consistent name up 44% and change. Let's flip back to our friend. Well, we'll see if it's our friend or not. Riot Blockchain. No, it's not my friend right now. So they were 2 pennies out of the money, and I don't feel that. So, no. Look, I got into this one because I like the range, but to be quite honest, I was 15 pennies ahead of the range. The range is $12. I got in at 18 pennies ahead of the range. I got in at 12.18. So we're not going to give this one that much room. If it wants to hold up above where I'm currently trading, fine. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out on the break of 10, then I'll get back in at 12 if it wants, because there's a triple bottom of note at 12. And here's what we're seeing. So shout out to Scott H. 12 defend, and then what was this? 1203. So there you go. We'll keep an eye out on that. How you doing over there?
Yeah, so someone in the chat said SMCI. So I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this short, to be honest. Why do I like that short? It's below VWAP. For anyone who's new to the channel, a lot of the time I let VWAP determine my bias. Anything below VWAP, I'm looking short. Anything above VWAP, I'm looking long. And so it has to be at key price levels, though. It can't just be because it's at VWAP. No, it needs to have a significant point. And so the two kind of things that I look at is the day's low and then also the interaction with the 9 EMA. And so when I'm looking at that, I like to go to the 5 minute here. And so as we can see, we can see that this 9 EMA, notice how the candles are kind of closing below this 9 EMA and it's trailing that 9 EMA. It gets to that 9 EMA and then it can't really hold, it can't really close above that level. And so as long as it does that, I'm looking short. I don't necessarily want to get in here at that market price, but if I am looking for this short, I'm looking for the break of this level, 25.77, 25, or what is it here? Yeah, 25.83. And so what we're seeing here, we're seeing a little bit of a bounce. And so that's why I don't like to get in prematurely, because you can get bamboozled. I'm not a person that likes to time, the bottoms. And so, there's a lot of people here that would say, okay, this is a double bottom. Let me, start to get in. But I look at things a little bit differently, and I do want to see the break of this here. If, as time goes on, if I do see it kind of ascend, then I would be looking long at the cross of that VWAP level. But I just want to wait for more confirmation there. So that is my look on that. Someone also mentioned AMD. You guys have been spamming AMD in the chat. So let's see what our girl is doing here. Don't really like this, to be honest. It's kind of like ranging a little bit. I mean,
you don't like the advanced money destroyer?
No, I just don't like it. It's just kind of just like chopping and churning between the lows and VWAP. And so, this could have been a good play at 1136. And even here, it looks like it's trying to get to that VWAP level here from this level. But I think for my play personally, I would be waiting to see what it does at this VWAP level, because it seems that it bounces and it's like a magnetic effect. I think Obi says that a lot,
yes,
right?
He does.
Yeah, and so
so
it gets to that level, and I want to see what it does, and then I'll determine, what I do from here. If it breaks that level, this is kind of the key level that I'm looking at. This 138.52. If we can break that, then my look is going to be long on this one. But I'm not a person to necessarily get in at that middle. I like that VWAP level. I like the break of kind of a consolidation. So the two levels that I'm looking at here is 136.32. I want to see, I'll make this red to kind of signify that this is the point where I want to go short. And then this is the point where I want to go long. And then this is kind of the middle ground where I see what we do from here. This is kind of, I'll keep it, let's say we'll make it orange. And so this is kind of like my indecision kind of level. Let me just make that here. So this is kind of the level where I let VWAP decide. What the price action is doing at this level, I let it it allows me to determine what I'm going to do from there. I don't like to say I'm going to go long or I'm going to go short. I let the market tell me what it's going to do. And I think that that's a kind of better outlook to have on things, because when you anticipate, you can be wrong. In this game, you can be wrong. You could do all of the chart, all the technical analysis in the world, but you have to look at what is the market doing right now, and you have to follow, what it's telling you. How about you, Sharif?
Well said, Stea. I mean, straight up, that's how it works. Sometimes you come in with a plan and the market gives you a gesture. And the gesture is usually an unflattering gesture, and you got to go with the market, and you don't get to dictate the pace. So well said there, Stea. Look, we wet our beak here some more on Riot Blockchain at 26s. I'm layering my outs. I got to tell you, I don't believe a whole lot in this trade. And lack of the C word here, not the C word you guys are thinking about, it's the conviction. Lack of conviction can be trouble in a trade. So you have to have conviction, otherwise you'll be the weak hand. And right now, I got to tell you the truth, I'm the weak hand here, because I'm lacking conviction in this trade, because it is not the catalyst that I'm looking for. Mara's the one running. The other miners are doing bupkis, but I'm trying to play the range on this bad boy, so I've layered my outs in a way that helps me get out of trouble. And by the way, guys, so you guys are killing it in the voting. Over 1,400 of y'all voted today. That is fantastic. That kills yesterday's 1,100 that we got in the morning. So I'm really happy with how you guys are responding. But I got to tell you, we got a new poll up. Remember, we're doing two, right? One in the beginning of the show, one in the second half of the show. And it's all going to be for you guys to get your picks on so that we have a focused afternoon rundown, baby. Right now, here are the options. You got Donald John Trump, DJT there at the bottom. You got Coinbase. Satay and I were just talking about Brian Armstrong and how he's going to meet possibly with Donald Trump. And, who knows whether he plays a part in that administration. We got Meta on there. It's having a good day. And then GameStop is running, guys. So we had to throw GameStop on there for everybody. Get your pick in. I'm going to tell you what I'm voting for. I'm going to vote for Coin because I want to see what the strong man does with the other man there. People got upset when I called him the orange man. I was calling a term of endearment. People were thinking it was pejorative. It wasn't, right?
He is. He has a little tan on. Nothing wrong with that.
Tan on. I have no problem with that, man. Anyway, guys, so get into the chat, guys. Vote for whatever ticker there of the four you want, and then we're going to take the top two from these bad boys, and we'll throw on the top three from the other two. So shout out to you guys. You guys are killing it already. 200 votes coming in fast and furious there. Can't thank you enough. Again, the afternoon rundown is nothing without you guys, literally, right? Absolutely. So we need you guys to vote. So here's the look right now. We got a super chat. Ooh, okay, $5 from my main man, Random Oddities there. Sharif, how soon after a reverse split can an ETF be split again? Regarding SMST, which is down 60% since splitting 3 days ago. Brother, I'm not even going to try to pretend like I know the answer to that question. I don't know, okay? I'm just going to tell you flat out, I don't know the answer to that question, but here's what I'll do. I promise you I will respond by the end of the show, okay? So I'm going to do my research while Satay is dropping hot lines during when she's talking. I will find out, but as of right now, I do not know. And I will look into that for you. Thank you again for the super chat. I'm copying and pasting your question so that I do not forget to do that. So we're going to throw that into the screen over here. Excuse me. There we go. And we're going to throw that up on the side so that I do not forget. But thank you for your question. And again, thank you for your super chat. I will find out for you in a hot second. Now, Riot Blockchain. We've taken out some decent shareage over here. Now, the next little area I'm waiting at, 1230. But let me tell you, no part of this trade is going to go against me. I've already moved up my stop to 18s. Again, I'm lacking the C word on this trade. So as a result, I'm going to trade a little bit differently. So we're doing okay. It's not the best, but we'll look to eke out some more profits here if we're able to. GameStop is on its way to $29. And here we go again, up 5%. Umpteen amount of topping tails into 29. Not topping tails, touches into 29. All of which have rejected. Currently, it is still $28.99 HOD on GME, but you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the umpteen amount of higher lows and higher highs. This bad boy is an upward channel right now, really looking to take out faces. So we'll see if GameStop can get going here. Let's find out what the shortstop is. Calm down, bro. It's not baseball. What's the short interest on GameStop? 9.25%, Fabian, which is not bad, given that where we've been lately on this. So 9.25% on GameStop. What'd you say, by the way? I didn't hear. Say it again. It's not an up dog. Okay, I like it. I like it. He's feeling whimsical today. I'll give him that. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. He's always killing it on the ones and twos. So this one over here, RCAT. We're gonna let this one go. So I've only got one more out on this bad boy. So this one either takes out 694 and weasels into 7, or I get stopped out for the remaining amount on RCAT. Keeping an eye on GME. Bang! We take out that position on Riot. Okay, so we get that fill at 30s on Riot Blockchain. Let's hang out at 35. This is good. There, we'll hang out over there. See if we can get a print up on that area. Let's see what else everybody is talking about. QUBT, says Misham. Let's have a look at Qubit. So in case you guys haven't been with us for a few days, quantum computing has been running lately. And I'm not sure why, although I very much like the fact that that's running because it's an important field. What's that, Fabian? Better catch it. He said it's running. Yeah, better catch it. Fabian's killing it. Let's look at QUBT. So as you can see here, we really got the volume big boy there on the 13th. So that was last week. We gave back a little bit of it, obviously. Let's do some Finabachis over here and find out where we are from the breakout to the top. Where are we in the retracement cycle? So no respect really for fibs here. It looks like it breached, half, 2/3, 1/3. That's kind of no man's land there. So nothing doing for me on that. But we are up on the day. It's a good look right now. QUBT. We started out at 260. Now we're really moving up here. 372 HOD. Let's go to the 5. Beautiful look here, guys. Okay, this is going on the side chart. QUBT has earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off AGFY because it's doing nothing, and we're replacing it with QUBT. I'm interested, though, at 345, 350, guys. If this can come down there, I will be looking to get a starter position. How come? Because it's the top end of the area over here. So this implied balance high that we printed at 930, rejected off 345. I'd look for an area of previous resistance to act as support. It may already have. Because look, how we weaseled up into 367, and then lo and behold, we dropped right into 345, and it got held up there. So I'm going to keep my eye on QUBT. Do we do it now, Fabian? It's okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Guys, I got to tell you about a fantastic company. It's called Trade the Pool. Are you ready to take stock trading skills to the next level? Trade the Pool X-Trader TV stock trading competition is coming soon, and it's bigger than ever. From December 2nd to December 6th, you'll receive $200,000 in buying power to make your best moves and compete for incredible prizes. And here's the best part. The top 20 places win, so there's plenty of opportunity to secure a reward. So gear up for this intense 5-day trading showdown and prove yourself against other traders. Whether you're aiming for the top spot or looking to make your mark, this competition is designed to push you to your trading peak. The countdown is on, ladies and gentlemen. Do not miss out. Click the link in the description or scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen. In case you're wondering who this company is, if you guys are with us in the morning, we got Mitch Hoke always coming on and dropping hot lines about what he's looking at from a swing trading and an intraday trading perspective. He's from that company. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description, as I mentioned. So have a look there. There it is. 20 places to win December 2nd to December 6th. Be there or be square.
Sounds good. Yeah, use that opportunity. Yeah. Use it. But someone in the chat, so I was going for this Mara break because I did say I was looking at that break of that high and it bamboozled me. But you know what? I didn't take too much of a loss on it. But we'll be honest here. Like, I took a stab at it. It didn't do the strong break that I thought it was going to do. And so I just hopped out there. And so a lot of the time when I am going for those breaks, I got in around 2303.
GME.
And so when I'm, GME.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, when I'm waiting for that break, a lot of the time I want to see it go right then and there. And so I had my stop loss at 2289. And so it is still holding, but I'd rather just get out and try again rather than to hold it against me. And so it took a little bit of a loss there. But I think that if it does get up there again, I want to see that push, that real push, and then get in there. But just had to hop out of that. And then someone said QQQs. Can I take a look at that? And of course. And so with this one, I like the fact that it's holding above VWAP. It's slowly trying to get there. I like the fact that it's at this psychological level. It's at 563s. And so this is typically like the pivotal level that I like because it should tell us everything that we need to know. Are we going to reject off of this? It's not exactly at 500, but are we going to reject off of like 501, 502, or are we really going to make that true move. And so typically I really like this VWAP level, but I want to wait for a little bit more confirmation. It does look like it's holding strong. And so, yeah, I think that this is looking like a decent long. My stop losses would be maybe around under this $500 level, 49.99, 49.98, or then if you want to give it a little bit more room, because I feel like this is the pivotal point to tell you where you're wrong. 499 pretty much is the two levels that I would look at for a stop loss if you are getting in at these levels. And so yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. What else are you guys looking at?
Look at GameStop.
GameStop, yeah.
29.
GameStop, okay, let's look at this GameStop.
She does it so reluctantly. She's like, I don't want this track.
I mean, it's just not something that I usually trade, right? Because like the chop, I don't know, like how, if you're looking at this, how do you trade it? Because I like those big green candles. I don't really like the choppy,
I feel you. But you got to admit, there's higher highs and higher lows.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful trade, but like, how do you weasel your way in?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's a tough one. It really is. And that's why I'm not in it yet, because I'm finding it tough.
Okay, fair. Because like me, I would be looking at like, this price here, the break of like, this local high, 28, but then we missed that. And then, sorry, I was looking at this level, like this is where I'd usually get in, or at VWAP, the retracement back to VWAP, and then we kind of missed these levels. They are blasting up to the upside, so is it in your playbook to really catch it at these highs while it's blasting?
Can I tell you, I would ideally like a 29. We had one area over here, guys, where we rejected 29, another prolonged area of chop and churn at 29, then you had the break and take of 29. So to me, 29 was operative. But I think it's unrealistic for me, given the amount of eyes that are looking at this 29, for me to expect to come into 29, 29.01, even 29.02, because there's going to be others who are more exuberant than me. They're going to be looking for a dip into 29, buy it up at 7s, 5, 6, whatever, right? Okay. And that's kind of what we got there. Look what we did. So we weaseled up into 27s or 28s, and then we dipped into 5s. And so you didn't get 29, and you didn't get it for that long either, because again, a lot of people are looking. You guys are all talking about it in the chat. And what percentage are we of day traders in the world? I don't know, like fraction, obviously. So there's a lot of other people looking at this as well that want to take it off 29. If I'm seeing it, they're seeing it. So that's how I got in, Satya. But I'm still kind of lacking a little bit of conviction in the strat. I don't like trading GameStop. I don't like trading AMC. I like my small cap gappers, but they're a little bit different than these ones. These are established, meme names, right? Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, those meme names are a little bit harder, to kind of read. And so I can see they are moving, but sometimes, if it's not within your playbook, then sometimes it's just better to just look at something else that, a setup, works better for you. And so, that is key advice there. But I was looking at Mara here. I'm still waiting on it. I'm looking at it. I'm interested because it's breaking those highs, but I'm still a little bit struggling with, how it's reacting with those highs. I feel like I need to give it a little bit more room. I do get a little bit finicky when it reaches those highs, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want it to just reject, and then, I don't have a clear out level. So I don't know. I'm keeping my eye on it right now. I'm not going to take a stab at it because it's just not reacting the way I would like to see it. Though, but we'll keep a close eye. So that's what we're doing there. What else do we got here? Someone's saying Snap up 1%. Crystal S. Let's look at your Snap. Let's look at that. Oh, this is just very ugly to me, to be honest. For a day trade, yikes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it, to be honest. Let's look on the 15-minute here. Yeah, it's just too rangy for me, to be honest. It looks like it's trying to get up to that VWAP level, but just not enough volume for me, to be honest. Maybe a level that you could look at is the break of 1065, maybe around 1066. I kind of want to see what it does around there to really have that volume coming in. Let's maybe look out on the time of sales and see what's kind of going on there, just because I feel like the chart is not really telling us everything that we need to know. This is on New York. Let's see here. Oh no.
A test. This is a test. Okay. It's nobody's kidnapped. Everything's fine.
So I'm seeing a lot of like mid prints here, and so yeah, I don't really like to see that on the time of sales. I like to see that rush of green, that rush of red, and so I'm not seeing that right now. But what else are you guys looking at? Everyone's saying GME,
Yeah,
GME.
it's breaking highs, man. It's going.
It's going without us. Oh my gosh. So yeah, what's your take on that?
Look, Satya, I'm not chasing this. I'm just I'll report on it, but I'm not going to chase it. $30 likely incoming. The Katina man brought up a really good point here while Satya was dropping hotlines. He's like, look, bro, the overall market's really flat right now, likely in anticipation of the monster NVIDIA reporting after the bell. Make sure to catch that with Neil on the Market Recap show, by the way. And so, you know, the likes of these more meme stocks could get going. GME, some others as well. So, yeah. Trade these with kind of that through that lens in the sense that, you know, to me, it's an intraday trade. I've got no interest in this at all as a long term or a swing or anything like that. But if it sets up the right way, we'll intraday trade it. Now, back to RCAT. We're moving into highs again, baby. 685. We're long 43s. I've got my next beak wetter at 94s to front run possible psychological resistance at 7. So that's a look there. And then we're doing well, believe it or not, on Riot Blockchain, despite the fact that I had low conviction in this trade. Shout out to Scott H, man. You know, you called it. I executed on it. You called it. You're probably doing a lot better than me. I think you were long from way before I was long. Shout out to you. I kind of had your trade there, executing on your idea. So I don't usually do that a whole lot. But today it's working out. Now I've set up my next little beak wetter to account for this area crest over here at 1245. We're printing 36s. I'm not taking anything else until 45. So we'll keep an eye out on Riot Blockchain, see if it continues ascending. Great hold off 12 though. Shout out to Scott, man. Good call there. What else we got? Let's bring in some of the side charts. Oh, there's another one that's moving, baby. Chris, CHRS. Look, this one's a little bit suspect in terms of volume. So it's done 4.83 million shares. So on face value, you think that's a lot. But then you look at the price. You're like, okay, this thing started at $82, trading at 109 right now. Is that a lot? Not really, okay? So here's the details on it, and then we'll talk about the technicals. $125 million market cap with a float of 110 million shares, so certainly not small. And let's find out what the short float on this is. Ooh, it's a good one here, 28.75% on CHRS. So now it behooves us to do some charting. Oh, it's always these kind of stocks, dog. So always.
Your favorite.
Yeah. They always end up looking like this. They're never up and to the right, Satya. They're always down and to the right.
Sloping.
Excuse me. So this one, you know, it looks like it might have been getting a letter from the NASDAQ soon, as it did weasel below that dollar, I think back on the mid-September or late September or whatever. It's back above it right now, so it's marginally above that dollar with that 109 high. So, you know, you always hear me say these are different trades north and south of a dollar. Here's the thing. This one, to me, in my humble opinion, did defend a dollar. Look how long we chopped. This is the 5-minute. Look how long we chopped and churned at that $1.04. So certainly someone was buying it off that dollar, right? When do we get into that dollar? Let's just say, for example, 11:20. So the better part now of an hour and 40 minutes, all of which have defended that dollar. Every single print has defended that dollar. It's not the biggest mover. You're going to have to size up into this to make any real money because you're not getting a big notional move. But the fact of the matter is, it's holding above a dollar and it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. So it's up 30%. Does it have a catalyst? None that I can see, quite frankly. No, nothing from today or even yesterday. All technical entries like breakout, short-term bullish event, stuff like that. Nothing news related. So CHRS, it looks good. Chart pattern is excellent, but in terms of volume, there's some stuff that I have reservations about. Let's have a look at GME. Let's see if this one is continuing to run or what the deal is. Yeah, man, it's going. It's at highs. 29.40. So this one looks like it's on its way, possibly into that $30 area. It really is about whether we encounter a short squeeze where most people are shorted. We know it's about 10%, give or take, of the float that's still borrowed for short right now. It's up 6 3/4. So GME looking real good here, man. Maybe 29.20. Maybe 29.20. I'm gonna put a dip trade. Whatever.
Do it.
Yeah, do it. I'm gonna put it at 25s. Okay. I'm gonna put up a bit of a look. It's small share size. We're gonna try to participate in this so that we got something to cover and to talk about because everybody's talking about GME. So I'm throwing out an order there. Whether I get filled or not, a different story. We're gonna keep an eye out on it. It's about 10 pennies from where we're trading right now, so it's gonna have to dip a little bit, which is okay. Let's flip back to Faraday futures. It's not really that far off the highs, about 4 pennies off the highs still. Trading in a good range, defending that 50 penny area for the most part, except over here where I got stopped out. Okay, so now I am in GameStop. Let's see what comes now. Let's set up some orders. Where are we long? We're long 25s. All right, there. Let's set up some orders at the different levels to account for any price pumps. There we go, already getting filled. Let's go. Give me that fill at 35, boy. Come on. Oh, you suck, bro. Did I get the fill? I did get the fill, Satya.
Hey.
A couple of fills already on GME. Now we're layering the orders. Let's layer them up. So I got it at 40. Let's go to 45. I'm going to layer them every 5 pennies. We'll see what comes from this. I'm going to look to defend this, not add. I'll stay in the position unless it breaks 29.10. So we'll give it a bit of room here, Satya. What are you looking at?
Awesome. So my man Gaurav, he brought my attention to Tesla. And so I was looking at this and he was saying, there is a rejection, near VWAP. And so, I don't remember what the question was, but I was looking short because usually below VWAP, I'm looking short. But the kind of key pivotal level that I'm looking at, especially when there is a rejection, but I'm not too sure as to where it may go, is I want to see the break of that 50 cent level. And that's kind of going to tell me, whether or not I want to get involved. As of right now, we are, we're defending strong. I'm looking at TSLA rather than Tesla, but it's defending strong above that 2050 mark. And so even though it's below VWAP, it's not necessarily a price level at this 2065 level that I want to get involved. I really want to see the break of like 2049, 2047 for a little bit more, confirmation, but I still wouldn't necessarily get in there. I do truly like the break of the day's lows. And so this kind of middle ground is where, a lot of people could get chopped up. And so that the two levels that I'm kind of looking at is I'm looking at this level. I'll put it like a 1, which is my VWAP level. I want to see how we react there, if we reject off of VWAP or if we continue forward, or I'm looking at this kind of 50 cent level, seeing what we do there. This is kind of a second point that I'm looking at. And then the third point that I'm looking at is this day's low. And so I want to see the reaction at either of these price levels before I kind of get involved. And so, whatever happens first, it will kind of determine where that's kind of a weird 3, but that is a 3. And so it will determine what I do from here. But this middle ground, it's kind of a little bit, you can get bamboozled, like I said. And so waiting for that VWAP break and seeing what we do from there. Someone is saying, Mara up strong. Of course, Mara. I'm reluctant to look, but let's see what we're doing here. It's still going up. I really wish that I kind of got a better price just so that I wasn't really punching in at these highs, because usually I like that play, but it's just not really, the volume is not really what I want to see personally. But if you have low share size and you're really holding for like a longer kind of move, I think that is definitely in play. Maybe a little bit of a dip buy here, 22.83 is a possible, a little bit of a dip buy there, but I don't know, just not a play for me. Very, very sad about that. But that is a great look. Shout out to you guys for bringing that in the chat. Someone's saying GME high of day. Are you still in that?
No,
you're not in it.
Out.
Oh no. See,
that was a mistake. That's why I don't like trading these, man. I put it too tight of a stop. I put it at 11s. I don't know what the hell random number that was, but got literally stopped out bottom wick. Best area to get stopped out. You don't feel any sort of way about that. I'm completely agnostic about the whole thing. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Look, I'd like for it to come test that $29 area. It looks like I'm not going to get. I'm just going to steer clear of this. We'll report on it, but I'm not going to want to trade it. All right. So here's what I did trade. I did this one pretty good. Took it out right here. RCAT 690. We're done with this trade. We got 43s. We're done at 90s. This one's up 45.5%, and it's still going. So we could see certainly something at 7. No doubt about that. We'll keep tabs on this one as it continues to ascend in price. I'm also very aware that Riot Blockchain is at VWAP, and this trade is no longer to my liking because it is kind of rounded topping off the volume weighted average price. So let's give this one a little bit more time. I don't think I'm gonna want to hold this anymore. We're gonna take it out here. So we're done with that Riot Blockchain. Now we've got no positions on at the moment, but doing well on the day. So we'll look to do a little bit better if we can continue to do that. Look at Chris now. Chris, back into that dollar area that we were talking about. So now let's see if we can weasel into this trade because this is the dollar area. So here we go. We're going to give this to 98s and no more than that. So layer orders possibly here. There we go. Let's see if we can layer some orders there. And then we'll layer them a little bit higher over here. There we go. To account for, what's the high of the day? 109. So we'll set up at 107s. So in CRS, very small share size, not looking really to do a whole lot of damage here, but looking to defend that $1 area. If it breaches one, I'm gone. It's gonna have to hold that $1 area, or at least hold above 98s. So that's what I'm doing there. RCAT, we got it literally top wick, so good look for now, but that is underline 4 now. I think this one does touch 7. What else are we doing? Let's have a look at the Mag 7, man. I haven't done anything with these today. I haven't even been looking at the Mag. All right, what do we got over here? Let's have a look, see if there's any trends we can discern. Okay, so Meta, really interesting look right now on META. It's at the volume weighted average price and VWAP and the closing print from yesterday, kind of intersecting. VWAP hanging out 561.23. The closing print 561, like single digits, 6, 7, something like that. So a possibly good area of support. However, on Meta, we're putting in lower highs with a bit of a flat bottom. So this could be a flat bottom break if we really, sell off on the market. Keep your eye out on the NQ. The NQ really gives way. Meta could drop here, but it's at an interesting level. Could be a long or a short. Hard to tell from here, but if I had to guess, it's a bit of a short with these lower highs and the flat bottom. We'll have to wait, see what Meta shows us. Apple, interesting look here on Apple. Weaseled into the volume weighted average price and did a nice little rejection on AAPL. Not much in the way of price action you can discern. Really ugly price action goes green to red. And now we're below VWAP. So AAPL down 0.58. What do we got on these others? Let's look at Tesla. Tesla working into the volume weighted average price at around 339.50. This one has kind of been rejecting off VWAP. Like look at over here at 1050, 1055. We kind of work closely into VWAP. Don't quite make it up there, reject. Same look over here at 1245 and 1250. Work our way into VWAP and then drop down into 337. But we are putting in higher lows since this double bottom over here at 1125 and 1130. Still not really taking out any area highs though. Let's see if this one can work above VWAP. TSLA, keeping an eye on that. Google. I looked at the Katina man today. Here's a little tidbit. Let's see how many the chat can get without cheating. And obviously, there's no way for us to find out if you're cheating or not. How many 5-letter tickers do you guys know that trade on the NQ? So I'll give you 2. One right there, GOOGL, which the Katina man came up with today. I didn't even realize. And then CMCSA, which is Comcast. The only reason I even talked about that is because they're in the news today, looking to divest MSNBS and CNBS and all of their other great channels that they have over there at Comcast. Sci-Fi included in that as well. Golf Channel. So those are the 2 5-letter tickers that I know on the NASDAQ. Which one do you guys know? Let's see if I'll wait for you guys there in the chat. Let me know if you guys know any others. Try to do it without cheating. I haven't really looked, but 5-letter tickers are kind of few and far between on the NASDAQ. You see them a lot in the OTC markets. But yeah, I said Google, Trader Rob. I'm looking to see if there is anybody talking about it. Not yet. 5 letters. Got to be 5 letters, like Google or Comcast, CMCSA. Can you think of any?
No, not off the top of my head.
Far between, I'm telling you.
No,
right?
I'm not too sure.
No idea. Yeah, people don't know. Here, okay. No DVD. It's not REDDT. It's RDDT. You know that. No, you guys are cheating, man. Neil, is that an actual one? Neil's cheating like crazy. He doesn't care, bro. He's on.
She's just like,
Yeah, go
So
to
look,
Neil's,
man,
go to
all I
Neil's.
did is I pull up the locator from this morning because that's an easy way to find a bunch of symbols. You got HSPTU. .NQ.
What is
There was a
that?
couple HUBCZ.NQ. The whole point is there's going to be a whole boatload of randos out there.
That is super
Google's the
rando.
only one that I actually know, which Sean already mentioned. But
Yeah.
I'm in Comcast, as you said. But come on, there's probably dozens of them, if
There-
not like
sure.
hundreds of randos.
I just don't
and then
come
every
across too
single,
many of them.
Every single warrant, all the warrants will be with a W.
Ah, yes. Okay. Maybe we should exclude warrants here. But yeah, then it gets a little bit complicated. In any event, let's get back to charting over here, guys. Google basically kind of bear flagging here with some respect for VWAP, but it did breach it over here. So look, I don't have much of a view today on the Mag 7, nor have I really traded them. I think the Katina man is absolutely right when he says the market's in a bit of a holding pattern here, holding its breath for the monster NVIDIA. We'll see how they do after the bell. GameStop is just going, and it's... Man, I suck. I definitely did not trade that well. All right, so GameStop is really going here, guys. And yeah, good look for GameStop. What are you looking at, Satya?
for sure. So I was looking at Coinbase because Coinbase it's bringing some life. And so let's go to Coinbase here. And so it's approaching this VWAP level. Really like the fact that it's trailing that 9 EMA. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. He showed me that 9 EMA type of strategy there. And so I'm straddling the 9 EMA. And so I did get a little bit nervous and I did kind of take a piece off because I wasn't seeing like that true green action. I feel like I got a little bit premature in my entry here. I think what I'm going to do is it is a little bit higher, to be honest. It's about $3 or $4 higher, but I'm going to wait for that VWAP break because that does give me a little bit more confirmation for my setup. And so I do see what I want to see here, but I'm going to follow my rules and hopefully, you know, that plays out for me. And then another trade that I was looking at is AMD. And so I was getting on this trade I was trying to go short here, and so I got in at 32s, 136.32, and then we have this wick here, which I don't necessarily like, but I think that I'm going to hold this trade until maybe the break of this 136.83 level. I feel like if it gets up there, I'm not really liking what I see based off of this kind of wick here. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm not too leveraged with this, but I don't really like this wick here. I don't like that at all. And so what I really wanted to see is kind of like a close. It's 1:13. I guess we have 2 more minutes until this 15 minutes going to close. But just I don't like the reaction. And so when I see that it's not reacting the way I thought it would, there's no point in me holding the trade because what I'm seeing is wrong. And so I think I'm going to do that right now. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. So I'm just going to hop out of that and go to the next trade because the thing is, why waste your money on something that's not working out, you know? And so there's so many tickers, there's so many things that we could look at. So that is what we will do. What else do you guys got here? Someone's saying Mara. Let's take a look at Mara again, even though she let me down. But you know what? She's still blasting off. I knew I would regret this. I knew because I had paper hands with this, to be honest. But shout out to you guys for printing. Shout out to you guys for staying, you know, convicted in this trade. And I wish that I had a playbook for this. Unfortunately, I don't. But maybe I'm going to take a couple of screenshots of this ticker and see how, you know, how I could have played this, you know, in the future if I see a similar setup. What else do we got here? Someone's saying TSLA. I was also looking at that. I had paper hands with that, but let's see what's going on here. Okay, so yeah, we still have like kind of the levels that I was looking at, the 1, the 2, and the 3. So it didn't necessarily get to that 2 level. So I'm looking at this level as my next kind of play. And so we'll get rid of that. And I do want to see what it does at that level. So I think I'm going to set my alert right at that 21. It's coming in strong, so I feel like we could just wait for it. But I want to see what it does at that 21 level, and if I see what I like, then I will get back in there because it is breaking VWAP, And like I've said before, above VWAP, I like to go long. Below VWAP, I like to go short. But really, this is the key pivotal level of how we react at this level. How about you, Sharif?
All right, I'm going to try GameStop again. We're going to do layered orders on this one. I'm getting in small size, initially trying to work my way into this and see, hopefully, maybe we can take it into that $30 area. So here we are. We're long 69s, but I've got planned dollar cost average into that $45 or 45 penny, excuse me, area. So we'll set up like that and we'll see what we get and we won't get upset. So packing my patience on this one, bit of a sell-off now, but this is kind of what I was looking for it to sell off a little bit aggressively here. There we go. Now it's dipping in. There we go. Now we get the fill. So let's see if it holds up above the 10 exponential. It's got to hold above 29.30. What's our cost basis? 59. So we'll set up some orders at 65s right there. There we go. We'll see if this one wants to hold up above that level. Chop Insurance City right now on GME. Let's go ahead and throw in our stop for this bad boy. There we go. So we'll throw that on there and look to see if it holds above that 30 penny level. 30 pennies is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and it really hasn't breached it all that much. So small share size here. We're going to see if we can do a little bit better on this one. Okay, Chris, defending one for now, underline for now. I was a little concerned with this one, though. This was really a slow mover. The only reason I'm involved in this one is for a dollar defend because it's shown me its propensity to defend that dollar intraday. So, you know, that's what I was trying to take this off. Let's see if we can layer our orders and pop up a little bit over here on CHRS. But GameStop continuing to bleed here. Kind of anticipated that would happen. So let's see if it now bounces off the 10. It's very close to the 10, bottoming tail into the 10 exponential on the 5 minute. Let's see if it bounces here, catches a bit of a bid, and then moves its way back into that $30 area where I think a lot of us are anticipating it to reject off. Maybe that would be the Achilles heel of the whole thing, because if a lot of people are anticipating it, then maybe it might not happen. Right now, getting a bit of a bump up off 35 back into 50s here, looking like a bit of a hammer candle with a bottoming tail into that 10 exponential moving average, but you never really know with these ones until you print. So keeping an eye on that one. Lemonade, though, guys, breaking into the highs. LMND. This has been a really, really good trade for the past couple of days. Look at this continuing to go, taking out the high at 47, now on its way into 47.29. We were looking at this one earlier. It's been putting umpteen amount of higher lows every successive trough higher than its predecessor. So good look right now on this bad boy. What's it called? LMND. So keeping my eye still on GameStop as it zigs and zags, looking for this one to pop back up. Having issues now, though, with that $0.50. Looks like there's some profit taking or some shorting possibly here at the $0.50. Let's see if it can squeeze up into that at least, $0.75. Let's see if we can get that $0.75 or get that $30 bump and whatever. Bump and touch, bump and reject, whatever the case might be. Looking for the $0.50, though, to get taken. Right now, a lot of chop and churn at said $0.50. The bid is showing a little bit above the $0.50. No, actually, it's not. Let's see if it can continue to move up over here. I'm waiting. Where am I waiting? 65, so a bit higher we need here for my first possible print on this. But yeah, it's really having issues with the $0.50. That has me concerned. So we'll see exactly what we do there. QUBT as well, continuing to move up. So this one we were mentioning earlier, it took the pre-market high. Quantum computing is all the rave right now, guys. This has been running lately. They took out that pre-market high at 345, or it wasn't even a pre-market high, actually. That was the implied balance high. 345 on its way to 380. Very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. A bit of a retracement now into 3 2/3, a little bit below 2/3. Looking to hold up, though, and it quite has. It has, above the 10 exponential moving average. So keeping my eye on that one, see if that wants to hold up, Satya. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I jumped out of that AMD, jumped back in because I liked what I saw. And so I'm going to weasel my way on over there. And so this is what I was looking at. I I got into AMD. I got in at, well, where was my entries here? I got in at 136.19, 136.34, and yeah, the bulk of it was 136.34. And so I got in there around here. And so what I liked about it and why I got back in is I saw this wick, I didn't really like that, but then we rejected off of the 9 EMA, and usually when it rejects off of the 9 EMA, the trend is still strong to kind of the downside. It didn't necessarily push up the way that I thought it would. If it broke that 9 EMA and closed above the 9 EMA, then I would say this is a change in trend and I won't get back in. But the fact that we hit that 9 EMA, 136.58, and then we crossed this wick again, I didn't necessarily wait for it to cross completely when I entered, but I just like the fact that it was kind of going to the downside and it was near that day's low. And so, I put my hands together and I was just like, this is the play that I've been waiting for. I'm not going to miss that opportunity. And so I got in. And so I'm going to show you guys my chart here. So this is like my initial entry, got in, got out, didn't like what I saw. And then when I saw that retracement there, I was just like, ooh, got to get back in. So I took profits here, 136.19. And then I took the rest of my profits here around 135.95. I still think it will bleed out, but that's just kind of how I take profits. And yeah, I like that play. So I'm going to hit the bang for that one. Got to hit that bang.
Hey.
And so really happy with that trade there. And then someone is saying Root is on fire. Thank you for that other one. And someone's saying Root is on fire. So let's see. Root? I never heard of that.
The root is on fire.
This is interesting, not necessarily something that I usually trade. I've never heard of this company before. I like the fact that it's like above that $100 level. It seems like 101 or 102 was kind of like the bounce play there. It got up to VWAP. It's kind of holding that VWAP level. And so it looks decent. I mean, it looks decent for the long, not necessarily a day trader's dream, but I mean, if you like the slow burn, you can get away with it. And so that looks pretty decent there. What else do we got here? Someone's saying short the TQQs. Let's see what we got going on there. TQQs. TQQs, yeah, this is looking...
The Katina man is short triple Q, T triple Qs right
okay,
now.
yeah. I mean, Sean, he's always cooking up something.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that looks pretty decent for the short for me. This looks like something that would be part of my play as well. Me personally,
he's cooking.
He's cooking up those hot dogs. Let's go. And so...
He's short 70? at 70s right
Okay. Oh, yeah, that was a good price. Yeah, that was like the most ideal price. Me personally, I'm waiting for maybe the break of that 75.28. And so, hopefully that gets in there so I can hop on that bus too. But I'm going to wait a little bit and see what we do from there. How about you, Sri?
All right. I've been waiting to no end here on CHRS for that print at 103. So it looks like there's a bit of a seller here of note preventing this one from ascending. But I kind of knew that this one would be a bit of a... Well, take its sweet time because just how it's been trading, you can see it's sparsely traded. But that dollar is a respectable level. It has been holding above $1. Now, the other trade that I'm involved in right now, GME. It's dancing with the 10 exponential so far. I don't want to jinx it, but so far it's been respectful of the 10. That probably change, right? Just because I mentioned it, now it's going to breach and I'm going to get stopped out. Ideally, I've layered my orders. We're looking for a break and take near the high. Obviously, I will look to take some out if it becomes parabolic, but we had issues with 50. We've been having issues with 50. We're at 50 again, and we're having issues with it again. So I've kind of gotten the feeling somebody's, either taking profits or shorting up a storm at this $0.50 area. We know the high of the day is 75 pennies on the dot. So let's watch to see if this one can continue resuming the trend. So far right now, what I see is a hammer candle on the 5-minute. Here we go. Okay, so now we're ascending a little bit into 60s. Can I get some prints, please? I'd like a couple of prints. I'm not asking for much, man. I've been waiting over here.
Give him that print.
Yeah.
The brokers are
I'm asking too aggressively, says the Katina man. He's like,
you gotta nicely.
Slow your roll a little bit. No, I'm kidding. You gotta exaggerate for effects today. I mean, what would we be doing over here? So I'm looking at this candle forming on the 5. I think it's got 20 seconds to close or something like that. We'll see. Yeah, it's got 10 seconds to close. What I'm looking for here is a nice green candle that holds up at the 10 exponential moving average and then ideally makes a new high. That new high is going to have to come above 69s or 70s right now. Now we're having issues with 60 in the way that we had with 50, so kind of unsurprised by that. Let's see if we can continue to ascend here. I've been waiting for a print. Now we're knocking the door of my print. Yeah, and I'm not getting it. So 65s, basically a bit of a top over here. Well, it's a bit of the spread issue too, I think, about a 4-penny spread preventing this one from really get going and taking out that level. So here we go again into 63s, 64s. We're gonna have to cross on the bid though, in my opinion, for me to get filled. So yeah, still elusive. Is that print on GME. Trader Leia says patience. Yes, you're not wrong. You are not wrong, but sometimes you just know how these ones trade and it's in the back of your mind, and I guess really that's kind of the issue that I'm having right now, because this bad boy can drop. We know that, right? So that's the look. Guys, Lemonade is still going. Lemonade is really going here. It's about to take out 48. Some nice greenery here since 12:45, which is a better part now, 45 minutes, because it's almost 1:30. We've only got one red candle on the 5. It's been quite directional, taking out 46. Now we're talking about 48. LMN dang T. Good look for this one today. Let's see if it continues to pop without dropping. Back to GME, still no fill, topping tail into my beak wetter there, but it goes unfilled. So we're either going to get stopped out or we're going to print on this. We'll find out exactly what happens over here. Back into 60s again. Here we go with Gumma. GME, let's go, bro. All right, well, we're going to leave that one. 103, still an elusive target here on CHRS, up 24.75%, 25%. Looking for this 103, 104, and then we're going to layer into 107 on this bad boy. But really, it's just about GME and whether I get printed now, because I'd like to be able to kind of not invest so much mental capital into this name and whether I get stopped out or printed. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Milky Way says AMD long. Don't tell that to Joe. You won't like hearing that. Advanced money destroyer, Joe calls it. Shout out to Joey Options. Here we go. Let's have a look at AMD. Yeah, AMD is at the low of the day right now. So it's a big boy sell-off. What are we down? We're down 2.25. Why are we down 2.25 on AMD? Any headlines on this bad boy? What's going on with AMD stock? It's selling off. That's what it's doing, Benzinga. Earnings report, what to know, NVIDIA dominates. Okay, it's talking about the NVIDIA report coming in and the effect that it's having really on GME over here. But nothing much to talk about. What do you guys got? Kanye East, Sharif, AMD not looking long until 130 breaks. See what it does at 129. I wasn't even going to trade it, brother. But let's have a look at. No. He brings up good points. Let's look at it. Maybe some other people want to trade it. Let's have a look at what he's saying there. Not long until 130, and then see what it does at 129. Yeah, that's a hot minute from here, because where are we at? We're at 136, so we really have to take out lows there. This is the half an hour. Let's go to the hourly. When's the last time we were at 130? Oh, it's been a hot minute since we were at 130. Like, look at this. Not even back in September. That was 132. I got to go back to the daily. Let's look on the daily over here. When's the last time 130 was touched? It was over here, August. I think this was Black Monday. Yeah, this is August 5th. That's Black Monday, so it recovered, obviously, from that dip. Wow, AMD was $115, eh? Ooh. On Black Monday. Yeah, that's a while ago.
A deal.
Yeah, clearly, right? So yeah, 130, okay. Let me know how it goes. Obviously, I don't think we get to 130 today, Kanye East, but we'll see. We'll see. DVD R3 chiming in there saying AMD back to 90 and I'm buying. Okay, shout out to you, my man. I know that you're going to be buying up a storm there. All right, finally, we get a print on Gumma. Let's see if this runs 69s now. Now we're accumulating a little bit. I'm waiting at 75s. Here we go, 71s, 72s now. Some selling, though, as we come into the high of the day. 75 HOD, guys. So let's layer another order here. I'm going to sit at 82s because that's when I'm bored. And I like that note. So we're going to go up into here. Hopefully we get a print at 75s. If this squeezes, we're at the high of the day, or we're about 4 pennies off that. Let's see if this is a double top and a big boy rejection, or we get the squeeze and maybe into $30 where, a lot of us are, I think, looking. So yeah, 29.70s, here 72s. You let me show me 73s. I think 73s just popped up for a hot second there on the ask. It's about a 1 or 2 penny spread, really depending on what time you're looking. So yeah, no pump right now through that $0.75 area, and there it is, nice. All right, so not that bad here. Let's see if we get 82s on Guma, and then we'll layer some more orders if this squeezes. I just don't want to take out the entire thing in case this breaches $30, right? So that's what I'm trying to account for here. Now we're long at the $0.50, so good look. Now we've got a bit of a buffer from where we're trading and where the current where my entry is. Okay, 80s now showing up. Oh wow, that was interesting. Someone just sold off a storm. It touched 81s and then it dipped into 71 quick as you like. That's how this bad boy trades. Get ready for it. So keeping an eye on this one. 7 3/4. We already took out the high of the day. The high. That's not correct. The high of the day there on my chart. It's got to be higher than that. Where is my memes? There we go. 80s now, high of the day, excuse me. So keep an eye out on this one. Satea, what are you doing over there?
For sure. So I was looking at that lemonade. That lemonade's blasting off. That looks really good. Yeah, it's doing great. It broke through like this consolidation here. You know, we were rejecting at this 46.75, rejected off of it 9.48, 10.42, and then around 12. But then we're breaking through that kind of consolidation level, and we're going to the upside. And so that looks really good as well. So, you know, I'm going to hold off on the trades, but I feel like this is a decent setup here. And so that looks really good. Someone was also saying Tesla is above VWAP. And so you guys, you know what time it is. It's VWAP time. And so this looks pretty decent as well. I do want to see a little bit more steam there. I want to see at least 341.20, 340.50. Sorry, not 340.20, 341.20 or 341.50. And so I want to see it get up there, and hopefully we'll take this long here. But I do want to see a little bit of the action here. I was also paying attention to Google. I was convicted to get in this trade, but I think I'm going to, you know, retrace my steps on this one because I was looking at the volume, and the volume's kind of lacking on the day. It's only doing, you know, 8.2 mil out of like the 24 mil that it typically does. And so I'm not really, there's no real catalyst. You know, it is like visually the setup that I would take, but I have to take into account the volume. And so I do want to see a little bit more steam there before I do get involved. So I'm thinking that I might put my alert here around 175.23, and hopefully we might see a little bit more volume there. But the volume is a little bit of an issue. And so when I get in, I want to make sure that there's going to be other buyers, you know, buying above me. I don't want to be the person buying at that level and then it rejects, right? And so it's rejecting a little bit off of that VWAP. So I'm glad that I didn't get in there. And then what else do we got here? What are you guys looking at? We're looking at SMCI about to flush. Let's see this SMCI. Let's see here. Yeah, that SMCI is looking like, you know, it wants to break that day's low. And so we are coming in hot there. And so I do want to see what it does at this level because I don't want to see it wick off this level around 25.80. I do want to see a close below that level. I want to see at least, you know, the 5-minute close. So, you know, we have about 2 minutes before that 5-minute close. So I want to see it close below this, or I'm not convicted because it looks like we are bouncing a little bit off of that level, and you're not going to trick me. No, no, no. And so that is what I'm looking at. Our Woody guy here, he's saying Nike. He loves that Nike. You're just watching that Nike like a hawk. Let's see here. It's not really doing too much yet. I still want to see that VWAP come in or that break of that day's low, which I'm not really seeing there. What Hamza Almahai, sorry if I butchered that, but he's looking at Intel long. So let's take a look at that here. I mean, let's see here. Let's look on the 15-minute. I don't think it's long time. I mean, if you're a type of person that tries to time the bottom, you know, maybe that's in your playbook. But me personally, I don't, you know, like to put too much stock into one candle, as, you know, Sharif likes to say all the time. And so I think that is, you know, very true. And so we want to wait for more confirmation there. I feel like you don't get more confirmation until we kind of see the break of this 23.74. And why am I looking at this? Well, I think that it's kind of a pivotal level that we need to look at, because this was kind of a point where in the morning it was kind of a point of support, right? And so I like the support kind of, the rejection, the support kind of turn into, I guess in this case it would be support turning into support. But that's what I'm looking at. This is kind of the level that I'm looking at, just because it was a support level in the morning. We did reject off of it, at 12:55. But I think if it does get up there, that is kind of the pivotal point in the change in trend structure that I'd want to see. I'd want to see what it does there. But then again, VWAP really is my key indicator that I'm looking at. But I think that if we do see some more buying coming in at that price, 23.75, then I think that gives me a little bit more steam, maybe add a little bit here. And then as it crosses VWAP, potentially then adding there as well, and then getting in more of my size at that level. Let's see what we got here. Someone saying QCOM short. Let's see what it's done since I got out of that trade. Yeah, it's still looking like, there's not a lot of buyers on this. It's still struggling a little bit. I like the fact that it broke below this 154 mark, and we still are kind of going down strong. And so this looks still decent for the short. I don't think anything's wrong with that. If you're, looking to kind of get your way in there, I like to look on the 15-minute and kind of see the gap between the market price and this 9 EMA level. So possibly if you are, a little bit scared to get in at this market price, maybe you can get it on the way up around 154.60, and hopefully there is a rejection off of that 9 EMA level. But I think this looks pretty decent for the short. How about you, Shree?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the NVIDIA earnings because I think that's what a lot of people are waiting for. So let's load up. Oh, yeah, so we can do that first, right, Ram? Okay, so we shall pay some bills first, and then we will talk about said earnings. Or what are we doing? eSignal. All right, guys, here it is. eSignal, a platform that lets you trade smarter, not harder. This is a chance to upgrade to that elite trading experience that'll let you analyze, strategize, and hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize, right? By foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need, you get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And people also really compliment the charts on eSignal. Some people would say it's got charts that change a game. It lets you customize and analyze markets faster and in your way. And we all know a proper trading plan requires sound backtesting. That's what you get here. You get better backtesting, you get better scanning, and it'll help you predict the future by definitely understanding the past. You get reliable real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's literally everything you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat. Get on over and execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or go on down to the description of this video and click that link. Shout out to the good folks there at eSignal. Can't wait for that. Set up the platform. They gave me an account, but I still haven't set it up yet, Ram, which is dragging my feet on that. I don't know why. Right? So let's have a look here at Market Chameleon. I've showed you guys this website in the past. Ram, it is free. You just go to Market Chameleon. You can sign in with your Google account or create an account with them. Let's go on over to the calendar, the earnings calendar that is, and we'll change the time of the day to after market. And then we got our friend there, NVDA. Look at that options volume. That's an eye-watering 2 million contracts. And this is delayed data, that it's probably more than that now. 2 million contracts, options contracts, that is being wagered, bet, instituted in anticipation of this earnings report. What I'm really showing you this for is this data point right here, the expected move. So this is, oh, wow. This is plus or minus the expected move there. Yeah, I got stopped out. Good. Of GameStop's flushing, guys, big time. Big time into that drop, $29 right now. Let's see if this one holds up. GameStop at $29, big time flush there on GameStop. So what I really want to show you was this right here, the expected move, 8.7%. That's plus or minus, right? So you can either be above or below the current price by 8.7%. Now, one thing that Danielle Shea, a great options trader, would always say is, keep your eye on whether you remain within or without the expected move, because it makes a difference about whether you can mean revert. So here's what I mean. So if we range, whether north or south of the price, within that 8.7%, we can definitely have a bounce back or drop down, depending on what direction we went originally. However, when you breach that expected move, say it moves 9.5%, 10%, top or bottom, north or south is what I mean, then the chances of you reverting back become exponentially less. So keep your eye on the move. Obviously, it's moving very fast in the aftermarket, and the calculations are sometimes hard to do, but that is the expected move for this bad boy. Last time around, as you can see here, it dipped into 6.4%. But we know, obviously, just by looking historically, we breached all the levels since that time. We printed all-time highs. Palo Alto Networks also reporting after the bell. This is my second biggest position in the long-term account. It's a stock. Not necessarily I believe in the company, but I believe in the sector, okay? I think that, cybersecurity is just here to stay, especially with more belligerencies now between countries. I think one of the main ways we're going to attack each other in the future is cyber attacks, quite frankly. It's already happening. So Pandub in focus today. Some decent options volume there for this one. The last move was 7.2% to the upside. This time, the expected move, 8.4% plus or minus. Snowflake as well. Let's put some respect on this one's name. Another cloud/cybersecurity name. This one dropped big, 14.7% last time. This time, a big boy expected move as well, 11.7% for Snowflake. So keep your eye on that one. That reports after the bell with Neil. We all know Neil is doing the aftermarket or the market recap show today. So good look there. Okay, finally, Chris. Chris giving me something to be happy about over here. Okay, Chris. Nice. Now we'll take out some more shareage here if it allows us. We got into this name for that dollar bump and defend. It does hold up above the dollar. Let's see now if we can print at 6s and 7s and not what you British people think or say 6s and 7s for. I love that. You ever hear that expression?
No.
I'm at 6s and 7s?
No.
It means like I'm screwed up. Yeah,
oh,
that's
really?
how British people say
I've never
6s.
heard of that.
Yeah,
before.
you never heard that
No.
before? Yeah, it's very British. There's a lot of stuff that they say like that, detergent is not in their vocab. It's wash up liquid.
Yeah, and you're even like, is it?
Car
Do
park.
we say pop or do they?
Oh, that's soda.
So-
I think that's the States, though, right?
Oh.
States say soda and pop. Yeah. I know where you're going with that. But the British say some more different stuff than us. Anyway, so looking for Chris here to take out those highs. GameStop is still going down, though, guys. Here we go. Let's have a look at GUMA. It's really bleeding now, dropping well below that $29 area. Big boy drop. Let's see what it does at VWAP. VWAP 28 2/3% on my chart. I'm not going to have a resting order there, but I'm going to be all eyes and ears to see whether or not we hold up at 28.75, 28 2/3. The Piper. I'm not saying you guys don't have detergent. I'm just saying you guys don't call it detergent, right? Because when I went into Sainsbury's, when I went into Morrison's or Asda, and I asked for detergent, I just got a blank stare. Like, it's like going to the States and saying washroom. It's like they have no idea what you're talking about there. You got to say bathroom or toilet. Otherwise, just a blank stare. Restroom. Yeah, you can say restroom as well, Fabian. You just can't say washroom. They're like, huh? even what's his name? Raider Trader. When I said washroom to him, he's like, yeah, it's a nice word. Right? It's like he'd never heard it before. So washing liquid, says Miss Lucia. Yes, my bad. I said wash up liquid, washing liquid. My mistake there. Leave us British alone, says Stuart Lonsdale. It's all love, my man. I lived in Leicester for a couple of years. University of Leicester alum, man. So I got a lot of love for your country. Obviously, my favorite soccer team, Arsenal, North London. So I got nothing bad to say about the UK. I'm just pointing out some stuff. That's all.
No, that's kind of this is like kind of off topic, but a funny story was when I went to the States, I didn't know that poutine was kind of just a Canadian thing.
Oh yeah, they got no idea.
Yeah, and so I went to Burger King and I'm like, can I get a poutine? And they're like, chili fries? And I'm like, no, poutine with the gravy and the cheese. And they
got no idea.
No.
Well, you know, like the foodies do, right?
Yeah.
If you're a foodie, because then you've probably seen stuff online, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, most people, they got no idea. I'm not saying that, Fabian. You're going to get me canceled, bro. Fabian's trying to get me canceled. What a guy. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Oh, by the way, guys, I got to remind you to vote, man. We almost have 1,000. We're 3 short of 1,000, guys. The afternoon rundown now is decided by you, but in a bit of a different way, right? We're going to throw on one poll in the beginning of the show, the first half from 11 to 12:30. Then 12:30 comes along. We'll throw on a new poll with 4 new tickers. We'll take the top 3 from one and the top 2 from the other. So right now we've got a nice 3-horse race going on here, Satea. Not that much different. They're all around that 25% here. We got GME, and rightfully so, with 28%. Meta the Monster at 25%. And Coin, let's put some respect on this one's name, 29% for Coin, obviously with Bitcoin making all-time highs as we speak, I believe, or earlier anyway. And then Donald John Trump at that 19 in last place. They're not doing a whole lot today. So make sure, please, you are voting. Nice. We're well above 1,000. I think we were at 1,400 for the other one. You guys are killing it with the voting. You guys are putting in the votes, and we could not be more grateful for that. Obviously, voting does help the channel. And it also helps us organize the afternoon rundown to make it more focused for the stuff that you guys want, right? Because before, when you guys were voting, you know, we got a lot of votes, but they were just so distributed. We didn't have any concentration of votes, so we want to narrow it down a little bit. And I think this is working out well. So please vote if you can. And it's super easy. Just weasel on there into the chat, and it should be at the top of the screen. So GameStop, Satea, breaking VWAP as we speak. Not a good look. So we kind of knew that this was coming, the mean reversion trade. The reversion trade can be mean, as the OB, he is the one, Kanob always says. Now we're breaching. Let's see, are we still breaching? Because it's not updating. Yeah, we're still below it, 28.5 right now, where VWAP is 28 2/3. So the blood continuing to spill here on GME. Let's see. Oh, we still didn't get this print. How long am I going to wait here, Chris? Like, these making me forever. Anyway, waiting for a print on Chris. I know. Chris. My goodness. Let's see what people are talking about there in the chat. Hamza. Can you look at BA? Sure. Absolutely. Let's have a look at what Boeing is up to today. So this is what a great looking chart on Boeing. Wow, look at that double bottom though. And I put an alert there, eh? You see, I put that alert at 125. I'm buying up a storm at 125. Look at that double bottom. That's
that's clean. That's
right?
hella clean.
So if this is going to come down, I'll at least go for a swing, and then you can kind of give it the lows right there. So this is the daily on Boeing. Let's have a look at the 5. So very consolidative, Hamza. I mean, like, brother, the closing print yesterday was 145.60. So where are we right now with Boeing? Let me just update the chart. Excuse me for a second while I update it there. BA. Okay. Well, we're a little bit above it. So it looks like we're defending generally yesterday's closing print. Now, you are getting these wicks that are breaching it. And look at this. Every single wick that breaches today, or that breaches, the closing print at 145.60, seems to find support at the 200 exponential moving average on the 5. Now, that's not a moving average that I almost ever use intraday. It's more reserved for the swing or the long term. But the 200, for whatever reason, featuring today on the 5. So, you know, it looks like a sound wave, though, Hamza, in the sense that there's no discernible trend. Maybe that 145.60, if you can get anything off that, and then maybe ride it in a VWAP or something. But, Boeing ain't for me today. Let's have a look at the 4-hour. Maybe you're asking about a swing. It's a tough look, Hamza, man. I mean, it continues to bleed, brother. I think it's going to be a hot minute before we can report some good news for this company. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not touching Boeing today, and if anything, it's a continued short. I've got nothing positive to say, sadly, about this company. What are you looking at today?
For sure. So I was trying to get involved in an NVIDIA short. What I was looking at its kind of relation to like the QQQs. It kind of had like a similar kind of action here. If I could pull it up here. So yeah, I saw that there was kind of like a consolidation between like VWAP, and so I was looking at that, and so we'll just put it kind of side by side. And I thought that I was looking at the QQQs, and I was like, this looks pretty similar. And so I was trying to follow the same kind of trend that it was doing. I got in around 144.18, which I feel like was a little bit too early. But it is coming on its way down, but I don't know, we'll have to see it because it is bouncing. I was looking at the tape and I was seeing a lot of buying happening at that 20 cent mark, 144.20, and so I was just like, I don't know. So I jumped out for a little bit of a loss, but it seems like it is coming down there, and so, you know, I'm not afraid to jump out and jump back in, and so if that allows me to kind of keep my risk tight, and so that's what I'm kind of looking at in terms of NVIDIA, just because the QQQs were dropping a little bit there. Someone is saying dip by GME. Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. GME. So yeah, looking at that GME, I mean, I really want to see that hold of that VWAP level. It is coming in there. We do see this wick around 28.45. I'm still not convicted yet until I see at least 2 15-minute candles closing above that VWAP level. Because, you know, it is making that bounce, which I love to see, but I want to make sure that it's holding at that level and it doesn't just like kind of make this kind of false wick, get up to the 9 EMA and then continue down. I really want to see it hold, and it seems like it's doing so, but I want to make sure that it does it on a longer kind of time frame. I want to see that next 15-minute candle close, and that's going to happen in about 9 minutes there. Someone is saying, look at DJT. Let's see what's going on there. DJT, it's not really doing much, to be honest. I see a lot of like consolidation action here. If this would load, come on, load a little bit. From what I can see, it's just consolidating between the day's low as well as VWAP, which doesn't really necessarily give me a directional trade. I mean, I would, in this case, be looking for like the break of the day's low, but in this case, I'm not really seeing the volume that's giving me enough conviction to really look for that right now. And so I don't think that this is a play for me as of yet, just because that consolidation really just has been going on since 10 a.m. and it's now, you know, bucking 2 p.m. And so I don't really like that. What else do we got here? Someone's saying Tesla.
We're getting a VWAP bounce, by the way, on GameStop, guys. So be on the lookout for that.
For sure. What else do we got here? Tesla. Tesla did reject off of VWAP here around 142, and so it is looking like it's on the downside there. We did try to break above VWAP. I thought that we may see a hold there. That's why I set an alert rather than like trying to get involved there, but it seems like we're breaking down a little bit. So yeah, looking good for the short. I like the fact that it's trailing this 9 EMA on the 3-minute. If I look on the 5-minute, it's still kind of doing that same curling action. And so I want to see the break of this 337.13. I think that that's something that is very interesting. And if it could break there, I think that the continuation of the short is in play. How about you, Sharif?
I'm keeping my eye here on Chris. I've been waiting for a hot minute to get printed at 7s. We've already taken 3 beak wetters there, 3, 4, 6s, and I'm waiting for 7s. I'm going to leave the last out for the high of the day break at 9s. So CHRS up almost 30%. Very clean defend of $1. Very clean. And it did it the entire afternoon. Since it took the dollar at 11.20, it hasn't breached that level. So, you know, and that's why I always say this is a different trade north and south of $1. This is kind of what I mean. Not all of them end up manifesting like this, though. Sometimes you get a zig and zag, like it breaches $1 by a healthy amount, drops quick as you like that, and you end up holding the bag. So sometimes it's a bit of a tougher look. Right now, though, is not one of those cases. But the thing is, I don't know. I thought I was first in priority by posting my order out on, I think I'm on ARCA, which, you know, some people call ARCA the Wild West. I think ARCA, you get good fills. That's what people used to say, I mean, especially, yeah, well, I'll tell you after. Anyway, so 107 is where I've been waiting, and I thought maybe I've had that order out for the better part of 45 minutes. I'd be first in priority, but I'm not, because I can see prints coming in on the tape at 7s. I'm not getting printed. So I'll have to wait for that and see exactly what comes from that. So anyway, GameStop's bounce at VWAP continues to go. So good look here for GME as it, look, it didn't defend cleanly the VWAP, but the closing prints did. And here's what I mean by that. So sometimes when you're gauging a level, you forget that it can wick and then it can close above that level. And this is what I mean. Look at this. The closing print on the red candle on this inverse hammer candle above VWAP, despite the fact that it breached it by about 25 pennies. Then, subsequent to that, the green candle opens up above VWAP, and then the most operative part here is it's a first 5-minute candle to make a new high after 4 very, very red candles that hold up at a nice area. So let's see if we can take 29, okay? So 29, whole dollar level, possible psychological resistance, yada, yada, yada. We did defend off, or we did reject, I should say, off 29 multiple times on our way up. 1205 reject, 1225 reject, 1230 reject. Then we broke and took it finally at 45 after the hour. But I'm going to keep my eye to see if we can make a couple of green candles here to make a new high, or a couple of green candles in a row and not just one perfunctory green candle over here. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. There's only 5 minutes left on the show, so you're not going to see me weasel into this trade because it's going to require more than that, but that's the look right there on GME, and I know a lot of eyes are on it. Let's see how the poll is going. So we had about 1,400, a little bit more vote on the first one. How many do we have now? About 1,100. I think you guys can do a bit better than that, man. Let's. How are we doing on the list? Who's winning here? Coinbase is winning by 1% over GameStop. The Katina man, yeah, shout out to the Katina man. He won Coinbase, he got it, and it's leading right now. So GME, one measly percentage behind Coinbase, and they're all apt, I would say. I mean, Bitcoin making all-time highs. Brian Armstrong going to meet the Donald very soon. Who knows whether or not he plays a part in the upcoming admin. So that's obviously in focus. And then DJT last over here, at 19%. But it's a nice 3-horse race. About 1,100 of you guys now have voted. I'm not sure how the voting goes down. Like, how is it possible that you can't even retract your vote? So sometimes I look over and it like drops a little bit, which is funny. Come on, YouTube, you can do better than that. Let's have a look over here and see what we're doing with GameStop. Still hanging out below 29. Okay, pack our patience on that one. No print still on Chris. Fine. Okay, everything's fine. No problem there. Any final thoughts you have as we got like about 4 or 3 minutes left?
Yeah, I was looking at NVIDIA. I did try to take a stab at it again. And to be honest, I think that this is just me being stubborn now. It's not doing what I wanted to do. I got in at the same price that I did before, 144.18. And then I was just still seeing that 20 print on the tape. And so I got to give it up. You got to know, when to stop. And so I saw it once, I saw it twice, and I'm not going to give it an Obi thrice this time. No. I'm sorry, Obi, but you know what? Yeah, we don't have a lot of time on the show, so not anything too crazy there. But looking at Mara seems like it's trying to get to the upside there. I was a little bit worried about it because it did retrace, from those highs at 23.50, then it went to 22.73, but it's looking like it's trekking its way up, and I like the fact that it's breaking through this 22.89, which is kind of a local high around 11 a.m. And so, that's looking really good as well, and so nothing too crazy there. Flipping through GME, GME is making that bounce off of VWAP, so that looks really good. We want to see kind of that break of that 9 EMA, a close above there, and if I see that, then I would be a little bit more convicted, for the continuation of the long. But if it does just reject off of this 9 EMA on the 5, then I'm not really liking that. And if it crosses VWAP again, and even crosses this wick here, that seemed like a support level here, 28.40, then I would be a little bit worried for the continuation of this trade for the long side.
I'm about to show it to you. So, okay, so my car's a Jag, and I happen to love my car, okay? But I don't happen to love the rebranding of Jaguar. What is going on, Jaguar? I need answers.
What's going on?
Are we not allowed to show this? Oh, we're not sure. Okay. Well, it's on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah. No worries. Okay. Well, we're not sure if we'll get deducted or docked, I should say. So we'll leave that one. Okay, so I'll wax poetic about that later. In any event, yeah, Jaguar is redesigning their logo, and it's hideous. And I have no idea what's going on there, or who the hell they're trying to appeal to. It's certainly not me, I can promise you that. But with that little look over there. So that's the thing is about Jaguar too, they want to flip to all EVs. They wanted to be all EVs by 25, then they figured that wasn't a realistic thing. So they've now kind of just stopped selling cars for a couple of years. It's like, yeah, okay, that's not going to damage your brand at all. Everything's fine. So that's what Jaguar's doing over there, and I just wanted to share that with you guys. But I don't think we're going to be able to do that, nor do we have enough time. In any event, I think we have got about 10 seconds left on the show. Thank you guys so much for your input today. We got over 1,150 people voting. Let's see who won this race. Oh, it was very close, and it still is Coinbase by a hair, 29% above its competitor there, GME with 28%. Third comes in Meta, and then DJT coming in dead last there with a healthy 19%. And we shall see you guys very soon. Oh, there it is. Yeah. See, that's not what I wanted to show, Fabian, because that's not too much of a fundamental change from the current logo. It was the commercial I wanted to show. The commercial was very interesting, to say the least. You're going to be on Friday, so we'll see you on. You're going to have a hot lesson. It's always a surprise, so get your pens and papers handy. Sete is going to surprise us with that lesson, but until then, we'll see you guys tomorrow with Joseph. Same bat time, same bat channel. Take it over, Big Kahunas.
Same bat time,
same takeover mode.
Why not? Look, the market is obviously making some moves back into the downside. We got 2 hours and 20 minutes till NVIDIA earnings, but don't worry. There's obviously more to go until then. GameStop was moving around. It's not really anymore. I think it was winning the poll. Well, I don't know. We'll get to it. It was really tight between GameStop and
poll is hot.
And Coinbase, I think, as everyone was talking about it. I'm not in GameStop right now, but it's a stock that I'm watching. I was in it off that 29 sort of breakaway, and then when it lost 29.10, I'm out. I want to see if it can hold on to VWAP in here because it was kind of the midday mover and was moving pretty well. Mara's up 17% along with that move in Bitcoin. So I think that's got to be on watch. The two names I think that I'm more paying attention to, GME and and MR and Mara in there as that chart just hates me. There is Mara on the black chart where you can actually see that it's up that 17% and holding on to trend from the entirety of the day. So a lot to watch, but I feel like if the market doesn't do crazy moves, you want to be in a crypto type name. You want to look at something like a GameStop and see if we can get some action there.
Yeah, we just short just a little bit. I mean, off VWAP, boom, 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 boom. Came back from the gym, sat down. Thank you to Ramin. She hooked me up with the tuna. So we like that one. I traded her the chicken for the tuna.
Good trade.
Was it a good trade? Okay. I'll take it. It wasn't that good?
Well, I take the tuna.
Oh, okay.
I take the tuna over that chicken.
Yeah. Okay.
It was. I had the chicken, obviously.
I didn't realize Ramin's always the pescatarian option. So she's always going to have fish. So.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll have to battle for it. Okay, so just good moves down there. You know, always looking foolish because why didn't we get it all out when it came right back into this level? Shoulda, coulda, woulda, didn't at the end of the day, right? Coulda took it all out right there, didn't do it. Now it's on its way back up. I don't know, man. Like we'll talk more about obviously something called what is it? Oh, NVIDIA. Yeah, so you know that's going to come through here in just a matter of time. And it should be a great report. It's going to really, I think it's going to be a big one. That's just, I don't know which way it's going to go here. I think its upside would be my opinion. But again, that's rose-colored glasses. Being a shareholder, I think we would all hope that it would report higher or at least guide higher or figure it out. At the end of the day, though, I don't know. We're underneath. So that made me flip over shorting the market. So... you know, that's what I've been doing right here, just kind of hanging out, shorting the market. And, that's about it. Not too much else during the pre-market. Oh, I was able to come back and we had that 4% of IBIT still left on. Now I have 2% of IBIT left on. We're able to get it back out at VWAP there. That turned out to be the high. I didn't think shorting VWAP was going to be the trade today, especially in this space, but it looks like it is. So, yeah, now we're underneath here as crypto sort of went crazy in the morning, and it still is great. What is it, 93.4? Oh, hold on a second. Let me see what we have it at there. 93.7. So crypto's still in play for sure. Looking to reload again, maybe in and around 53 flat right there. But I promise we'll go over a lot of names. Yeah, I feel you're right a little bit there, Tony. Tricky day today. Oh, I like that, Sebastian. The Katina Chaos Club is back. The three
Chaos of
C's.
mind.
Hopefully it's not too much chaos. I'm going to see Sebastian Maniscalco this weekend at Scotiabank. So that should be huge. Who said who over there? Ramin?
Joker.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah,
Obviously
Italian
not
comedic there.
obviously not
comedian.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's funny. So we should be able to have some fun there. All right. So when we're ready, yeah, we'll throw it
Obviously
over
not
to
Remain.
we'll throw it over to Sharif at the big desk, and we'll start going over whatever you guys want.
Welcome, guys, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Big Kahunas, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers decided by you. And we have a new way to vote, so make sure you're joining us during the midday chat or midday show and get into the chat and click whichever name you like that pops up in the poll there. We'll do 2 polls, one in the beginning of the show and one halfway through. Let's look at the major averages. They're all in red territory. Here's the look at the NQ, down about 2/3% right now, or sorry, more than that, 0.84. The ES also down about 2/3%, and the Dow faring the best out of the 4, down 1/4, and the Russell taking it on the chin today, down 0.6. So we'll keep an eye on the major averages. But the first ticker, as decided by you, there is really no surprise here. NVIDIA reporting after the bell today. Make sure to catch that with Neil on the market recap show. Selling off a little bit here with the overall market down over 2%. According to this article, some analysts that have been known to be the most accurate of the bunch revising their earnings forecast ahead of the report today, guys.
Ooh. That's
like that.
that's
I love that
like
intro.
a very elite next level intro.
It really is.
You
It
know,
just takes it to a whole.
We want to thank everybody. We want to thank everybody, honestly, for the super chats and for everything that everybody commits to the show, because that's what it goes into, right? More technology, smarter people working on the desk, right, Fabian?
Making it bigger and better.
Ramin, and we want to just thank everybody for the continued support. And we're going to keep on working on hopefully cool things like that. It's so cool. I think we should hit it again if we're able to. Do you want to hit it again, Fabian?
Do it.
How hard is it to light that thing up? That rundown. There it is. And how awesome is that? You even got Sharif standing there.
It's perfect.
You know, hey. Okay, you have NVIDIA up on your screen there. I mean, I sort of, I'll talk about it after you, because why not?
Yeah, just to run through. I mean, look, they report at 4:20 today. Calls at 5 o'clock, so they'll be toward the end of the the end of the aftermarket session. The couple of things to keep in mind. I think they were 14%. Previous move. Check that.
What is the expected move?
No, the expected move is 8.6%.
Okay.
Previous move was 6.4% to the downside. So last time they were down 6%. And part of that was the earnings surprise was the smallest one over the last year. So they beat, but it was the smallest beat that they had in a while. So GameStop just pulled back into VWAP. That's why it was on my mind. So we had mentioned we're looking at that at VWAP. But NVIDIA, I liked 146 on NVIDIA. And there was maybe about 5 to 15 seconds when that was a good bounce this morning. Somewhere in that range. It might have been a little bit longer, but I don't think it was very much longer. So I got the you-know-what out of Dodge when that happened, and I went over to AMD and ARM, AMD to the south side, which I feel like I should try to get back in. It just doesn't seem to want to pop enough, and it was just a rollover at VWAP. Now this one is taking it on the chin, and I couldn't believe it. And we'll get to AMD a little bit later on the show when we get a chance. I can't believe AMD is going to be at those March lows, or sort of the August lows, pretty darn quick. But NVIDIA, as strong as it was yesterday, it's almost as weak today. It hasn't given up the entirety of the move, but it feels like it wants to retest. Kind of a random bottom there at 143. But support, there was a lot of support down at 142. It'll be interesting to see if this continues to head downside, if it does catch a little bit of a bid. So all that buying going into what we thought was earnings, and most of the afternoon move has been reversed here today on NVIDIA. But remember, all-time highs are not that far.
Pennies away.
Pennies away. Well, they
I
were.
mean, dollars away, yeah. I mean, we've been up there again. The bear rears its ugly head one more time, as not often do you get to right the wrongs. And we had said last time that we hadn't got out enough when it was down here. We're not making that mistake again. So there it is, man. We take out another piece right there. So far in total, I'd say we probably have about 20% left, which is, I'm very, very comfortable with that. What I was going to get at with NVIDIA is pretty simple. And I said this to Sharif, and I guess I was kind of wrong. I mean, I tried to defend this 200 period and 50 period. And then after we had done trade that about 1 o'clock, it was kind of like, you know what? Maybe NVIDIA just doesn't do much here at the end of the day. And comes in and we kind of trade sideways. So then I was like, okay, well, then let's look for something else. And that's where we found the market. And the market was down 1%. We got up to VWAP. So that's where it was hammer time for me on that, which is what we did. But NVIDIA is also following the market right now. I thought we might have some sideways chop, and maybe it wouldn't have been, and this is what I was saying about, what I was telling Sharif. I thought it would be very, very sideways, but it has pulled off real nicely off of VWAP of 145, now down about that $1.50, and is getting back into some support areas that I thought was support, 143, and that's where we made all the money back there on NVIDIA. We lost, or we got in and out here. I think we wound up negative on all of that kind of stuff, but back in, and then we turned positive on NVIDIA when it went from the bottom of the day, which we had just kind of by fluke, not by fluke, but we just kept on trying, and eventually we made all it back. So we always talk about taking small paper cuts, and that was the big lesson that I learned today with NVIDIA, because we had liked 146, 145, but every single time we were patient, we waited for our price to come in, and then when it finally did, we had it on the way back. So that's pretty much for me. This is the perfect trade. All of this is just, hey man, you take your shots, and at some point you wind up winning, and that's what happened there with NVIDIA. So for me, it was a pretty simple trade. Now I wait. I've already called 170. I think we can get to 170 on NVIDIA on a good report. So there's that 149. I mean, we had some troubles up here, so that's for sure. It was looking like a lot better call when we were making it when the stock was up here at 147 yesterday. But right now, downside push. If the move is only supposed to be 8 or 9%, you know, you're only going to get $15 on this. So that only puts us back like to 160. So that 170 is going to be an outside play, but I still think it's valid and something that we could catch. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with NVIDIA today. I'm not sure it's going to be much of a trade into the close. Let's wait to see what that imbalance is. Maybe at 350, we can strike.
Sounds good, Sean. Yeah, let's have a look at here at Coinbase and IBIT. Threw them together with Bitcoin making a new, fresh all-time high today. Earlier in the day, good look. Coinbase is down, though, about 3 2/3%, selling off with the overall market. There was this headline coming in from yesterday. Trump and Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong reportedly in talks over a cabinet appointment. Still no details more than that. We'll have to hold our breath and see exactly what happens there. Separately, BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF and all the spot Bitcoin ETFs optionable as of yesterday, so keep an eye on that, adding liquidity. And we saw about $9 billion of volume in the first few hours there with respect to the options for IBIT. Here it is, up on the day about 1.16%. Doing a little bit better than Coinbase, guys.
I mean,
what's on there?
A little bit better than Coinbase. It's doing a lot better than Coinbase. I mean,
why is Coinbase doing so badly, though?
Oh, Coinbase, like it's
down 4.
Today, the crypto world is completely divided. You've got Mara mooning. You've got Coinbase taking it on the chin. You had Bitcoin. So you had IBIT, Bitcoin, same thing. That was breaking early, now trending back in there. But if we're starting with Coinbase, this was a simple failed breakout at 330. So there's your top at 330. And it obviously, I mean, it worked in the pre-market. Like if you were long this break in the pre-market, but then right at the open, it just got right above 35 and then complete and utter reversal. It's been trend down pretty much ever since. There was a decent bounce, but it could not get back in to retake Oh, that's my Mara chart. That's
VWAP.
Oh yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, that Mara chart's gonna be a problem. But Coinbase couldn't get back into VWAP, which is now failing underneath. So not a very good look for them. It's a very different story, however, for IBIT. I'm gonna stick with the 15, and IBIT did the break. We did get to another all-time high. It was able to go back into previous highs, but it barcoded at $54 on IBIT. That corresponds with the inability to break 95,000. So I think we got to 94.7 something, maybe 94.8, close enough, but you just weren't able to quite get there, and then a rollover. And once we failed 54, at some point, like it just did this trend reversal on IBIT. I tried one more reload that did not work. So the early longs are pretty much what carried it on IBIT. And even Mara, which I'm going to show again on the 15-minute chart, is pulling a little bit of a reversion. It did one earlier, but this one is the day-long reversion now on MIRA. This is the strongest of all the crypto-related names. I think even it's outpacing MSTR. But this is the one I'm in. I've done a couple of reversion plays on it, just kind of waiting for it to do a trend break and then jumping into it. But man, Coinbase is really taking it on the chin today, and it just never could catch a bid.
Ever since, IBIT's basically been around, I have focused more attention on IBIT than even Coinbase. And I think, sometimes it's a mistake. Like you focus on one thing and not on the other. But today, this is not today's, this is a couple days ago. So hold on a second here. Someone must have commented on that. All right, we're gonna have to find this. But today we wrote down 53.50 on IBIT. Right there it is right there. So 53.50 long. And that was a pretty good call, obviously, off the open. And it's only a good call because it just came in and landed right in our lap. And then we were able to take it out on the way up. Like it was just like Merry Christmas there, came early there. And it was just boom, fell right into it. And why did we write down 53.50? It was kind of just like the bottom of the day there in the pre-market, that little jump up spot that we had. I thought there could have been something there. And then yesterday, it was this level that we were just hovering around. I always pick 50s. Like if it was 75, I could have done 75. Like I could have used this level too. That's 64s though. Like if that was 75, I might have used that. I like to use 50, 75, 25, things like that. So if you ever notice and you're on the stick, like Palantir 61.50 and Target's 132.50 and things like that. So I sat there, the level made sense to me, and we were able to take it out, and it was a really big one. And then we wound up holding, I told you about 10%, got it out on the way up. We were going to get like 2 or 3% of our position left. And then we were, never do this, but we left a position on, don't tell anybody. We did have a stop order in, but it was only again for 4% of what we had. Then we came back, we realized, okay, we're being stupid here. It keeps on hitting off VWAP. Then we got a piece out there, and now we're holding one small piece against us, the 2% position. I was thinking about 53 long now. If we're gonna play 50 cents, why not play the full dollar? So for me on IBIT, that's what that is. And then, 93.6, if you just wanna look at Bitcoin in general, it's just one of those days for Bitcoin. It's very, very choppy here in the last little bit. A big run up, choppy at the top, big move down, kind of choppy in the middle, and we're just kind of legging down. So I kind of think the next move would be downside on this, but I'm very, very bullish on Bitcoin. You'd like to start to get bullish again, not just breaking here 94.3, but I think you got to get above that 95 area, 94.8 again. Just too much back and forth here to say, oh, if we break this, we really want to go long. There's not much there considering what the downside is off of a triple top. So for me, maybe Bitcoin takes a little bit of a breather in the next day, but that's just a 1 minute chart. Bitcoin is wild. And I put some stop orders out, not stop orders, some take profit orders out on many of the, I was even looking up XLM. Like the fact that this thing is still moving is amazing to me. So I was thinking about, you guys just sort of caught me there looking at one of my holdings there. But if you go down, some of these names that are just up so much, Ethereum's down 7% on the week.
It's pitiful.
So you got to think about that. Ripple is the one that's done real well. So, what's up with that? And then there's that Cardano 35 spot. So there's some pick and chooser spots. There's Shiba Inu. Obi was talking about, and it's getting closer and closer now. I don't know why Ripple was just so up there a couple days ago, but there's Dogecoin. Obi was saying that he wanted Dogecoin to take over spot 6 there. So it's getting pretty close. Yeah, Dogecoin to the moon. We got you over there. Obi there. It's not too far away.
It's close.
The market cap is right there. What was the market cap this morning? 3.2. So we're still hovering.
It was what was it? Bitcoin passed the Canadian dollar in terms of overall overall size and market cap, which is intense because Canada's not that big, but it just shows the overall market for crypto is.
I think there's still a lot of people underinvested because we had that poll, of which everybody was like. Still, in my opinion, a little underinvested there with crypto. But the thing is, guys, you guys can get into the pool. Are you ready to put your trading skills to the test? Join us at Trade the Pool and Trader TV Live as we have a stock trading competition. We've got some exciting prizes lined up for everybody, including a massive $160,000 extra buying power valuation for first place. All you got to do is win and you get $160K extra. We'll take that. And not only that, It's not just for first place, Neil. It's for the top 20 places right there. The competition kicks off December 2nd and runs through December 6th. And the winners will be announced shortly after that on the 9th. This competition is your opportunity to push your limits and see how far your skills can take you. Mark your calendars. Click on that link in description or scan that QR code right there to get all the details and join that exciting new offering from Trade the Pools. Sharif.
Shout out to Trade the Pool. All right, guys, unusual options activity detected here on GameStop. Not really a surprise there as it started moving quite aggressively during the midday, coming well off the highs right now, about 2.75%. Yeah, this article talks about 45 different options contracts or clumps of options contracts that they detected that were unusual according to them. About 51% of those were bearish, which kind of went against the thesis today with this one being up 2 2/3, guys.
In GameStop, sometimes GameStop just wants to go.
Never stops.
It
never stops.
Like obviously, it never has to make a ton of sense with GameStop or any meme stock in a general sense. But today, it's not an outsized move in GameStop, but it came really close. We were talking about that $30 break, which obviously it didn't happen. It got really close to breaking $30. $29.80, which was another. Almost to the penny. I think that was this July top there at $29.80, so maybe should have respected that $29.80 level a little bit more. And when it double tapped it, I was still holding on to the last 10% of that 28 quarter long and got out of it when it lost 28.15, tried a VWAP, which just came out. Now that you're underneath VWAP, it's on the back end of the trade. If anything, it feels like it's a little bit done. You actually could have got away with the old obviously short the thing that has no business going with it. Like AMC and GameStop aren't connected really anymore. And so when AMC finally started going and there was a double top on GameStop, when it failed a double top, like you had this all the way back into VWAP. It was 55 with a 57 top. So you could have been risking 2 or 3 cents to get it to now where it's 10. I think the trade sometimes, if you prefer shorting something that isn't going meme crazy, just if you happen to see this one go, like AMC go with GME, then maybe short the other one instead. GameStop underneath VWAP now. I don't think it's completely done. I think for at least the rest of the week, while it's consolidating around here above $28, give it a chance to maybe make this run at the 30 level. Because it still looks pretty good. Like it's trending. It's been trending since the end of October. It's consolidating a higher low. All it has to do is break out that 30 level, and then you got some real upside. Like the last of that roaring kitty nonsense was, I remember thinking it was 32.
Well, not nonsense, not nonsense.
Well, that call was nonsense.
That was the worst.
Look,
I lost money on it.
First of all,
I thought that was great entertainment. But
it was great entertainment, but we just basically sat there only trying to long the stock. And all you had to do that day of his stream, it wasn't a call, it was a stream. I don't know why I'm calling it a conference. It was a stream.
Oh, whatever you want.
All you do is go short. The second it was delayed, short it. Every single pop,
that was
shorted. And it was ridiculous because we were just buying every single dip. Well, I was buying a lot of the dips, maybe not every single dip that day. But could break the 30, and then some of those last meme levels in the mid-30s are there. So I do like this still at some point for a 30 break if it can get there. It's just not going to happen today.
SMCI is flushing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a big, a lot of props over there to my guy Fabian. He killed it with the Roaring Kitty costume at Halloween. So shout out to that. Okay, you just talked about GameStop and we can look at AMC and all that. I think the most important thing is you just want to have them up on scanners because once you scan through, you'll be able to see the ones that are doing the volume, right? And right now, DJT seems to be sleeping. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. Like if you're long this name, it's held $30 all day and kept on coming down and kept on trying to break and threatening the break and all this kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, it never did. And it's only in a 50-cent range. I don't think it's a great trading opportunity right now. But what I really like to see is this. This is a sloping up now 50-period moving average. So, if my wife was in the chat, she'd tell you I'm often wrong. But I wonder if this 26 at some point is going to be something down there. Like I want to maybe take a shot at this. if we drip into 26, 27, take a shot because, again, I just don't know what those stories are all about. That backstory, like, what's the next thing that they're going to do? We've already seen Rumble move up on talk of, like, owning all this Bitcoin. Like, all DJT has to do is say, yeah, you know what? We just had a meeting with Michael Saylor, and we really like his business plan, and this is what we're doing. We're just going to drop an offering of, $100 million, and that's just going to go all into Bitcoin and every single thing we own. Anyways, at the end of the day, I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but if there's any name that might rally on interesting news, it could be DJT, it could be GameStop.
Nice of you to say it that way.
And it could be interesting news. I'm not sure exactly where the news will come from, but that crystal ball of ours.
Well, there's this thing.
All right, Sharif's getting anxious over there because he clocked out 25 minutes ago, but because he's such a professional.
Will DJT...
Okay, keep
will
going.
Will DJT put any of their balance sheet, if they have cash on hand, will DJT put any of their balance sheet into Bitcoin?
If it says anything other than yes, and I don't know.
Why not ask Perplexity? It's what it says.
It might be too political for
I'm
Perplexity.
not even going to bother because if I put that into Perplexity, you're not getting an answer. So, it doesn't. Yeah.
Sharif said he loves Gemini. All right, back over to the.
What is it with you and Gemini? There's nothing wrong with Gemini, dude. Okay? Stop hating on Gemini. We all own Google stock, okay? Let's be real.
It won't answer you, Neil. That's the thing. It'll tell you, I don't talk about political figures. Here's the thing. All right, guys, Meta next here. Essentially flat, down 0.11. No major news headline today on Meta, but there was this. They did introduce AI backgrounds noise suppression for Messenger. So good luck there. Separately, they did tap former AI chief of Salesforce to lead out their enterprise push. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But flat, guys, ahead of those NVIDIA earnings. What I'll be looking for to see how much Jensen says on the call today that is being bought up from these hyperscalers, Meta including in that list.
Thing is being bought up. No, I believe in the process there of what NVIDIA is trying to do, obviously. And I think it's going to continue to be a winning name there at the end of the day. Meta, you had a huge run in that. I just want to you mentioned that I had a huge run. Just real quickly here, I just covered the TQs at 75. So right there, 75 and change. So we shorted it on VWAP once, twice, thrice, and however else you go, 5 times. Quint to the downside right there. So nice move back in. Now just finally covering, and I was saying this before, Randy, you often don't get another chance when you've missed it, and we're lucky enough that it held the 50 period and kept on coming down. This is going to be my P&L number 1, and it's not even close, really, with the TQQs. So, all right.
I remember that.
I didn't even look at Meta.
You said
today.
quint, and my first thought was like, I remember that a quince is a fruit. And the reason I know that is because white man can't jump. Yes. And then just to take it back to like something that actually matters, why in the heck was Rosie Perez even on that Tyson fight? I didn't even understand who they were bringing in.
I want whenever she started speaking.
I was like, what are we even doing? No, don't get me wrong.
It's not her accent. It's just she had nothing to say.
Nothing to say. You had 60 million viewers. Netflix, they knocked it out of the park. I'm not
We're
knocking
calling her
this.
like the first woman of boxing, and I'm like, first woman of boxing.
I'm like, why? I look for Rosie Perez, legend. White Man Can't Jump was unbelievable.
And she's like, I'm from Brooklyn. So is Mike Tyson. Oh my God.
Fly Girls.
This is crazy.
Legit. I'm not a hater. I don't understand why she was. Like Roy Jones, I get, even though, obviously he took a few shots here.
Best part was Evander Holyfield, man. He just had his glasses on. He was just like wondering how many shares of Netflix he's getting for this thing. He was just like hanging out.
That's what I'm saying.
He was trying to give his little thing there. Lennox Lewis. Yeah, Lennox Lewis is like, yo, man, we're trying to ask you some questions here. He's like, all right, man, yeah, just ask me the question. He's like, and anyways, it was hilarious. You obviously didn't see it, but it was.
Well, I didn't watch it live.
But you probably didn't see that interview.
There was a dude on one of my flights. I was flying on the way there, and I could overhear him talking to his wife about the fight.
Yeah.
Because we're all going to Europe, and he's like, and then she's like, you're going to get up in the middle of the night to watch that? He's like, yeah, it looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would have.
Just shaking that. I don't know. I wasn't interested enough to watch it live. I watched all the replays though. Meta, yeah, okay. So Meta, I'll give you the look on. I didn't see a trade today because if you missed the early move, like the early move down, and then the mean reversion, and then the breakout. We talked about that in the lesson of the day. And then now all of a sudden, it's just a VWAP type play here on Meta at 560. What is interesting to me about Meta is the slight trend that you've got pulling back in. So I've left this channel even though it broke out the channel and then came back in, the bottom of the channel has been holding on this pullback, which right now corresponds with 540 and corresponds with a prior high. So I'm looking at this 540 level as a buy spot here for Meta. And when we get down, I mean, I shouldn't say when, like if we get down there, there's a better way to think about it. I want to look for this channel to hold and start looking for like day trade, maybe even a swing. Whatever, I don't swing Meta. I'd probably just buy it and hold it. Let's be real. So day trade's down there at the 540 level. So I like leaving channels like that in. Then you get some confluence into this 540 level. So any push down, I don't know what's going to take us down there on Meta. But if we do see those 40s, I like the buy down there on this stock. It's flat today, unfortunately. But if you had it early, there was plenty of action in the morning on the stock. Just one quick update here. Crossing my fingers on this Mara chart that it's not going to be complete. Yeah, whatever. My Mara chart's going to give me issues. So apologies, I'm going to have some missing data on my Mara chart. It gave me an issue earlier. So I am short this one. This is not VWAP because it's missing data. This is the execution, but I can quickly show you here on the black chart, which is absolutely fine. There's the mean reversion trade. It's pulling into 22.6 and then bouncing at this prior key spot, 22.60 to 80. So if it breaks down from here, I want to wait for VWAP and then get it all out. Right now, I'm moving the trail. Well, the stop when I got the entry point was to the prior high. Now the trail is in just above break even, right in here, 23.10 on MARA. That's the only thing I'm in right now.
Oh, this is not. Oh, why isn't this playing on the big screen? Here it is. So here's my. So you know, not a concerned father here, but you know, school is on right now.
Well, it should
just let you know, and this is a hockey arena.
That's fine.
Okay, so yeah. So she got pulled from school because the Toronto Scepters is the PWHL hockey team, and she's wearing a Sarah Nurse sweater right here. And then coming up there's Sarah Nurse right here.
Worth it.
And no, she's already Sarah Nurse knows her name, and if she's going to say it here in a second. But at the end of there we go. See there she says. Anyways, that's what it's all about right there. And yeah, she's met all of and that's part of the best thing about this. She's met all of the hockey players, and especially being at where she plays, also Leafs, always crossing in there. So that's something special right there. I just wanted to share that with everybody. All right, so Meta again. I think Meta rips off. I mean, I think it just rips off of anything that NVIDIA says. Like if NVIDIA kind of talks about strength in the space there, we already know that what Meta's doing. Didn't they just buy like 100,000 of those? The other one there, unit there from NVIDIA, Hopper. Anyways, at the end of the day, Meta, I think, wins at the, they have that advertising business. I feel like there is a little bit of a moat around them as well. But the market hasn't been kind to a lot of these big cap names. So as long as, what I mean by all this stuff with NVIDIA is like, as long as NVIDIA can like just calm the waters, like everything is fine. We just had a bad thing from SMCI. AMD we see keeps going downside, right? ARM is falling a little bit. Some of these names are starting to give up some of the tops, right? We've looked at TSM, Broadcom. I mean, I think Broadcom's actually holding out okay. Intel's giving back a little bit, right? I mean, look at Broadcom. Nah, I'm wrong. So Broadcom from 186, sorry about that, 186. Look at this. This is a daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically 8 down days with a little see you later right there. But right to the downside. So NVIDIA needs to come and sort of like quell everything. And if it can do that, then I really think that Meta's a winner. So to me, a secondary play here would be long Meta if you also think NVIDIA is going to be fine. I think this could be the biggest beneficiary. So we'll see tomorrow. But let's think about Meta or NVIDIA beating, and then tomorrow we'll talk about how high up Meta is.
SMCI staved off getting delisted from the NASDAQ late Monday night when they did file the report. They had a decent day yesterday, down today. It was 11% here, 10.9%. No new catalyst for this one, but it looks as if, despite the fact that they didn't get delisted, they're not convincing a whole lot of analysts, is what this article is stating. Separately, after the bell today, we obviously get NVIDIA earnings. We're going to be all ears to hear what Jensen has to say about the reports of Blackwell, the GB or the B200 GPU. They're overheating when placed in a mass on a server. Obviously, Supermicro has that product. They put these chips together, string them together, and sell them as servers. So it should affect, obviously, some of their stocks. So we'll wait after the bell.
Well, in an interesting
Had a
coincidence,
huge move down.
it actually just went. A lot just happened on SMCI. It went SSR, so it went 10% down. Actually, more than that. It made a bottoming tail candle here off the 25 level. Then it broke the trend after the flat bottom break here at 25.80, and then closed back above it. So for myself, it's like an entry on the break of this high, giving it to this out, which is just underneath 25, to look for a reversion. Maybe we get to VWAP, certainly 26, 25.80 to 26, a bit of a target. So SMCI, look, they're not out of the water completely. I think the word I've been using is they've gotten a reprieve, meaning they're not at risk of like imminently getting delisted. But they still, like they had to show a plan of action to regain compliance, which is what they're doing. They've got a new auditor, so the pieces are in place for them. Obviously, the stock had been under a tremendous amount of pressure, and for 2 days had been looking good. Now you've had the down day pulling back. But what I like about it is yesterday's support was 25, and you're also SSR, and then a trend mean reversion here on SMCI. So it's just a mean reversion play. Like I said, I don't think they're out of the water. That is not the case whatsoever. There's still a tremendous amount of risk in this stock. I feel like all we talk about for them is the delist, but there's the index is getting dropped out of the indice, even if they remain listed. Like, there's a lot that can still go wrong here. Like, even if they stay listed, like, do we really think they're going to stay in the S&P?
Well, that's the thing that I don't
With all this, I don't completely know. I'm sure maybe
Why has
you
there
don't
not been
either.
anything talked about that?
Why is nobody saying anything about this? I would think that's a hot topic. How can a company, which is this investigation going on, and no one's talking about whether it'll be booted from the S&P just on that alone? It's only about the delist. Obviously, they come out of the index if they're delisted, but what if they stay in and there's still enough scandal and the price action or whatever just has them get removed? If that happens, I could see this making another leg down, but who knows?
Yeah, no, we mentioned that yesterday about like why is SMCI why is no one talking about the delist? Because the fastest added, then the fastest removed from the S&P 500. And I mean, tonight we have Snowflake, Palo Alto, we have NVIDIA. So there's more than just one name coming there tonight. There's a big gap right here. Like maybe I need to zoom this out just I can't. Maybe I'll change hold on a second. All right, let me see if I change this to a 10-minute. Actually, hold on. If I do that, I might crash everything out. I just want to see what this gap exactly look like. So that's 23.50, gap fill higher. Forget about those wicks. Gap fill to 26. So like that 26 breaker right there was quite the trade. It looks like, right? Like right into there. Like that's the trade right there. Oh, damn, shorty. That would have been a good one right there because that's the break you want, the gap fill down in. It's only moved $1. We could easily get that again, but that momentum is kind of what you want there on that break. Looks like it's trying to support it. And if you look back here, again, so not much going on there. I mean, that's 25. I guess you could call that a high. I am more concerned about these gaps here, as like the most recent ones. So that's 23.50. So I would think if you're trying to buy anything on SMCI, why not put some bids here between 24 and 24.50? That way you can play off of the 8th right here, these levels, which is 24.50. So you're getting long with some potential support there. And then I think ultimately you have your target area to get out at 23.50 if you're wrong. So I think that you're playing like for $1 or so worth of risk, 24.50 back into 23.50 or so, and then bang, right there back up to the upside. I really, really like that trade if SMCI gives it to you. So into here, into the long, let it try to fill the gap, only knowing that it has some kind of support right there, and then kablooey back up there to the upside. Or if we do get a flush, your stop is at 23.50. So as long as you don't, and again, the one thing that we have to say is if you are trading and you're live trading, then it's fine. But if this happens overnight and the market's not open and we break below this 23.50, you could open up the next day. Who knows? Like, what if BDO goes, okay, we had a look, and by the way, we're hard pass on being the auditor of this place? I mean, I don't know. Because this was just trying to say, like, you put all your eggs in one basket.
It's not like the previous auditor lasted very long in the first place.
How long? I don't know that story.
Was it a year? Was it even a year? It might not have been a year. I'd have to double check, but it was not a very long time.
Right.
So, I mean,
So
obviously,
there's something. I mean, obviously, when there's smoke, there's smoke, there's fire.
exactly.
Yeah, so
that's why I don't understand how no one's talking about them getting booted from the indices.
I'm sure they are.
They have to be, but why is it not a
going on
bigger
with
story?
NVIDIA, right?
Because somebody, if you're pushing for if you were the one that was pushing, SMCI needs to be added to the S&P 500. That's a hill that somebody probably died on, unfortunately for them. I saw a few people mentioning Netflix in the chat, and this is one I just wanted to quickly just go over Netflix, because I feel like Netflix, obviously great run, the Jake Paul fight, record views, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah.
They had some hiccups, but obviously they had some stuff to work through, and it's been making some fresh highs ever since. Today was a heck of a pullback day. However, I like the fact that remains to be seen. The day has still an hour and a half to go, so I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. But you had a rejected break. You held on a previous close. Now you're forming a wedge. You're essentially now finding support all over yesterday's highs on Netflix. If it can hold the line here and even just hold on to the 870, that would be a nice consolidation day, because it looked like this was going to go into a tailspin today on Netflix. It's worth watching. I know we don't trade it that often because we're always looking for it to split. But I do like the fact that it looked like it was going to completely fall apart, and is now catching a little bit of a bid here, holding over that prior high. So, that's kind of the thought on Netflix. Where is it? Yugo. Isn't the S&P 500 automatically selected by market cap? Well, they obviously, so there's a host of conditions that you have to meet to get into the S&P 500 when it comes to profitability and that kind of stuff, to become eligible to it. So I would be, and I don't know this for sure, I would be incredibly surprised if there weren't clauses in there regarding investigations and all stuff. Just because you're making a profit and you're a certain size doesn't mean you can have a ridiculous potential scandal and all this potential impropriety, and then there's no consequences for that. So I would wager that something like that exists, kind of like when an NFL player has, or any pro athlete in their contract, they've got some clauses in there that doesn't matter how many yards you're gaining. If you're breaking the law, maybe you lose some of that money. So again, I'm just curious why no one's talking about it, because I would think it would be a topic, and I think it would weigh heavily on the stock. Just want to quickly point out, I'm going to go back to Mara for a second, because I just saw this on IBIT. IBIT bouncing back into VWAP. So VWAP sits 53.60. I don't know, that'll probably be 94,000 maybe, around there. So while that's happening, Mara, I'm going to have to keep using this 15-minute chart so we're not missing bars, is bouncing off some of those lows. So Mara didn't quite get to VWAP, but getting very, very close to it. So I've moved the trail now into 22.65 in here, just off of this level on MARA, which does, actually I didn't, because I didn't cancel my other stop. You can't have two at once. So I have now moved the trail into here on Mara, because Bitcoin is making that bounce play. And I don't want it getting to VWAP. Mara's been pretty strong, it's up 13%. So again, just a mean reversion type play. Done it a couple times here on Mara. Obviously going long Mara would have been better. I mean, anybody can see that, but it is what it is. I'd rather play a mean reversion than chase a move that I don't like the prices that you're chasing it to. So we just got to 25.50 on SMCI. I'm not going to redraw that trend line, because I feel like if I do, I'm going to try to save it again, whatever. I might crash. So 25.60, next stop. You do have, VWAP is in there, but remember, this was a trend break off of the flat bottom here at 25.80. So 25.80 to me is the target on this move. And I tried it earlier with a tight stop. This was a trend inversion that I'd give to VWAP. I want to hold this one into VWAP, because you're playing it off of these lows, and there's no other resistance other than it coming into VWAP at 26.60. In this particular case, because the trend break happened off of this flat bottom here at 25.80, then I want to make sure that that is my target area to get that mean reversion in on SMCI. So it was SSR, now only down 9.5%. But obviously, a little bit of a bounce play here for SMCI.
All right. So I'm not just going to talk about the same stocks all over the place. So I was going to go over to NVIDIA, but I just wanted to quickly say the TQs has obviously made their move back. We kept on talking about getting those bottoms. So now we're at now we're at a reload spot, and we just got it. So right there at the 50 period, at the 200 period moving average, that's a good little spot there. But these lines are in the wrong order. It's not supposed to go 50, 200 VWAP. So that was a huge move to the downside. We took it off VWAP. We got out at past support. Now we're trying it one more time, but my stop is right here. So we're going to take like pretty much like 20%. We added back on. So it's not going to be a huge trade. If it falls in, great. But the momentum's clearly shifted, and now the NASDAQ wants to go back up to the upside. Now, that's another reload. My stop is 70. It's already in right now, 75.82. Breaking that level. That level is 75s. So, and that's just VWAP. Pretty simple right there. This is the NASDAQ. Now, why is the NASDAQ going up? Well, pretty much the missed trade, and I honestly think it was pretty easy, was NVIDIA down there. It's really ridiculous that I don't have this. I have the 143s right here. Why do we not have the 143 again? Was not sitting there. Was not paying enough attention. We're doing the rundown. Is it an excuse? Yeah, of course. But I mean, that's a great level there. We want to get long. All we've been writing all week is like get long into these earnings and everything like that. All we were was long today, and it went down right into the bottom of the day. So yeah, that should have been a long. On that note, shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? I mean, anybody can look at a chart and say that kind of stuff. I was thinking, now, so Micron's starting to go right now. Now, the thing is that I thought this was a really aggressive move, up $1 on Micron. We're just up $1 on NVIDIA as well. Now, I know NVIDIA is a $140 name, but I don't think these are the same company, and not only, they're not even in the same business, really, as this is a DRAM. If you get to 98, like I was debating building into a short, and I think we could probably do it just to watch out what happens at 98. Like we had a huge move down, then a rally and a stop at 97.85, down again, and then another stop right there at 98, down again, this time at VWAP, and now we're trying to break higher. So if NVIDIA continues to move up, that's great, but all eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. If we can sneak in with a little bit of a short there on Micron in and around this level, I like that trade. So that would be something that we could work our way into right now. Why is Google's...
It was a super chat for NVIDIA, actually.
Oh, is there? Am I in the wrong chat? I don't even see that. What's up, Ken Azah? Join NVIDIA, Katina, man. Yeah, maybe I will. Just quickly here, I'll get to this. Is it for me or just you're going to do it?
It was in general. So it's
okay, yeah, you can take it just because I don't see it. Just hold on. Google right here, another name, kind of barcode nation right now, but underneath VWAP. So I just want everyone to note, like, the futures are making a move up. I still think the best play is to short the futures. I am short it, and I just took it, and we could lose on it. But it's just, it gives you that little bit of a cover here. If you're not in it, you could wait to VWAP. I think that might be the right play, and then give it up to this top right there. So that would be a trade to get into if you're looking short now. I'm just trying it one more time, and maybe now that I see that top, that's just too far up. On the TQs, a triple levered. I don't want to go up to 76.70 there. That's $1, so that's a pass for me. But at the end of the day, we'll try it right now against VWAP. It just kind of bounced off of it, so we'll see where we can go now. But that would have been a much better trade than where we're in. So now we're pulling back in. Now we're reflat on the reload, and now let's see where we can go on the TQQs.
Yeah, so I mean, it was just this
couple trade ideas.
VRO's trades. Thank you for the super chat there. I actually didn't see exactly when it came in, but I did see the note that we had maybe missed it. So it might have been when we were doing the rundown. Apologies. Sometimes we're going through things and we miss it, but we can always just go in here to fan funding. Earnings, NVIDIA, you've got calls 147 for post earnings. I mean, up or down. Like I'm never like a guesser in terms of where earnings are going to go. You know, we're not here to give you investing advice. You know, we're basically here to give you our ideas of what we see on the trade, what we think the chart looks like, and that type of thing. What I can tell you is, I don't have that thing up again. Oh, there it is. Okay, I can quickly. Here's what I'm looking at for NVIDIA earnings. And again, this is just what I'm looking for. Part of the reason why it was down 6% is the expectations are always pretty big. And I know they make a bunch of money, and it's going to be always overwhelming, look at the revenue numbers and all that good stuff. But it was the earnings surprise had been declining in terms of how big they were beating on EPS. That was one of the factors. You weren't getting as much wow factor, and so you had the 6% to the downside. A reversal of that trend, like if they were to beat EPS and be back in the double digits, and I think you're going to fly. But again, that's just reactionary. I look for things after the fact. To me, if this comes back and it's like 15, 20% beat, and the revenue's good, and they say all of the right things, then NVIDIA is going to break the all-time high, break that 150. That's what I'm looking for. But as far as going into it, I think you're just guessing at this point. You know, like I don't know. If I knew whether that was going to reverse the trend, then I would be in calls myself. But I just don't know. In the chip space, because it's adjacent to it, I mean, SMCI is more of a reversion type trade and a gimmick. AMD at VWAP if we get there. And it's an if. I mean, AMD at VWAP pretty much all day long. I don't have a great excuse for not being in it off of this VWAP in here. At the time, I discussed why I didn't make the reload there in the morning show. Like, that was a judgment call based on what I thought the market was doing and how strong some of the move back up was. I just wasn't feeling it. I thought the market was pretty strong. But here, I think it's a different story. We get to VWAP on AMD, the 137, already resistance, then I'm going to like that play. Just one more note on SMCI. You're going to see a lot of size on the offer. And just keep in mind, sometimes if you're watching level 2, when you see the size pile up, it's like people that are trying to short up here can be following it down, and they're trying to hit the bid and they can't. So it'll just kind of stack up to a point at which they can get filled. Something like that happened at that 2580 level. It came all the way down to like 2560. There was a bit of a dump, and then it held on. I'm now trailing. I want my out at 2580, but I'm now trailing it underneath this 2550. If it loses it again, I think it could just be headed back into the low. Again, don't think SMCI is out of the water. I'll go 1 for 2 on it, no matter what on this one, because the first trade was a loss, and then the second trade we're able to grab for the win. But there was just somebody chasing it down for like 350,000 shares that eventually did get filled, but it was more of an SSR thing. It was either trying to get filled, can't hit the bid. They eventually got filled, massive candle reaction. So I'm going to get out if it loses 25.50 here. Don't want that person jumping back in here again and trying to dump it.
Trade is massive. Yeah, look, I mean, Rob EV in the chat was just like, where do I think NVIDIA is going heading into earnings? And the thing is what I said is, I feel like we're 1 hour away from the imbalances, and then, you know, like, you can scalp it back and forth, and that's not really positioning, right? So I would just say, like, you could see a monster imbalance come through here on NVIDIA, and this thing move $1 either way easily. So I just think that's in the playbook for that. So I don't know if I would position myself for earnings. You just have to think, do you think they're going to beat or miss? And I mean, then just buy whatever options or whatever, if you're able to buy shares or NVDLL or NVDL.
I think it's,
is that the right one? I don't know.
NVDL.
NVDL. Okay, yeah. So a little bit cheaper there. NVDL. So
yeah,
this will, yeah, so $79. So a little bit cheaper there, half the price. You can, you know, get double the move, double your fun on NVDL. So that could be something there. For many of you, if it's in your appetite, in your wheelhouse there, instead of options, you can grab some NVDL. All right, Micron, that was going to be a trade for us that could hit very soon if this kept on coming back up to the upside. So it gets to 97.70, close enough, man. We didn't take it though. We're waiting for 97.80s into that 98 level. So if that comes through, then yeah, man, we'll take that. But for right now, I thought the risk for NVIDIA, like if I could be positioned, I would just try to play off some of the levels that we already have. So that would be 43 there, short underneath VWAP, and just try to scalp it. But for me, a little too dangerous. Okay, here we go. Now the market's trying to come back in a little bit. Let's see if we can fall. I don't know what's going to happen, but we just shorted 69s. We talked, or sorry, right here, my bad. We just shorted 59s and just covered a little bit of it there. Let's see if we can now break lower. That was a keystroke. I thought we had 69s. We don't. We had 59. So I was trying to take a dime. We didn't. So now we'll wait to see if we can get back down here. I don't have any more bids actually on this name, so so be it. So hopefully we'll be able to get something off here lower. So that would be a call. I think the 50 period is a good one there. 75.30 maybe coming into play there for the TQs. And if you guys shorted off of VWAP right there, then that was a pretty good trade. So that's what we're doing there. The next thing would be, I mean, I'm just looking at some of the scanners. I mean, here's the hot list trade rate for you right now. And we talked about being with E-Signal. So AMD, hot mover here. I'll bring down a chart just so we could see. So this is going to be the chart right here to my right. You're going to see all the movement. So there's AMD, nice little pullback in. This is a 1 minute chart. You see the move down right there, you know, helping us with hopefully this futures trade. And then there's MSTR. I mean, we could keep on talking about that. It's a brand new 52-week high today, as indicated by E-Signal. And as you can see right now, it's at 480s. So forget about 449 as a 52-week high. That's gone. There's that QSI. I mean, it looks like that's going to continue to be something here in the stock. So we'll have to look at QSI there, up to 150, another breaker. Nice move right here, some trades going through. So this is pretty cool, man. The trade rate, this is what I use for that. It's like SMCI. So what it is just going to be updating. See that? That's a warrant. So anything, any random name, I don't really look at, but like Broadcom right now moving, QSI, Palantir, DIDI, I guess, moving around, AMD moving, Mara moving, Spiders moving. So yeah, it's kind of cool to do this, and that's the scanner that I'm looking at all the time. So if you guys are wondering, we talked about it, that's an e-signal product. And I think these trade rates and these hot lists are very much available all over the place. So, grab them with whoever you're with. But I obviously like it through e-signal. So that's what we're doing right there.
Great product.
Yeah, great product. And then hopefully the TQs can continue its move a little bit lower. I'll actually put down now 10% down here at 50. Maybe we can get a fill. Oh, we just got a 55 fill. All right, but we're going to put one at 50, get a little bit lower here on these futures. And then maybe that'll be the trade that we hold into the close. But it's working out so far. IBIT back to flat.
Yeah, there's a good question in the chat I want to get to for Jam Lossy. But then on the NVDL, there is NVDX. If you're not in the chat, by the way, it's a subscribers only chat. So make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe as well if you want to be involved in the chat. Some great questions in there. And there was a clarification. NVDL is 1.5 times, NVDX is 2x. It's obviously even cheaper, but I don't think it has quite the liquidity. I think NVDL has a little bit more liquidity. But that's just a distinction between the two. There are a couple of options. I did trail out of SMCI underneath the 2550. It is bouncing, and I was asked to elaborate on what I meant by someone said the bid stacking, but it was the offer that was stacking. The stock is short sell restricted, meaning if I wanted to short it, then and I wanted to do it by hitting the bid, so therefore taking those bids out and entering a short position, the last print has to be an uptick or you can't do it. So if it's just sell, 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 all red ticks like you're seeing here, and see how the offer just starts stacking up when it's all red, and then now they can get filled when it's green. So you'll see it stack up, and it was just 50,000 there, but what if it had kept going down, and it goes down another 5 cents, and it's still all red, and that 50,000 turns into 60, 70,000, like it could just be more and more until the point at which it finally gets an uptick, and then they all get printed, they get those fills coming back in. So you'll see that with an SSR name, and you'll think, oh my goodness, massive seller, but a lot of times they've been following it down the entire way. So you can get like a relief push back up. That's what a candle like this can sometimes mean. And so to me, like if it was getting back underneath 2550, where that buying pressure finally took it out, I don't want to be in that long anymore because I feel like that's pretty bearish. Like if it relieved the pressure and then still lost underneath that price, then I want to get out of the way. But that's all it is. It's someone that's trying to actively get short by hitting that bid. The offer it just gets posted to the offer and repriced to the offer because you can't hit the bid till there's an uptick. And if it just keeps going down, sometimes it just stacks and gets bigger and bigger as it glides a little bit lower. So that last move in the market up, well, yeah, that MAR chart is doing this thing. All right, it is what it is. MAR is getting pretty close into VWAP in here. Well, check that. That is VWAP. But this is prior support or resistance at 2285. VWAP's wrong on that chart, but it is this level in here, 2285. So I'm going to get out of the trade if it busts that level. This chart is giving me those issues. And then AMD never gave anything close to VWAP. You can forget about it. AMD just might not see VWAP for the rest of the day. It's too weak. Going to have to look for some other level. I guess 136.5 has been a bit of a thing. Maybe the 136 will provide a lower high, but it's just a trend short now on AMD pretty much the entirety of the day. And there was someone in the chat saying AMD is a tremendous opportunity in the long term. They capture some market share. I don't disagree with that. But the trend has been pretty clean to the downside. What I'm looking for, and actually Adam DeLuce was messaging me about this because he was looking for a different long. This is not going to be the best looking trend line because I'm just doing it kind of dirty. It's in this channel. If it breaks the bottom of the channel, wait for the August lows. If it closes above the top of this channel, that's when I want an AMD long. I want it when it's getting out of this doldrums, and if I'm late to the move by 10% to confirm that it's out of that channel, then so be it. I'm fine with that. But for now, it just keeps on sliding down. The bottom test is a badly drawn low. It was probably closer to 130 here because I didn't really draw the bottom of that very well. But as you can see, that's the channel I'm looking for. I'm more concerned when it breaks that high as opposed to try and grab it on the bottoms.
Taking a little bit of profit now on the TQs as we fall back in, and IBIT starting to go back upside. Donald J. Trump during his first presidency emphasized that a strong America must not depend on foreign adversaries for critical minerals essential to our nation's economic and military strength in the 21st century. Aligning with this vision, Military Metals is emerging as a global powerhouse in the antimony space, crucial for defense and military applications. With past producing assets in the US, Canada, and Europe, Military Metals is poised to secure these vital resources domestically. Don't wait too long. The story is heating up fast. We'd like to thank Military Metals for letting us know all about their offering. Go trade them right now on the CSE, OTC, or FSE right over there in London. So they also had that release this morning that Brendan had talked about as well. So thank you for all of that. All right, so we were just talking a little bit about IBIT there. You know, 94, I think we can go long on this break. So that's 53.80. Let's see if we can rally into the close. I'm going to put a bid to get more of this position. Obviously, I have 2% of this position on. We've talked about that. I'm getting more. If we break this high right here, let's get all this garbage out of here. That's nice. That's nice. I mean, I would love to get long down here. We could put a bid also at 53.20. Maybe that will hit right into there. We could put a bid at 53.20, but I also think a bid right here to break out of 53.80 is also in play. We're just entering it's just 3 o'clock now. I don't want to be like too afraid of saying, oh, these imbalances are coming. What am I going to do? That's still a ways away. I don't want to panic with that. But yeah, I think there's a possibility here that we can get some love on IBIT. I mean, especially heading into that close, breaking through 94 and then reaching for 95. That's very, very possible. So that's 53.82 or so. That'll be a level for us. So whatever, I'll find it exactly, but it looks like 82. So we'll probably take a break of 85. I always round up. I don't know. I might as well just use the exact number. What's the difference? And then down into there, 53.20. I like that against this low of 53s, 53.08. So that's a little bit of a level there, something that we're looking for. I'm not going to talk about NVIDIA over and over again. I'm just always going to check back on it. This is what it's doing. And then check back in our trade for Micron, which we were pennies away from a 30-cent winner, but pennies doesn't count when you don't get that fill. We were waiting for 97.80s. It goes as high as 71s. I don't know. So a little bit away from that. But we did do a good job capturing more profit here, as this is the trade that we've been in. The only trade that we've been in since this afternoon, since we've been on the air, is this one, the TQs. We've been getting in and out of it, watching out for IBIT. Maybe a Tesla trade could come into play at some point here today as well. I'm just keep on looking at these. If there's anything like new that comes in, we'll definitely get that to you. Right now, Uber. Oh, I tweeted out today also, if you follow here, and we can just go over some more content if you want, but we tweeted out here that where was it? Where that's SoFi, I don't even know where it is. Anyways, I tweeted out that I added to there it is right here. Just added to my long-term position in Uber. So we did add some shares to our Uber holdings right there.
I wrote down,
so we did that as well. So, but anyways, that's what I'm doing for right now. Other than that, yeah, just waiting. I like that IBIT trade. So I think this could come in. Hopefully it does. If there's any other names that you guys want either of us to look at, we have Palo Alto, PanW. I mean, I think
Snowflake as well. Yeah. Very quickly, I just want
to,
because a couple of things. I did, like I said, I was going to get out of MAR if it broke. So I'll show you. Whoops, I put that Zeta stock up, or Zeta. Actually, I don't even know how you pronounce that one. But Mara did break this 2280 level here. So I got out. And it's a mean reversion trade, but it's making some lower highs. Again, that's a very specific setup. If you're playing it off support and resistance is now at $23.50 at that high. But there was this ZETA or ZETA, or Canadian, so we're supposed to say Z. It is halted. The news was that a forensic review finds Zeta global practices sound and financial statements accurate. I mean, so that's good. Obviously, I'm going to make an educated guess that then when this came out, I wasn't necessarily here. When the pressures came in, there were $36. It went down to $16. Seems like it was already making a bit of a bounce going in here, but I guess some confirmation. Well, anyways, a forensic review. I shouldn't say confirmation. A forensic review showing that that their practices are sound. It's now halted. Presumably, this was at $36 and went to $16. It's now halted at 24, pretty much right. What are you going to do? Like, it's more or less in the middle of the range. Don't know when it's going to open up. Clearly, this was news related, and it's not a volatility halt. So like anything, where is it? Where is my trade halts? There, right there. And like anything here, I don't even see it yet it hasn't even hit the scanner yet. But usually if it's a news halt, there's not going to be an obvious time right away, like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. You'll just usually see it pop up, but it hasn't even hit the halt scanner yet. When it does, you'll see a resumption when the news is disseminated, but that is the news. If you happen to be in the stock, then you can go to NASDAQ Trader, and then just check out that halt page, and then see if you're able to find out when it is going to reopen. So seemingly good news for them. Again, I wasn't here when the stock tanked, but...
Which stock?
No, the Zeta stock. I guess last week it dropped to like 50%, so I'm guessing it was probably like some kind of like a short seller report on it, would be my guess, and then now they had someone look at the books and say that they are quote-unquote okay.
Ah, the books are okay, huh? All right. I feel like whenever someone's saying the books are okay, it's like, all right,
like,
why are you even saying that, my guy? All right, so
you have to say it.
Yeah, you gotta do something. Well, you gotta do something. You want to be starting something, Down there, Force, we just got out at 50s. We actually got 49s there. I just went over to TQs. I was like, what's going on here? I saw the net just go up a little bit. So we tried to take some profit out there. I'm not reloading this at all. I almost think that the NVIDIA could carry us into the close right there. I would kind of stamp a 144 long if you guys want to take that, to be honest with you. I don't hate on that play at all. We are getting ready to get ramped up a little bit here on this play, 53.50 for IBIT, or 53.80, sorry, coming in. So I'm going to put that in right now, 53.83 break, 53.80. We'll only cross up like 2 pennies. I don't know. If it rips, and we'll miss it, but I don't think we'll miss it. So right there, we'll just cross up 2 pennies on a breakthrough. So we do have that order to go in right here. If it does break, I don't even have a low bid in yet. I'll probably stay away from that. I'm favoring longs into this NVIDIA report. So I'll stay with that thesis and just try to look for some longs. I know I'm short the futures, which is why I'm trying to get out here. And again, we don't have a very big position left. We have about 20%. We sort of talked about that. We did reload there, but I was only reloading 20%, and we were almost out. And now we've gotten more out there. So, we don't display the share sizes, but to tell you that we have about that much left. So whatever you guys' positions are. We are not allowed to hold anything overnight, so there's that. So, yep, we won't be able to do that.
We have to get flat.
What's up to 2 NY cent?
Unless you get caught in Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, I mean, you could get caught. I mean, you could honestly.
Well, I mean, it happens.
Yeah, the thing about earnings is it's a wild west thing sometimes, and for us, because we're on a prop floor, it's not really worth the risk. Like I could take. I'm responsible. But at the end of the day, there's other traders that would take like 5,000 shares, hold it overnight. If it wins, great. And then if it loses, well, that's trading. So you gotta be careful. We cannot manage risk, obviously, outside of intraday hours.
Yeah, because I mean, at that point, like you have a daily loss limit on a prop floor. Well, I mean, all that's out the window when you start holding something overnight on earnings. Like forget about it. Like intraday, if you're trading NVIDIA, I was just gonna talk about PanW, so my chart's on that one. But if you're trading NVIDIA, if you have a stop or you have like a loss limit of $1,000, it hits a certain level, you get stopped out, there's going to be plenty of liquidity. Even at its worst, you're going to get a reasonable fill and have some reasonable percentage of your day loss limit. Overnight, anything can happen. And I was only saying that about Spirit Airlines. I was joking around because in the afternoon, it did get halted while I was in it, and it didn't open until the next day. So obviously, in the case like that, there's nothing you can do about it. But we talked about some of the earnings. And we are also going to get Snowflake and Palo Alto. By the way, Palo Alto is to the upside this afternoon. I love you, PanW. We have a love-love relationship with PanW. CrowdStrike's doing well too, but I like these guys better. Making a nice retreat. I love it when resistance turns into support. There's nothing more beautiful on a chart in an uptrend when you have a massive prior high bounce almost exactly off it. Now, anything can happen. Its expected move is certainly large enough that it could lose 380 in a heartbeat. But the fact that you're bouncing there, I like that sign on Palo Alto. So it's been trending to the upside. I'm not going to take a trade in Palo Alto. Like the only two things that we're in since we came back on are Mara. That's actually moving. The mean reversion worked. GameStop, the mean reversion. Well, it wasn't really a mean reversion. It was like a bounce play off of VWAP. That didn't work, and now GameStop tried to hold that 28. And then the third one was SMCI, which I think I might have got out of too early. But again, I gave you the reason why I was getting out of it. And sometimes that big seller that came in, and when the pressure got relieved, it retook 25.50 downside. I wanted out. Well, it's still bleeding back to the upside and did get to 25.80. So SMCI, and the reason that I like that trade, it was just this mean revert. From the flat bottom break, this is the same support area, 25.80 that I was playing along off earlier. When that broke, it trended down, bottoming tail candle on volume, and then breaks the trend line, closes above, long into prior resistance. I love that setup, and every time I don't take it, I hate myself. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I was talking to Obi, and this morning, it'll be hard to see if I zoom this out too far, you're not going to be able to see it very well. But I actually had target pegged and keystroked the stop. It holds 121, reverts the trend. I have the entry at 121.5. But then don't put the stop underneath the even dollar level, and it goes all the way to VWAP. But that's a one and done trade. Like once I've missed my spot, and by the time it's happened, it's already back up, then I'd have to violate, I'd have to go into it at 122, which is not the price that I'm looking for by the time it did the snap back in. So I got to slap the fail on myself for that. Because it was a good SSR bounce here on target. It was really good. But again, stop placement is critical there. Really, I was meaning to risk over 50 pennies, probably 75, 80, and ended up not risking that. And then the re-entry, I would have had to travel too far for it. Target down 21%.
Nice.
Obviously not good. But I think you were saying, and I agree with it, the simple fact that Walmart didn't catch a stray here and is green is fantastic. That's a great sign because it could have stayed down on sympathy, but all it did is catch a bit at that $86 level, which... By the way, remember we were just talking about this? Support turning into resistance or resistance turning into support? There's the prior resistance on Walmart at $86. Where did it bounce the last couple of days at the open? $86. That's what strong stocks do. If they're trending up, you want to see that prior resistance turn into support, and that's what Walmart's giving you in spades.
Yep. We talked about that earlier. I always thought that was going to be the good trade, was the Walmart long, but don't have it. So. All right, yesterday I bought some, I should have tweeted this out. We talked about it on the show. I bought some XBI, some more XBI. So down there, I think we got a decent fill yesterday. It was in and around, it was better than it was today. And we were up to $94 today. We had a much better bid going on right now as well. As just some of these names that, again, been a little bit beat up, start to catch a little bit more here in the market. So we'll just wait to see if there is going to be more love for XBI. But I kind of like the name. Again, a name that could be benefited from the hopefully many M&A opportunities that start to come through the regulation and or lack thereof, and maybe they'll stop some of these, stop preventing them from going through. So I could see that being a beneficiary there as some constituents of the XBI potentially get bought out or get stronger by buying out different projects and whatnot. So again, I kind of like that play there. So I averaged into that one. And then Uber, we talked a little bit about that as well. So Mike, Ron, just waiting for that to come through. No, not. I'm just checking on what iBit's doing. No, not. iBit's getting close. Actually, that was an 80 break if that can come through. I did see someone in the chat say, hey, what about YPF? I don't know much about his name, but this is a Chinese name. It's an ADR here. So again, if you're into this kind of stuff, great. But pretty random here for me to trade a name. But this has really gone off here. YPF. Let me find out what the name exactly is here. As more of you guys are looking at some of these, this is I think it's a social.
This isn't Chinese.
This is Sociedad.
It's Argentinian.
Oh, it's Argentinian. Okay. Because it had Y there, I sort of thought maybe.
Not that I knew that off by heart.
No, you have it.
No,
there.
it's I'll give a shout out. I'll give a plug to Trade Ideas for it because they put a nice little flag in the information section so that I can just pretend that I knew that. You don't know about YPF, Sociedad Anonima?
Yeah, I knew it was an ADR of some sort.
Yeah, definitely.
I did assume it was. What is that? A social? What does it say when you go to? Do you have the profile there, or you don't?
I don't.
Right to the right on the tab, right there.
If you go here,
over. No, right there.
Oh,
up.
This.
Nope.
Oh, this.
Up.
One.
Nope. Up. Right. Oh, to the right. Profile. What does it say?
Okay, petroleum and coal manufacturing.
Okay. Oh, what?
So energy and manufacturing.
Okay.
And
I saw social there. I thought it was one of those social.
And it's doing this on the daily chart.
See, there you go.
Really?
Something is funny there. So we'll wait to see what's up with that stock. But
stock is wild.
You don't own that stock? Come on, man.
Obviously not. Yeah. Okay. That's Yeah,
if you're not in IPF or YPF, what are you in? You know, I mean, that
that?
was one of the things that we always talked about around the dinner table.
My energy
Why are you
stocks
not
are-
in YPF? Like, I don't know. EWZ for Brazil.
in Chevron.
Oh yeah, you know what? There is. Okay, you're XLE for some reason.
What's going on with that?
I'm gonna double check what the constituents of XLE are. Constituents.
Speaking of, just on a weird segue to CVX. Well, I'm only whatever, just because I was thinking about this one, and then support turning into resistance. CVX, and this is a leg that I'm actually watching myself. I am in it, candidly. I've been a buyer at the 141 level on this stock. I have it in my long term. But it's just stair-stepping to the upside. When you talk about the big rejection levels, 162 is the next big rejection level, and it's putting in a higher low into this. So breakout from 162 on Chevron, I think gets it to this 166. It could happen, I don't know, imminently, but who knows. Sebastian in the chat, and you learn something every single day. Neil and Sean, all in Argentina stocks are like that. All of them. Okay. I mean, I don't know. It's the first one.
All hail Argentina.
So why don't we play? That's the first thing I'm thinking about. What, they all look like that when they start trending?
You didn't know that?
It can't be that easy. Nothing is ever that easy.
Come on, Neil.
But you're good to know.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And like I said, sometimes you just got to know. And there's so many more names other than all these tech names. I mean, I think that's the one thing that we can all sort of hold true. It's like someone said, look at the EWZ. That's going to be Brazil. I mean, there's going to be opportunities here as well. This is pulled. Look at the Brazilian. I mean, Argentina and Brazil. What is this? A battle of monster soccer nations? I mean, this is going one way. I don't know. What is the ETF for Argentina? I don't even know.
No, it's probably just in
Chile a nightmare over there is like, why are we not talking about Chile here? But
it's probably just in EW.
Oh yeah, because Chile lost to Canada. Sorry about that in soccer there. I don't know what was going on with the CONCACAF right there. Okay, so the largest holdings here. The funny thing about all this is, yeah, exactly. Taking over. All right, so I can't wait till the Raptors get that Cooper Flag guy. From Duke. He's supposed to be.
Happen, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't wait.
Duke's got another good guy.
Look at what's going on right here with this. This is very interesting. XLE keeps popping off to the upside, so that was making me think what exactly are some of the holdings? Because Neil just went over Chevron, and you could see, although it's been holding, there's some good dividends involved here. XLE also a 3.2% dividend. So as a lot of these names start to go back up to the upside, you could see XLE sort of outpacing a lot of these names. It also has XOM involved in it. So as an ETF, here it is right here. These are the top. I'll zoom in here, get going there. There you go. That makes sense. This is just from Yahoo. So XOM, CVX. So it's the big ones already in there, plus ConocoPhillips, Williams Companies, EOG Resources. I mean, we can read it as it goes on, but at the end of the day, hey, man, it's performing real well. And if you like oil, get a mix up right there in the XLE. So we really like that, paying that 3% dividend. And again, just really extending itself upside right now, trying to break out. It still has 100 in its sights. I think it probably gets there. So for the dividend, kind of like that play.
Shout out to Stefan here in the chat.
Yeah, what's up, Stefan?
There is an ETF, and it's aptly named ARGT.
Yeah.
So there you go. Sometimes it's not that complicated. I don't know. I feel like in the back of my mind,
it's very simple sometimes.
Probably should have guessed that one, but it is what it is. We missed out.
I mean, this never more true than that. The more you know.
Grew up on that. But the ETF does look pretty impressive. When it trends, it trends. And look at that one. So Brazil down, Argentina up. And if that's how it is, I saw some people say things like insider trading and all that good stuff, or bad stuff, depending on how you look at it, as for the reason why sometimes that happens. But you know what? If you have access to it and it's moving, who cares? Sometimes. Obviously, that's a great looking opportunity. I don't know anything about that stock, but the trend up is pretty impressive. And when you get breaks and entries that you can find that make sense, I think all the more power to you. SMCI is starting to pull back in here. That area where you had the big seller, 25.5, it's catching the same bid at 25.40. So if it can do another one of these bottoming tail wicks, maybe hold this 25.50, show some green above it, I might look for a re-entry with a stop under the 40 level. That would be the next play. It's really just looking at that in Mara, which, oh yeah, that chart. That's not going to be VWAP on Mara. Mara still can't seem to hold above 23 even. So I'm looking for another potential fail. What I have my eyeballs on here is IBIT at VWAP. If IBIT can't break this out and it loses VWAP, and you've got this lower high, another lower high on Mara to play off of, that'd be the look. Like a failure here underneath this 53.8 and then trying to play the 23 level off of Mara. So I'm still looking at the same two stocks, SMCI and Mara. I mean, technically 3, but AMD is allergic to going up. So therefore, shorting pops has been non-existent in this stock. I thought VWAP, it went halfway. I thought, okay, let's go halfway again. It's not going anywhere. So just playing the patience game with regards to AMD. This is one that is going to move tonight. You know, in the aftermarket show, when we're watching NVIDIA live, I promise you I'll pull up a few other chip names. AMD is going to move.
Yeah.
We don't know what NVIDIA is going to do, but it is going to move around some of the others. The Qs are going to go, the SPY is going to move, AMD is going to move, SMCI is going to move. You name it. I mean, TSLA. Like, they're all going to start going all over the place.
I really think every single stock in the NASDAQ 100 probably has something to do with NVIDIA. And probably, I told you, I think Meta is going to be the biggest beneficiary of a good quarter. I think AMD goes, I mean, I actually think a great quarter is going to be bad for AMD. So we'll see. Just because AMD ain't playing in the same playground as these guys.
They're not.
And if they start showing like the demand for this Blackwell, I mean, I think it pushes people away from AMD. Now, I mean, I think it's great for the whole sector. I don't think if NVIDIA's up 10%, AMD ain't going to be red. But I don't see that. We've sort of talked about in the past some of the correlation between those two stocks, and they're not as strong, I don't think, as we may think. So, yeah, good play there for sure. All right, so we got out. We're about to get stopped out of the TQs. And again, we talked about what we're holding here. I'm completely fine with this. I did like the move longer into the close, as we had mentioned on there for NVIDIA, just because but again, huge move up there. You could have shorted the 200 period. At the same time, it's still in the same situation. Are you hearing this right now?
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
So it's not moving too crazy here, but they're just saying that the Boeing CEO has met with President Trump and something about tariffs not being very good for Boeing. So I don't even know, like, is that a threat? Like, I don't really know what exactly that means. I guess we'll find out at some point what exactly that means. But for right now, Boeing kind of unaffected
not
there.
Moving, though.
No, just trying to give you guys the news of what we're hearing right now.
I was looking at, like, I heard that and I was like, oh, is this going to be a punch short?
You never know what to do with it.
On Boeing, but it doesn't look like a punch short. If anything, it's starting to go up. It's like you got resistance here, 146.60. The first thing I did is throw a stop in above here in case it was looking like it was a short. But the reaction to this news is wick down and then holding. I'd want to see it hold underneath the 50 level on that name. That Zeta, whatever, man. It doesn't really matter. It just opened back up. And yeah, I mean, the forensic accountants gave them the all clear, I suppose, that there was no impropriety. Again, that's just the report. It opened at 24, it went to 25.60. It's right back at 24.50. So I guess there's some skepticism that these guys are out of the water because it did not sustain the bounce like you would expect. As a matter of fact, it's about to go red. So I'm going to keep some eyes on this Boeing, as that Zeta stock is completely insane. Like Boeing, I don't know, I kind of feel like that would be bad news because if tariffs are going to be there, then you want to respect them if they are going to be in place. So I'm going to keep some eyes on Boeing. Obviously, we're already looking at Mara and SMCI. But you know what else we should be looking at? VinFast Auto, excited to announce the official delivery of its flagship VF9 all-electric SUV to North American customers. This stunning 7-passenger, 3-row electric vehicle has a starting price from $69,800. In the US, the VF9 Plus is now available across VinFast retail network in California and dealerships nationwide. For a limited time, VinFast is making the VF9 Plus even more accessible with an exclusive promotional lease offer of just $529 per month. In the Canadian market, the all-wheel drive model has all-in price starting from $77,000 and is now offering an electric premium SUV option tailored to all-season performance, which is important here. You want that all?
It's the most important.
Yeah, you know, we get a lot of flack here in Canada. You need that all-wheel drive, baby.
I don't even put snow tires on my cars.
You don't?
Nah.
There was one day.
They're like that.
No, there was a day
You shouldn't do that though.
No, like if I didn't have snows, like the Jeep, I had the snow tires on, and like 3 people got off of my street because we're deep. Like we're always the last to get plowed. Just based on where we live, it's kind of like a little enclave. Yeah. It is what it is, man. Like they'll plow the school that's like half a kilometer away, like that street, but ours, we're SOL. Sometimes it gets so bad. You can do your driveway, but you're not getting off the street if you don't have, you got a little bit of a bigger vehicle that can handle it. And then you got to have those snow tires on there. And I saw a few people get stuck. I was helping.
Man, it's tough sledding there for sure.
We've
been lucky. Yeah, I mean, we have all-wheel drive and everything like that, but
big help.
Yeah. So we'll just throw those bad boys on whenever it's fit. But yeah, at the end of the day,
I use the service you talk. I just assumed you always did it because you told the service. The
when I
service
had the BMW, when I had the BMW, I did it
and does the change. I use that.
Yeah, because that ride did not have all-wheel drive, but. So anyways, very important. And that VinFast, I mean, for 70 or 80 grand, I mean, we talked about that.
And prices.
Again, pretty okay there for that. We'll wait though on buying. I don't know if it's
drops trade. I will not get a monster truck.
A monster truck? No,
drops trade is like get a monster truck.
Or Cybertruck does he mean?
I used to love
monster truck
at the exhibition when they would do like what was it called? Bigfoot? Was that the name of the big blue one? They'd have the rally car races.
The green one was the big one?
That was awesome. When I was a kid, my dad would take me to those sometimes. It was a lot of fun. Do they still do that kind of stuff?
Monster Truck Madness or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know if it comes to Canada.
Hell yeah.
It was in that.
No, it does. It does. It comes here.
Well, I'm going to take care of it. I think
you should. That would be hilarious. But I think it's super loud. That's the only thing for kids. That's all. But
sometimes loud. I mean, kids like loud.
Yeah, man. My kids would be down for that. I just realized now they're done. So Sean's living on the edge. Yeah. What's up, NYC Urbanista? Always living on the edge there. All right, so I only have one more day left, and then we'll have Obi here on Friday. That should be a lot of fun.
Where are you guys off to?
We're nowhere. Just it's a tournament here in Mississauga.
Oh.
We'll do that, and then we're going to that concert there, Sebastian Maniscalco on Friday night, which should be a lot of fun. And not much else. I mean, the kids play Friday and Saturday. Just
that's how it works,
bunch of kid stuff, man. That's about it for right now. All right, the TQs is basically 2 pennies away from getting stopped out. It's right here at VWAP. If it breaks 85, we're out. Might as well we could watch it together. Our average price right here is 71, so the breakout will punch us out. And again, this is a levered TQQ product. There it is. It's out now. It's my number one stock today, and it's not even close. That was just a great, and we only started trading it now. So we just really, really hit it pretty good there, and now we quit it. So we are out of that one as we get into NVIDIA earnings time, man. I mean, we're getting into that spot one more time. All right, Palantir, good recovery day for Palantir. Oh boy, we went long here, and I think this might be our biggest red name here today. But at the end of it, though, it goes not that red at all because we were able to get out of the way. We tried to buy 61.50, we got out of the way at 61.25. So a quick little, wasn't even 25 cents because we were able to average into it. But at the end of the day, boom, to the downside it goes. So not a great look there for Palantir early, but a great one late as it battles all the way back. And we even wrote that down. I wrote down, they love to buy the dips is what I said there. But unfortunately, that came out a little bit too quickly for me, and we were unable to take too much advantage of Palantir's long there today. Unfortunately. So IBIT's starting to get back. I still like that break. I'll still take it. I think a half hour left in the open market is fine for this trade. So I'll still be there trying to get this long in IBIT if we break above 80. So that's a trade that we're working on right now. I'm just going to assume because the futures are going that NVIDIA is going, but I would be wrong because it's not really going up. So
Bitcoin's going. It's trying to go up, not very
Bitcoin
much.
is, but what I'm saying is NVIDIA is not.
Not by much.
I thought NVIDIA might rally a little bit more into the end of the day.
I thought with the futures going up, AMD would present an opportunity. I did get into Boeing. It held underneath that 145.60. I got a little bit early. I was kind of looking for the candle to close below. I ended up getting the exact price that I would have if I had waited for the next candle. And again, when I say confirmation on a 3-minute, a lot of times it's like I want to wait for that next confirmation candle. I kind of pulled the trigger a little bit early at the 30 level. I'm going to play it into 146, and if it breaks 146, 145.3. Essentially, the story is we were telling you guys, and I was going to read something in the chat, that's why I have the chat up. We were just saying to you guys, the Boeing CEO telling Trump that tariffs would be bad for them. So again, obviously that's not a good piece of good news.
What did it do?
Dude, what I was going to get at is someone basically was calling us the two guys from the Muppets.
Yeah, I love that. What are those guys' names? They sit there and they start showing hate on people. There we go.
What's the other guy's name? Yeah, those two.
Yes.
Which, now that I think about it, would have been a killer Halloween.
We got to get those suits. Well, one guy's a black tie, one guy's a white tie, brown tie. Right there.
Well, I need to get a mask.
Got the mustache. I have to be the guy on the left, I guess.
But you could pull that off. I'd have to get some kind of like a full mask, otherwise it wouldn't.
Yeah, people might not. You know what? If we dress like that, people would think we were like Men in Black and shit like that. So I don't know.
Men in Black's terrible.
But I'm just saying because with the suits,
I hate it.
People might not be able
Overrated.
to tell the difference there. Men in Black. I used to have a pug. So. But all right, so
Best part of the movie was probably the dog.
yeah. I mean, I think Men in Black was probably really good, but the problem is it's old. Like they did so many of them that I just felt like people got tired of them all. You know, there were so many of them. They're the Men in Black.
You know what I remember? Okay, first things first. Boeing it broke VWAP. Just printed some at the 15 level, and then it printed in front of 146 even there. So out in front of 50. So the one that went the first 20 cents, 1-to-1, and then now we're getting some out in front of 146. If it breaks 146, I'm going to slap a trail at VWAP and then just see how far it goes. It's not really going crazy. That Zeta stock, Zeta stock, catching a little bit of a bid and maybe going back up for anyone that's interested in what's going on here. But I feel like that's a bamboozler, 100% bamboozlement. But Nimrod, once again, thank you for another super chat there, Nimrod.
Blam.
We appreciate you guys. Hey guys, any idea why BTC rips in the past 2 days while Pepe and Doge crash? Did I miss anything? What's your best bet on NVIDIA's price tomorrow? We'll hit the like on that one. So I'm not a crypto expert. But as far as I'm concerned, there's Bitcoin.
Us why Pepe didn't move?
There's Bitcoin and then there's a bunch of altcoins, to which I'm not going to pretend to understand what the use cases are for any of them, why they should go, why they shouldn't go. I have a brief understanding of the ones that don't have a use case. But seriously, at the end of the day, just because Bitcoin's going, like, why Ether doesn't always move with Bitcoin. Sometimes they move lockstep, and the entire space goes together. But altcoins have famously resisted all kinds of moves, especially on lower time frames. So it does not surprise me whatsoever. Best guess for NVIDIA's price. If I knew that, like I said, we were talking about this earlier, if I knew that, I would have calls. I can tell you what I'm looking for. I want that EPS, which has been lowering the size of the surprise to the upside. 4 straight quarters where the EPS beat has been a smaller percentage. Reversal of that trend, and I'm just looking for long small if they reverse that trend. That's what I'm looking for. But that's going to inform my trading tomorrow, not a guess at where it's going to go today. That's just not something that I have a real good read on, but we just like to trade it after the fact. But NVIDIA, it's so close to that all-time high that any kind of a move up that's greater than the expected move, and it's a breakout over 150, which makes the trading pretty basic for us. So it's 3:30 now. I just want to double check here. Early look on the imbalances. Maybe we get something, maybe we don't. Oh, goodness. We were just kind of crapping on Ford this morning, and it's a 3.5 million early look sell imbalance. GM 1.3 million sell imbalance. Sony there for 1.2. Those are the ones that matter. At 350, obviously, there could be a chance that you see some NVIDIA as it could be there. You never know. A lot of times it does have a big imbalance, but the early look is just Ford for a sell. How did that do today? Oh, not very good.
No.
The irony was someone's like, why are you guys crapping on Ford? Well, if you had just taken the Ford 11 break today, you could have just gone home after that trade and then held it into the close. Bad stock. And we're pointing out good stocks, bad stocks, and I'm not ripping on Ford, but bad stock, resistance, short, and now it's probably headed back to $10. I don't know, but that's what it did the last few times. So not very good. And it's got a sell imbalance to boot. Yuck.
A name that's starting to blast here a little bit. I mean, the market, first of all, is taking off. So, yeah, it looks like they are getting excited about this NVIDIA release here. Tesla as well is really starting to go. So bouncing off that 340, that's where the VWAP was right there. It started bouncing pretty good since 3 o'clock, just going back and forth. And now with the sort of a boom here in the market. And not this is why we didn't average back into the TQs. Like, it held to 50. And, it just got somewhere to go, and now it's higher. And, again, we talked about some of the reasons. We're going to look at different stocks, but there goes Tesla, again, right up there to the upside, coming into some resistance levels of 342. So we bounced around there this morning. If you have options or whatever you're playing any of these markets with, might want to look at this right here because it looks like Tesla up to 342. A breakout here. I mean, we could close back to 346. It looks like it's really starting to get going. Nothing stopping this name from a higher bid right now. It doesn't look like anyways. That, of course, is Tesla. So good little mover there for anybody looking at it. Tesla. All right, the another name there was DraftKings, DKNG. We really like that name. We've talked a little bit about DraftKings in the past. Today not doing too much, but a nice move for DKNG, breaking through the top right there. So just, all right, maybe let this chart settle down. There it is. So yeah, we were excited to get this back to 43. We're not in this name. I should have pulled the trigger there. It was right before earnings, so we didn't want to. Earnings came out. It flushed down to 34, where we made a famous, or 31, where we made a famous call live to buy this. And then, but you'd have to, that was really, really quick. Only because I was like $30, we'll take that all day. And then the rip right back there to the north side. So yeah, man, stocks off earnings are very, very difficult to trade. I think this is a perfect example right here with DraftKings. Opens up, look at this, it goes down 20% and then rips back up. And then since then, nice upside move. So algos can get a hold of your stock early. I mean, I was doing this, the recap show, which will be Neil today, but I remember doing it before with Brian on NVIDIA earnings, and it was just wild. Like it would go down $50, then up $50, and I mean, of course, this is when it was a $700 name or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's going to be pretty violent there today, I would say. And I really like Pan W. I just don't, I mean, this is, again, there's a lot of people that are going to be in this name. We've talked about Palo Alto. We like Palo Alto. But at the end of the day, look at the reaction this name's having to the S&P. It is blasting right now into the close. So, yeah, those of you that think that this might be a beat, you ain't alone, as that just goes up $5 straight there to the upside. And again, the best of the best here, cybersecurity, just kind of like our friend Alex Karp. They only have positive things to say when they're talking about their business. But in reality, when your business is attached to worries and sort of geopolitical news and threats, just like cybersecurity is, I don't think the CEOs have too much bad to say. So we'll wait to hear about their quarter. I would expect Pan W to beat. I like the stock, and if you like that stock, then one that can get going a lot more is Crowd. So you could see CrowdStrike's right back to those we talked about. It's already covered up that gap. We'll wait to see now what happens with Crowd. But again, a nice move higher there, and Pan W sends CrowdStrike higher as well. So I like Meta off NVIDIA earnings, and I like CrowdStrike off Pan W.
And man, NVIDIA's through VWAP, through 145. AMD's almost at VWAP. You're starting to go here. I double checked to see if there was an imbalance or something that was early look imbalance that was causing this. No, we're just flying in. The volume's starting to pressure. If it's going to hold on to the 145 level, maybe you're just going to go screaming into that close. AMD, which, I mean, careful what you wish for. Looks like it's going to get to VWAP at this particular point. 137.20-ish is about it. I will show you Boeing. When it tagged under VWAP, I moved my stop from here to break even. When it held on to 146 even. And again, the news came out. I kind of thought maybe you get a bigger reaction out of that. Anytime there's remotely bad news on Boeing, I tend to want to look for a short setup if there's even anything there. And then if it follows through, Boeing has a tendency to really follow through when it does. Look at the chart. It is what it is. But now that you're absolutely flying to the upside, it is NVIDIA. Tesla's going as well. Tesla has an outside shot of going green today. NVIDIA's got another 1.25% to go. Tesla just a little bit less than that. And both of them trending well above VWAP and starting to get some serious juice behind them. NVIDIA, maybe it does some kind of a consolidation here, and there's one last push before we get the imbalances. Robbie V just said, MSTR is near 500. Ooh, there's a lot going on here. Where's my Mara at? Mara's under VWAP? Maybe, oh no, that chart's messed up. But Mara's still underneath that 23. Mara still might be a short if we're not going to break out. Let's go over to my main man, pay some bills.
Yeah, we're going to try to pay some bills. IBIT's almost punched in as well. But right now, e-signal here. Trade smarter, not harder. We talk about that all the time. I showed this sort of scanner that I use there for IBIT, for breakouts, for hot lists, for all of that. Huge app store. Lots of stuff to go find out. Just go Google e-signal and go find out if you like it. Click the QR code below there. Do that first. Go over to the website, then start experiencing what you need to know. Charts that change the game, the best data, instant trading, right off the platform. We talked about the scanners, the back testing. I showed yesterday 1-second charts, tick charts, tick replays. You can replay the 1-second chart if you want. I mean, it's crazy. Reliable, real-time data. I've been using it for 22 years. And again, it's never, I wouldn't say this if it wasn't true. I've never experienced it going down. So e-signal, I mean, absolutely fantastic. All you need in one place. hit that QR code and join the best charting platform available, IMO. That means in my opinion.
I think a lot of people will tell you that exact same thing. I mean, that's been the refrain, is like when I started trading, that's what all the traders said, and this was a while back, and I was like a year after you, and the only other outside charting platform people were using back then. And even to this day, there's other ones out there, but the ones that are consistent are definitely going to be eSignal. Ben, shout out to you. Big Dog, I flashed you QQQ 502. So, and my response to that was in the afternoon show, and again, everyone, you got to stay in your lane. And what I have found, at least for the last 2 or 3 months, and this is probably reflected in trades that I make in the afternoon show, is that almost all of the positive and good trades that I make are specific style setups in the afternoon, especially late in the day. So I'm talking like the mean reversion or like a VWAP retracement trade, like things along the lines of, well, that Mara chart's going to be messed up, so I'm going to go to the SMCI. Like things along the lines of, hey, this mean reversion, tight setup, and then look for the move back into the upside. Or what could have been, obviously AMD is a different story now because it's screaming into VWAP, but looking for a pullback into prior resistance, set up a VWAP short. It doesn't in this particular, like there is no reason to be short here. Like where's the curl? Non-existent. Where's the roll? Where's the resistance at 37? Non-existent. So I'm not just going to jump into it, but it could do a rollover here, and then I look for that setup. That's what's been working for me, as opposed to, oh, hey, this is going to be the bottom on the future, something like that. So it is now ramping to set upside.
Yeah, what's been working for me is just trading IBIT recently, to be honest with you. Going to be a big stock today. We just grabbed that there. Goes immediately up in the money, 10 cents. We're long at 82s. We just got that fill, while 83.50, I guess we didn't get the best price. We were waiting for an 82 fill. It blasts up. We're going to start taking some more out here as it goes back up to the upside, and just to top off the day, man. And then if it wants to run, let's go. I mean, this is a trade that we had targeted for you. So far, so good here. On, a name that I like, a spot that I like. Let's see if we can continue to work it the right way here. IBIT starting to go back upside. I mean, we do see that this 54.10-ish, 54-ish area could become something. So what I do when I do that, we talk about ish, we're going to just get some out there halfway. So I just put an offer at 54.05 or 04 right there. Just, if that's 54.10 or so, and that's 54s, we'll try to go in the middle and see if we get a breakthrough. I'm not worried one bit at all about the price of this name. So, I don't think it's going to stop here in front of $54. I mean, it's just following whatever Bitcoin's doing. So if this wants to go again and start taking it out, I mean, we've got the trade. It was an idea that we gave everybody. Hopefully it continues to work out. I'm starting to get out of it, but there it is right there. This is what's coming into question. We talked about it needing to get long if it broke this area, not this area. So it looks like maybe we were wrong about that, obviously. But if you took that break right there, 94.3, that's the area that we talked about. You're now in the money a couple $100 bucks on Bitcoin, but we take it with IBIT as it's starting to scream a little bit higher. Hopefully we can get into that 54.05-ish area and get going there. Well, Mara's starting to go?
No, MSTR.
MSTR. Oh, my God.
Mara's actually the one that's not going.
Okay. That's
like Mara's relatively weak, so I've got eyeballs on that for any. Like I should have just shorted 23, but it doesn't matter. MicroStrategy's through $500, and it is flying. It just hit 504. Here's what I mean by Mara. I'll show you at the same time. Mara is still pulling lower highs and can't seem to continue. It was at one point. I know I said it was better than MicroStrategy. At one point, it was stronger and having a better day, but now the role reversal is in. 500 gone on MSTR, and just still going here. So if you had that break, congratulations. But I'm looking for. With this late in the day, I want to set something up to the short side of Mara. If Mara's not going to go when everything else is going, if there's any kind of a significant pullback, I've got IBIT and MSTR up just so I can track them. And it's so obvious, at least it's obvious now, when you see that big break happen and Mara's move with just to the downside here. So it hasn't even done a little bit of a pop. And again, VWAP's not going to be very good on that chart. So that's why I keep going to the 15. It's this $23 level. If this trend continues up, I want to look at one last play at 23. It is 342, so it would have to happen pretty quickly because I don't want it at 350 or too close to that 350 level. Nimrod, what up? Another super chat. Thank you so much. Sorry for spamming. You don't have to apologize if you're sending super chats, and we appreciate you. But yesterday I asked which long you have for a while. You said Lily. I said Lilly, you asked non-tech names, and I was like Lilly, Caterpillar, and Walmart are just the three biggest of the non-tech names that I hold. And it's up 6% since the buy price. Would you sell and rebuy later? I mean, I have it in the long term, so I don't, that's not really my look for Eli Lilly. What I can tell you is, here, we'll just give you a higher time frame chart on Eli Lilly so we can actually walk through this. It is at a key support level. You can see it on the weekly, like right around here, like 715, and if you zoom back there, it's a little bit easier to see on the daily. Like you're bouncing at a key support level on Eli Lilly. So technically, you think it's got some room to like 775, 800, at least from a technical standpoint. Like this is where you would expect to bounce, but it's been dropping like a rock since earnings, right? So it's just catching a bit off first support there. I was kind of haphazardly hoping that it would go into the 600s because I would gobble it up, and I said that yesterday, but nice little bouncer. I think it's got some room to get back into the 200 period on the daily chart there. And then the 50 period on the weekly is around the same level. Those will overlap at about $800.
Yeah, like all those things there. Yeah, you want to diversify a little bit. That's why I've been buying some Berkshire. So I think this Berkshire B has been a good little look for me as well recently. So I think that's something else. And then financials, you definitely want to get diversified a little bit there. And we talked some energy. We talked about some XLE and things like that. So shout out to you, Nimrod. Thank you so much, for contributing every day to the chat and adding, to Trader TV Live. So thank you, Nimrod. For that one here, we'll do this for you. I don't know, where's Ozan at? Ozan always wants this. All right, so we are actually now out of half of I, but it didn't do anything. We'll still hold this into the close, but we basically out all there for like that 10 cents. It's almost nothing, but we'll see if it wants to hold. And I'm going to get out if it breaks through VWAP, which is right here, 70s. So not too much risk. 83s, out 70s. Like we're going to try to go 1-to-1 with holding for hopefully a nice move. Stop asking me in the chat. I'm just playing around with you, but I don't really have an opinion on what I think NVIDIA is going to do into earnings. I mean, we've already sort of talked about it. I thought the risk, obviously, I didn't want to be short today. We'd sort of talked about that, right? So there it is right here. Here's the trade, and I'm not going short. And there's the blast. So only longs today. There it is, going to the upside. We do have these imbalances, and it's just like it could come anywhere. And I don't know what's going to happen. We're not supposed to know anything about these earnings, right, before they come out. So I think it's always best to stay away when you're trading earnings before. This is going to blast at 350, one way or the other. And I don't know which way that is. And if I did, I would tell you. And that would be my opinion. So I'm going to wait to see, look, if it's a huge buy imbalance, that could be an indicator. That's also something that we've never really tested here on the show. What do the imbalances look like as opposed to what actually comes from earnings? So take that for what you will on that. But yeah, that would be something for me to look at here, where the imbalance comes from. If you want to dance with the devil in the last 10 minutes, be my guest on that one.
That's the money with the gusto.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like, what if it comes 10 million to buy? Sure, they will shoot it up $1, but maybe what's $1 if that's going to indicate to us what the earnings are going to be? But again, not something that we've back tested. So I don't know if past big earnings beats or misses have been preceded with big imbalances. So I don't know about that.
I can't remember one. So like I'm gonna just react to what you see with the imbalance.
That's all you can do at the end of the day.
So I did NVIDIA pulled back a little bit here. So I'll just walk you through the entire thing. NVIDIA pulled back off 146, which was the key level that I liked this morning. So it couldn't get through that. And AMD came back in through VWAP. So it made a top at resistance, came back through VWAP. There was like your confirmation candle, the second red. Got in 37 change, stop high of day, got bids underneath 37, at least out in front of 135. 136.5. With about 3 minutes to go, this is probably the last trade. Oh, yeah. If there's a buy imbalance, I have a stop order, so it'll probably get taken out if there's a buy imbalance. But that's what I'm going to be watching for. If it's a sell imbalance, I might cancel some bids, thinking that you could go a little bit further. But it's actually NVIDIA that I would expect the imbalance on, not AMD. It's just I think it would be a sympathy in either direction on that. So my stop is just above the 30s on AMD. It'll be like the mid 30s on AMD. Might take an L this afternoon, and it could be this AMD short as NVIDIA is catching a bit of a bid. But I did want to see, instead of just getting into it in front of the level as it was going up, if you give up a little something in price, I wanted to see it curl. I wanted to see NVIDIA come back down and then try to jump into it. So 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. Ken is Zhao Jensen about to drop it like it's hot.
Yeah.
Except if he drops it like it's hot, dropping is not what the stock will do.
Right, yeah, boo.
You know, like he'll drop them, he'll give the old mic drop, but the stock hopefully will fly to all-time highs. So let's be real. I don't know, I haven't heard a single person in the chat say that they have puts on this thing. So I think we all want NVIDIA to go up. Let's be real about this for a second. DJK, NVIDIA 170 tonight. Oh,
yeah.
I hope so.
That's my call. My call was 170. We made that a little while ago. I don't like the pullback that's been happening, but it's at 146. So 170 is not out of the realm at all. I think it's going to be a big beat. I think they'll finally talk about Blackwell. They'll talk about all the demand. Jensen's come out and said it's absolutely insane. The thing is, can it be pushed forward? So it's always going to be about the guide. You know, and I just don't know what that insane comment is about. Is that already what's been baked in here with some of these analysts, or are we expecting a huge number to come out of nowhere? So we'll wait to see what exactly NVIDIA has in store for us today, and you can join us on the recap show. Make sure you stay tuned, man. Let's break some records on that show. Top 10 traders. So this is yesterday's. So we don't have today's. I can show you today's tomorrow. Today's tomorrow. Yep, that's right. So right into here, yesterday, someone on the New York and the NASDAQ only traded those two exchanges. They made $24,000 right there yesterday. Followed by the second place was a measly 7,600. These are all going to be US dollars, and then these are the markets that they traded. So then we had Amex and NASDAQ, so probably someone's trading the SPYs or something, the Diamond, something on the Amex there as well. So Diamonds is the Dow Jones. And then you have New York and NASDAQ again. Then you have someone that's definitely flipped up the script a little bit there with Canada. Paris, maybe if I zoom in a little bit, and Xetra, the German exchange coming through there. Shout out to everyone trading over there in Germany. Make sure that if you are trading with us, you do hit the like and the subscribe. And then again, Amex Toronto again at the bottom. But yeah, pretty littered with North American, but you do see some Paris and Xetra there. So yeah, good little look there. And again, if you are part of real trading, then you do have that opportunity to trade all of those markets just with entitlements.
Although I'm boycotting the German market.
Yeah.
Because
why again?
German ingenuity didn't make their there was a lot of things not working at their airport, and we thought we had on both ways. We were in a direct flight to flight to Rome. We stopped in Frankfurt only to have airport, the walking, not the escalator. What do you call the flat ones? Whatever. We had a big long walk to the gate, and I'm sitting there going on my cane, and it's like, really? Now it's not working when I need it to work? So thank you very much, German airport, Frankfurt specifically. Shoot, I was just about to point out, but we got the imbalances. It was just something in the chat I was going to go over that was entertaining. But Apple buy 1.6 million, Tesla buy 1.5 million, Alphabet buy 1.3 million, Microsoft buy 1.3 million, Intel buy 1, NVIDIA 1 million buy, boo Sony 1 million sell, Amazon 900,000 to the buy side. So obviously it is a buy imbalance. Broadcom 900,000 buy. So AMD, 850,000 buy. Remember I said, got to have a stop on that because AMD, and I said it will happen at 350 if it was a buy imbalance. If it's a sell imbalance, you probably pull back and it's a win, but that's why I like it. You're going to have a stop trade in there, stop no matter what. It does break out. It's buy imbalances across the board. But the NVIDIA one is actually a disappointment. 900,000 into 11 million paired is kind of a nothing burger for NVIDIA. You know, that's a very small number when you consider it's done 224 million in volume. And the buy and balance is 900,000 and 11 is already paired. So, yeah, a little bit of a disappointment there, but overall, that's going to bring the market to the upside, all those buy and balances across the board. I didn't see, you know what, the only one I didn't see is Meta. Now that I think about it, I read every single Mag 7
that's the one I like too. No.
Every Mag 7 name was close to 1 million shares to buy with the exception of Meta. But Meta's a $500 stock, so that's the reason why.
We definitely want to get on.
No, it's because they're all like $100 now, and Meta's expensive, so it doesn't have the imbalance as big because it's a more expensive stock.
Look, guys, everyone's got to hit the like and subscribe. We have over 6,600 like and subscribe, not supplies. We have over 6,700 of you watching. Join Neil tonight. Look, where else, honestly? This imbalance locator has made a lot of traders a lot of money, and nobody even knew about it before the show. Now you found it. We're going to show you why these names are moving here at the end of the day, and nobody else does that. Make sure you come back every single day here. We have world-class guests, no matter what kind of trading you're doing. We have Joe in the midday on options, right? Neil and I putting through the trades. You can see our positions right there at the bottom. We've taken IBIT there. We've taken Palantir, we've talked about NVIDIA all day as well. We're showing you all of this. No better place. Plus, you also get our watch list. I mean, that's curated, full of great ideas. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and just become part of this environment because we are here every single day. Like half days, any day. Not Christmas.
Market open, we're here.
You know, yeah, market open, we're here. So, I mean, we probably come in Christmas, you know. I mean,
Well, if the market was open.
If we're around, probably come in, you know. But, yeah, market not open that day. But anyways, enjoy it all. We're putting in the hours for you. You know, again, thank you for all the support. We have the best moderator in the business. So, you know, if you guys are part of the chat, it's a safe spot to be in there. We're kicking out, you know, those awkward statements and things like that. So again, such a great community. Be part of it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. And again, just join us every single day and let us prove to you what we're all about. That's, you know, that's the best that we can ask for, I feel like. Let us prove to you what we're all about.
That's what it's all about. And ultimately, we love, and it's a great community too as well. That's the other thing. The only thing I want to add to that is we have a fantastic trading community where everybody is just helping everybody else out. Like we get suggestion stocks that we're looking at, maybe we're not looking at, that we can, good ideas for trades across the board. So, you know, all the love out there. There was this random name on the locator, ET, 3.9 million to the buy side. It actually did move. I pulled it up just to see if there was an index action. Anytime a random stock that I don't know has a massive imbalance, my first thought is index action. I did not see one on this for today. So I don't think it's going into any of the indexes, at least not to our information, but it did spike. So again, this one was already breaking out. Imbalances came out, broke the high of the day and made another move in there. What did we just have?
So I don't know what's going on in the chat right now, but Ramin, that might have worked. We just got a bunch of subscribers right there. Thank you to everybody for just subscribing right there. We did it. So nice move there. Thank you to everybody there on Streamlabs for letting us know about all those subscribers. So, all right, Neil, give one last word and then make your way over there because I know you want to stay.
That doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. Myself, I want to make sure that I'm completely set up over there, get everything locked and loaded because it's going to be a big one.
It'll be wild.
But I don't want, if I got to say one thing is, it's not only about NVIDIA today. You've got Palo Alto coming at 405. We're going to have Snowflake at 405. And then NVIDIA's at 420. Okay. So we're not expecting to have NVIDIA till 420. So we'll be going over the expectations. We're going to be going over the earnings that go through, any price action going into it. We can answer some questions if you guys want to put it in the chat there. So we do have some time before NVIDIA comes out, unless they drop it early, which I don't think they've ever done. We're expecting them at 420. So I'm going to mosey on over to the DAX.
All right, yeah,
great one there. Good luck. You're still in the IBIT, so good luck to that one.
Yeah,
heading back in. But it's going to be wild. This is the Super Bowl of earnings, everybody. Yeah. Everyone waits for NVIDIA.
This is the Jake Paul fight of earnings.
Well,
it's not that hype, is it?
It's more hype than that.
Is it? The more hype than the most watched event of all time?
NVIDIA earnings over Jake Paul. Okay, you know what? I don't have any money on the line. I don't bet on Jake Paul fights, but I got money on the line for NVIDIA because I'm in the stock. So
yeah, that was a good money there for Jake Paul. All right, get over there. We only have 4 minutes to go. Again, thank you everybody for watching. We'll see if those imbalances flipped over at all now. So I don't really see them anymore. SMCI with a sell side imbalance there. So SMCI trying to go downside. I'll zoom in just a little bit more as we will wait to see what's going on. So again, now the viewers are going up. Look, everybody, thanks so much for subscribing. You know, we're going to be showing you every single thing you need to know about these earnings, right? So they're going to be coming out. You're going to get you those numbers, and then Neil will show you live charts as we go. So you're going to get the live look in on what NVIDIA is doing. Like, is it bumping? Is it what exactly is going on with NVIDIA? What goes bump in the night? We'll get that for you live with brand new level 2s, everything up there with Neil on the desk. So watch out there. We've got the Benzinga Pro platform in our ear, and we will get those to you as soon as they hit. Could come early, right? Join it. 420, that's not too late. Stay with Neil. He's going to also recap the market. So as Palo Alto comes in and all these guys start flying through, we'll have that for you, no doubt. Okay, let's just have a look at what it's doing then in the close, right? All right, it's not that it's not doing much, it's just not doing a lot right here into the close, so we'll get rid of that. There's NVIDIA trying to go back up. I mean, I say a lot. We almost went back to the high of the day, which again, you know, for many of us would be a great trade. So that was a good one there, trying to bounce it off. Look, I mean, expected move of 8%. You add 8% to this name, you're in and at about $11 or so to it. So you're at about 157, 158 there. So an expected return, I think if you're being, somewhat cautious, and if it hits it, you're up to that 160 marker. And on the downside, the same math works the other way, unfortunately. And that would put us into the 130s. So, watch out right there if you are trading NVIDIA into that. Those are the expected moves. Of course, we'll have it for you, and we'll go over absolutely everything as they hit. So only 3 minutes left. Look, hit the like button. When we started that little promotion there, we only had 500 likes. Now we're over 1,000 likes. And I see a lot of subscribers coming in on Streamlabs. So again, thank you so much for all of the love there on the show. We'll talk about, like I said, we'll show you P&Ls of who's making money at real trading and who's not. And we'll end the day right now with a stop out, unfortunately, of IBIT. So rant, we'll go like that. It does come out. It breaks through VWAP. We had the run into the high, basically, and then the fade right back out. Should have got out of it. Basically a flatted trade one more time. That kind of sucks. We would have always liked to make money on that, but that doesn't mean that we won't get it again. I love IBIT. We'll continue to trade that, man. Joe, the guy's always buzzing, and he's in the back. He's coming tomorrow, and he was trading all about IBIT the other day, and we really, really love that name. So again, that's what we're all about. Go over to @TraderTV Sean. We have over 482,000 subscribers as well. It's going to be all about NVIDIA, man. 145 coming through. What's its brother doing? What is AMD doing? They say. And will this guy ever stop talking? Probably not. You're only going to hear me now for another minute. And there it is right now. AMD with a nice upside move as well. Oh yeah, by the way, this might be a good opportunity for me to get into something here that my wife has said I should be into. Elf Beauty today had a hit piece come through on it. Elf Beauty got absolutely smoked right down into its lows. And what a buying opportunity that was for Elf Beauty coming through again. Get your makeup while it's on sale down there at 105, blasting right back up to 120 again, as if that hit piece didn't even matter. I guess it didn't. It created a lot of volume right there at 11 o'clock. Elf Cosmetics downside. I like Ulta Beauty. When we were there in Buffalo a couple weeks ago for hockey, this Ulta store, we had to go there because, Oh, by the way, my daughter just picked up new Uggs that I told her we should get them for Christmas. And my wife goes, no, you can't. It's changeover season. What? Okay, so here we go. With only 7 seconds left, Brendan, somebody run. Do a flying torpedo. 2 and 1. Ramin throws the thing at it there. That's all good there. I like that. Thank you, Ramin, for ringing that bell. They're so busy everywhere, we forgot to ring the bell. Oh, on that note, for everybody that has been wondering where Adara is, it's my understanding that back tomorrow from vacation, Adara will be here. So get ready for her. Brandon's been filling in, obviously, on the desk. She's normally the one ringing the bell and doing all those updates. So we'll get Adara very, very soon, as soon as tomorrow. But that's enough for me right now. Over 1.2K. Thank you so much. Oh boy, the viewers are getting excited now. Over 8,300 of you about to watch Neil put some damage on the board here in the market recap show. Everybody, I tip my cap to you. I say good luck with NVIDIA. You know your boy is long, so we'll be celebrating on this print. Or will we? Stay tuned. It's 4:20. It's Neil. He's at the desk. He's ready to rock and roll. Ciao.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. Yeah, that's right. We're here for the aftermarket, and it's all about the Super Bowl of earnings. NVIDIA is what everyone's concerned about because we all own it. We all love it, but it doesn't report till 4:20. So I see a few people in the chat. When does NVIDIA report? We're expecting them at 4:20. We have a lot to get to before that. At 4:05, we're expecting both Snowflake and Palo Alto, the other two big earnings names. Just to go over something that happened very late there at the end of the day. If you're watching the crypto-related names, all very strong today. MicroStrategy failed to you-know-what at that $500 breakout. 500 went to 504. This ended up right back at 475. Losing the 50-period moving average on the simple, and just a huge pullback. Still up 9.5%. But they accelerated to the downside at that close. So when you look at this move on the daily, It's going to be a heck of a wick that put in on a rejection of the $500 level, coming back in very, very heavily on MSTR. You would have seen Sean talk about iBit, which made another Bitcoin making another all-time high in there today. It did not have the same type of drop. So there was a pullback, but it was all MSTR. Of course, you know it's leverage. You know it's going to outsize that move almost 100% of the time there. So MSTR does bear some watching. I'll keep my eyeballs on that one until we have the numbers out in a couple of minutes from Snowflake and Palo Alto. What are we expecting? Well, Snowflake, it is, look, you're expecting only 15 cents on the EPS, and the revenue they're expecting 900, which is actually a decline year over year. So the expectations aren't terribly high for Snowflake. The expected move is 11% on Snowflake. Last time it was 15%, but it was to the downside last time here for Snow. The good news on Snowflake is, well, how much worse can it get? It's broken a trend. Okay, I have this line drawn from the last time we talked about it. I'm in this one myself personally on a trade above the 50 period, holding back above here when it broke 117. And I have a target here in front of the 200 period moving average. So the expectations aren't super high in there for Snowflake. We are expecting them to drop any minute or two. But before we get to that, we got a poll. Will NVIDIA beat or miss? I don't necessarily think that's the important question. I think they're going to beat. But just because they beat doesn't mean they go up. The earnings surprise, the beat has been declining. The surprise has been declining on NVIDIA, 27 to 17 to 14 to 8%. And when it was only single-digit percentage beat on the earnings, and EPS, it went down 6% on its last beat. So I want it to be a surprise, be a big surprise for us, reversing that trend where suddenly our expectations are exceeded instead of just barely met with NVIDIA. So will they beat or not? Might not be the overall story. What is going to happen? How big is it going to be? What do they say going forward? Is the guidance going to be clean? We want to make sure that growth is going to be there. Talk about the overheating with Blackwell. Obviously, there was some price action at the close here on NVIDIA. That's why you see some wild action to the upside. So there was some, I guess, pressure relief to the upside going into the close. Sometimes that tells us something, but just because they were buying it into the close does not mean this stock is going to go up. So let's see what happens. I mean, I've seen that Robbie V saying he thinks the market's going to be a little bit disappointed, but then Kyle W in the chat, options market is bullish on it. The feeling to me going in is felt bullish, but I still want to see those numbers give us a beat of expectations that is big enough for us. Snowflake is now out, and they are screaming the upside 140. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I'm just happy because I got this one in here, and I probably just got filled on a bit of a target. So I haven't seen the numbers come across the board on the wire for myself yet, but you have Snowflake now up 10% from close, 130 into 143. Now remember, the expected move on Snowflake was actually 11.7%. So for now, it's just gone pretty much into that level and then held like an absolute charm. So Snowflake absolutely ripping. I'm going to suspect we should have Palo Alto out, so just want to quickly jump over. Oh no, Pan Dubs. No, Pan W falling like a rock. Pan W now down 5%. It did break upside first through 400, now right back in through the downside. Unfortunately for Palo Alto, looks like it is not going to be a happy ending for them. The expected move was 7% or 8% on Palo Alto, so it essentially goes to that same level, catching a bit at 360. Good news for that 360, that's the line that we need to hold. 50 period on the daily is that bottom that needs to hold in the first place on Palo Alto. So the fact that it's catching a bit in front of it, I think is a bit of a good sign, but do not like what we see so far with Pan W. Snowflake looking okay, but Palo Alto, somehow I'm still not seeing the numbers on my platform there, but not looking very good for Pan W. Those are the two big earnings names that we're looking for before we got into NVIDIA, and you've got Snowflake green, and wow, continuing to fly. Now Snowflake, okay, now we're churning. Now it's 12%. The expect to move 11.5. This is what we want to see. You want to see it blow out. I'm happy for this. This is now Wow, out and about and way past the 200 period moving average. Oh goodness, we're going to see this 150 test. This could fill in the entire gap at some point to 170, which would be the perfect target. But what a move there on Snowflake as it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. We only got about 12 minutes to go. I'm going to be happy. Obviously, I own PanW too.
That doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Take it easy, my man Sean, but I'm telling you right now, if you don't like this action, then you don't like trading. Great look going into this on Snowflake. Sometimes it's about where it's come from more so than where it's trying to go, because where it's come from is the bottom, and a lot of times this is what's been happening in earnings season. The depressed names are the ones that are going, and the names that are at that top, and I'm looking at you, Palo Alto, you know, you're priced to perfection, you're at those highs, and then they end up selling it off, and it is what it is. And I know sometimes that's just how it is, but unfortunately for Palo Alto, it was a strong stock. It is a strong stock, but it is heading into the downside as we speak. A little bit of a disappointment, I'd say, for PanDubs. But overall, you got to be at least a little bit happy with the fact that a stock like Snowflake is going to go. I do want to double check to see if we have any early look on NVIDIA, but just quickly through here, PanW, they beat on EPS, 156 versus 148. Revenue also beat. Snowflake beat on EPS, 0.2 versus 0.15. Revenue was a big beat, 942 versus 898. So both stocks beat, top and bottom. One of them red because it was priced to perfection. The other one absolutely screaming. The good news for PanW, if you're going to find that silver lining, is that it's less than the expected move to the downside. That matters. That's why we go over it. But 150 just got tagged on Snowflake, so as far as I'm concerned, I don't swing trade very often. It's not really my thing, but I like a rounded bottom, especially when you then hold the 50-period moving average, and that's what Snowflake gave. I mean, wherever you wanted to get into it, there's a hold of the 50-period. There's your breakaway. There's your close above, and there's your breakaway. And now we've got the move past that 200-period moving average. That's what I like to see. I'm not saying it's an all clear on the stock, but let's be real. When you make a trade and it's about the technicals, then you just stick to the technicals. Had they lost today, you know, it is what it is. Maybe I would have got stopped out, but we didn't. NVIDIA still have to wait another 10 minutes or so till the expected earnings. They are falling a little bit here. So you got to watch out for this. A little bit of a drop here in NVIDIA, only down a couple of points. I mean, 1% here, only down like about $1 from the close. So you are seeing a little bit of a pull to the downside in front of those earnings. So I think a little bit of trepidation going into it on NVIDIA. Just to go over a few things, we're going to get to it in 10 minutes or so when NVIDIA comes out. We're expecting 74 cents on EPS. We're expecting $32.8 billion in revenue. That's a lot of money, last I checked. Expected move, 8.6. So it's at 145 now. You do your little bit of napkin math. Obviously, we're expecting about a $13 move. So if it's to the upside, then you get a breakout through that 150. If it was to the downside, it's almost priced exactly to the 50 period and prior support. This happens all the time. When you have an expected move, if there's a big support or resistance level, a lot of times it'll price itself right off. This is exactly what happens. Such an efficient market sometimes, not all the time. So if we do get downside, 133 is going to be the place that you want to look at. The call's not till 5 o'clock where Jensen hopefully is going to give all the great guide in the world and all of the great news, which we need to see. I think the overheating concern, people are going to want to make sure he addresses that. So we'll stay tuned. The call will be later, but that 420 mark, you're going to see some wild action here on NVIDIA. I just want to make sure, I'm going to go back to what was, at the end of the day, the biggest story and the biggest move, and that was that pullback on MicroStrategy. So Bitcoin with a small pullback, MicroStrategy dropped like a rock, $30. There is a bit of a bid catching here on MicroStrategy, which is important. I think it just went right into morning support, and then it filled. It filled the gap right into morning support at 465, 466, looking pretty good there. I love this in the chat. Anonymous, imagine being short NVIDIA right now. You know, if you short every single pop, eventually you're right. But I'll tell you right now, it ain't the longs that are quivering on NVIDIA. It doesn't mean it's going to go up. But when the chart looks like this, which direction would you be afraid of? I wouldn't be afraid of the long. Because overall, buying the dip has been the right way to go. This trend has been unbelievable. They've been beating expectations, and NVIDIA has been the stock to own. I mean, it's gone meme crazy. It does that when you want to. It's been a flight to safety. On the day when everybody was afraid of geopolitical concerns, when Russia did their change of their nuclear policy, was the stock that got bought up the most that day. It was NVIDIA. That was everybody's flight to safety, was to get more shares of NVIDIA going into earnings, everybody. So this is a big one because there was a lot of buying 2 days ago. And when we talk about there being a lot of buying 2 days ago, if we come to this chart, the market was tanking. We were tanking. And then NVIDIA caught the 140 bid and then went almost 5% up. NVIDIA going 5% 2 days before earnings, or I guess the day before earnings, that was unbelievable. So there were a lot of longs that got put in there on NVIDIA, and I feel like those are those recent longs. Maybe you had some short covering. I have no idea. There's no way to be able to tell that, but there was a lot of recent longs that would have got put in. They're taking some shots on this one going into the earnings. So just to recap, it'll be at 420. We are expecting an 8.5% move. I would not be surprised if it's to the upside that we see a bigger move than that. If it's to the downside, 133 is that support, which I think should hold, especially considering it's right at that 8% mark there on NVIDIA. Just to recap for everybody, it's 413. I want to make sure we get some time for some questions if anyone has them. Snowflake continuing to hold. It got to 150. Beat top and bottom for Snow. Beat top and bottom for PanW, but it wasn't a very good look for Palo Alto, unfortunately. The guidance looking pretty good for Snowflake as well. I mean, they're looking at Q4 exceeding the $900 million mark. But Palo Alto, while only being down 4%, they beat top and bottom, and it still got sold off, priced a little bit to perfection for sure. The earnings haven't even been released yet. You're right, Cami. But I'm just in a good mood. Why? Because NVIDIA is a Super Bowl of earnings. And because Snowflake gave me the goods. And I'm always happy when it does. Looks like there's an announcement from Snowflake here as well. They've made an announcement and an agreement to acquire Data Volo, enhancing their data engineering with scalable, unstructured data ingestion and integration for AI and ML applications. Financial terms not disclosed. So looks like in addition to earnings, Snowflake has announced an acquisition of Data Volo. Looks like, I think they're a private company there. So looks like it is going to be a good one. They're not really reacting when there's no financial terms disclosed. Like, I don't know whether that is going to be like cash or whether it's going to be stocks. If there was a disclosure that it was shares, my guess is it would be heading back into the downside there on Snowflake. So that's the only new news for Snow. Kirshner saying they are short NVIDIA. Good luck with that one for sure. And everyone has to take a shot. But you know what? When you make a trade, as long as you have a plan of action and you have yourself an out, that's what's going to be important. Palo Alto splitting. I haven't seen a date on this. PanW wants to go for the split. Hey, it makes a lot of sense to me. I didn't see a date on that just yet. When it hits the wire, I'll let you guys know. But Palo Alto's still trading to the downside here. Again, it was a beat top and bottom. Unfortunately for them, the outlook, not what everyone wanted to see there on Palo Alto. Yeah, I don't like that. You want to see where the money's going to be spent. And I kind of felt like you have a really good moat on the cybersecurity names. And Palo Alto, maybe it was just too high. And when you look at what happened to the space, CrowdStrike on Palo Alto's earnings also pulling back. And CrowdStrike was already selling off today and having a weak day. Part of that could be that it filled in the gap. I'm a little bit worried about this one. They filled in the entire gap from when they had the security issues. And then now that's turning into resistance. And Palo Alto now down off of a beat. That's the kind of thing that could put a bit of a temporary top in there for CrowdStrike. I'm not saying I'm going to come in looking short on CrowdStrike, but I mean 360 speaks for itself on Crowd. I was looking for a breakout above this level, and all of a sudden it's not looking nearly as good as it could be. Yeah, that's a bit of a disappointment there. And do not sleep on CrowdStrike. Those sympathy plays are important. When NVIDIA drops, we're going to be looking at things like SMCI. Why? Well, obviously a big client, right? They're packaging and selling NVIDIA products. SMCI is a mover. It's down 8% today. It's down a bajillion% on the year. Okay, well, not on the year, but from the highs, because it started from down here. And they have their own concerns, and they obviously have to get through some of that. But a good print for NVIDIA and good strong growth is going to possibly help Supermicro get back to the upside on their own. So I think that's going to be an important one to watch. We're going to be looking at some AMD, competitor to NVIDIA. AMD not necessarily looking as good. It did have a late rally, but down 1.4% today on the daily chart. It speaks for itself. This stock is not NVIDIA. They don't have the market share of NVIDIA. However, strong growth, in a sense, does mean the addressable market is still there for AMD. So you want to see the reaction that they are going to have as well. And if there were, let's just say there were some overheating issues installing the servers, in theory, that could be a good thing for NVIDIA. You're going to want to watch Dell as well. Dell should be moving around, and then Qs as well. Your DJ Deckard, you're right. It is kind of crazy calling them a competitor. In the space, it's essentially a monopoly, but there aren't many other sympathy plays to look at that are kind of directly in the same spot. Like you're looking at things that are adjacent, like an SMCI, like a Dell, which is what we're there for. So about 1 minute to go, going to keep it locked and loaded on NVIDIA. We're at 13, Ramin? 13,000 of you watching for NVIDIA earnings live, the Super Bowl of earnings. So don't forget, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We'll be with you live to see the price action. I'll let you know, like I said, the expected move 8.5%, 133 is the support if it is to the downside. If it is a breakout, well before it gets to that expected move, you're breaking an all-time high, which is at 149.77 on NVIDIA. We're expecting 74 cents a share. We're expecting revenues of 32.8 million, not billion, I should say. If it's million, then we're in a heck of a lot of trouble if it's in the millions. No, it's going to be in the billions for sure. So NVIDIA, what everybody is here for and what everybody is waiting for. Let's be real. So I say in the chat, I've seen a few people in the chat say that they are long, most of them long. I saw a couple of people say they were short. I saw 145. I say good luck to everybody. Whatever position you happen to have, I want to respect, the fact that some people are betting one thing and some people are betting another, right? But I'm excited if it goes up because I own it in my long term. It is what it is. So we'll see what happens here with NVDA. I, like everybody else, this is the kind of thing that's going to move the market. So even if they get a beat, if the reaction is negative, you're probably going to see the Qs go down even a percent, even if we're like 10% to the downside. You're going to watch the Qs. It's going to move the SPY as well. So it is 420. I haven't seen any rapid action yet on NVIDIA, but you are past the point that we should have the numbers. You're seeing it here. We're still hanging 146, just slightly under the 146 level. Now we're starting to head to the downside. There is the sell. Oh boy. Now we're starting to head to the downside on NVIDIA. I'm going to zoom it out here. We're at day's low, through day's low, now 141. It's dropping heavy like a rock here on NVIDIA, unfortunately. So we do have revenue of $35.1 billion. That beat expectations of 32.8. Wow, data center revenue 17% up quarter over quarter. So that looks pretty good. That was a good revenue beat. You have 78 cents a share. Yuck. 78 cents a share versus 74. That is a smaller upsized surprise than last time. So I think that's the reason you're getting a reaction to the downside. So there it is. Remember, we were showing you guys what I needed to see here. The percent beat on EPS. I wanted a reversal of that trend. I wanted good guide, which I haven't seen the guidance yet, and I wanted to make sure the revenue was there. So you did have a miss, at least in terms of reversing the trend of the beats. So NVIDIA to the downside, unfortunately. So hey, I saw a couple people were short in the chat. Congratulations. Hopefully you're going to take some profit in there. Why only 5.5% to the downside? You were less than the expected move. I was pretty convinced on a downside move, you weren't going to lose the 50 period initially. And that's exactly what has happened. You're not even through first support here on the daily, which is at 137. 133 would be the bottom on the expected move. 133 would also be the bottom of that 50 period moving average. If we look at what's going on with the Qs, it's a bit of a muted reaction because it's not overwhelming. It's not double digits down on NVIDIA. So you're not seeing a huge reaction. Q's down just a small amount here, testing the 500 level. SPY down a small amount, testing underneath 490. So you are getting a drag to the downside. The guide not looking that great either. So a bit of a disappointment here, I'd like to say. But the Qs and the SPY holding steady because it's not disastrous. Now, the last time NVIDIA reported and traded down, it was over 6%. It was 6.5%. This right now would be, it's 5% and still trying to catch a bid. Nowhere near the 133, so that support is definitely still going to be in play. But if you were long going into it, you're in trouble. So we have some quotes here. We've got Jensen saying, AI is transforming every industry, company and country. Enterprises are adapting and revolutionizing workflows. Industrial robotics investments are surging and breakthroughs in physical AI. I mean, all the positive. Margins, 73 to 75%. Those are fantastic. Operating expenses looking to be for 4.8 billion. I mean, the numbers in this particular case, they're good. They just didn't blow it out of the water. But hey, you know what? The dip's being bought anyways. The support came in at 138, so we're wrong by $5. I thought 133 was going to be the bottom. All NVIDIA said was, nah, we're not going that far. NVIDIA decides we're going into literally prior support, and then they're going to buy it right back up. There you go. So all you did here is probably rinse some of the short-term longs. Now, obviously, anybody that was playing options, when you get an inside move, you're all kaputs. It didn't go up, it didn't go down. But that said, those short-term stops that got run, if we're just going to simply hold first support on the daily, what happened the last time it did that on NVIDIA? The last time NVIDIA pulled back and held first support, you made a new all-time high. That's what stocks do. So I'm still pretty excited for NVIDIA overall. Ultimately, a bit of a disappointment, but let's be real. If the reaction is to buy the you-know-what dip, and you know what I wanted to say there, but I won't because we're on YouTube and I want to get us banned. But when they buy the dip, when it wasn't overwhelming numbers, that's a good sign, everybody. But NVIDIA, bit of a disappointment. I'm still not terribly happy with Palo Alto as they're now right back down to $370. But again, inside the expected range of 5%. It was Snowflake that ends up with that big, bad, you-know-what beat and holding on to the highs. So snow with the win. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Just sprinkle an earnings beat on the stock that is beaten up. And this is a theme that we've been seeing, and I keep saying it over and over again. Sometimes it's about where it is. And Snowflake has not performed well, but it was making a rounded bottom. At this point, the shorts have been winning for a long time. When you get a beat in those circumstances, sometimes you get a big upside move. When you have something like a Palo Alto at those highs, or an NVIDIA at those highs, expectations are also up there, and you're priced to perfection. I wanted to see it have a bigger EPS beat, talking like 15, 20% higher than expectations, not 4%. And we needed the guidance to be better as well. Some comments here as well. Blackwell production shipments scheduled to begin Q4 2025 will continue to ramp up for fiscal 2026. Hopper and Blackwell systems have certain supply constraints, but demand for Blackwell seemed to exceed supply for several quarters. That's bullish any way you want to cut it. Demand exceeding supply is just simply bullish. At the end of the day, everybody is buy, and build, and spend, which has been good. But if you're starting to slow down the amounts that we're beating, then the price isn't going to go parabolic every single time. Was eyeballing Meta, because you did just see there, Meta catch a little bit of a bid. This is moving, like Sean said, this is moving alongside of NVIDIA. Go down first, bounce when NVIDIA bounces, and now pulling back as we saw NVIDIA pull back. Everything in the AI space or related to the AI space is going to have a chart just following NVIDIA. Q's more of a muted move whatsoever. But the conference call, I just saw in the chat there, Pooja, conference call for NVIDIA, 5 o'clock. We're expecting 5 o'clock there. As I just heard, the peanut gallery, which is Obi, he was asking something about Pooja. I don't know what you just said. Yell again there, Obi, if you get a chance. I didn't hear exactly what you said. Maybe you know Pooja in the chat. But like, he's out there. watching the earnings just like everyone else is. I'm a little bit disappointed, obviously, but there's always a silver lining. Silver lining for Palo Alto, found support without an outsized move. Silver lining for NVIDIA, where you're hearing the demand is what it wanted to be. It did have a beat top and bottom. They're expecting growth to be good. Data center up 70%. Gaming revenue actually up 40% as well. So, it hasn't been bad at the end of the day here for NVIDIA. I mean, disaster would be double digits to the downside. Last earnings, 6% down. This time, 3% and catching a little bit of a bid. But it's not an overwhelming one. An overwhelming move would be trapping some people short and breaking out the top. We might have to wait for that tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Obviously, when we come back in the morning, I always let the price action dictate. And I promised you that we'd look at a couple of other names. Obviously, NVIDIA going to the downside was not going to be good for SMCI. That pulled right back in underneath $26, back down to 10%. So I think this is going to be under a little bit of pressure. You wanted to see a positive reaction there. I think SMCI needed to get dragged up by these guys. It would have helped for sure. Top VoIP, where is the $8 move on NVIDIA? Well, I can tell you where it was. Your $8 move was simply to sell at 146 if you had the wherewithal, or to buy at 138. The only thing I can point to for the 138, which is not the level I was looking at for a bid, is simply that's where we bounced yesterday. All it did is bounce at the same price yesterday. I was looking at 133 because it was at 50-period moving average. NVIDIA was too strong to even get there. So as usual, NVIDIA does give you plenty of volume and volatility, but you know what we're going to do tomorrow, which is trade post earnings, which is what really matters. What does the big money do tomorrow morning at the open when going over these numbers? What's the reaction when we're looking at what our good friend and the CEO Jensen has to say on the call at 5 o'clock, and then the reaction live for you every single day tomorrow morning at 8:30. So make sure you tune in, hit the like, hit the subscribe, make sure you get notifications because you don't want to miss. We're here every single day for you guys at Trader TV Live, whether it's earnings or not, whether it's a Fed day, rain, shine, heck. If it's a holiday in Canada, we're coming in anyways. When you get a little bit of a Fed pivot, although that's some weak sauce there by Jerome, you got to have a better pivot move than that, man. Get your up your post game there, Jerome Powell. We'll be here for you guys at 8:30. But just a quick little recap before we get a little bit of rundown action for you guys and a bit of roll call. NVIDIA beat top and bottom, but it was a smaller beat than expected. Well, it was a smaller surprise beat than the previous, which has been now 4 quarters in a row of declining surprise EPS beats for them. Shout out to everybody for the record attendance. I wish I could tell you Palo Alto had a good day. Pan W still down 4%, holding the bid, managed to bounce off the 360, but it was Snowflake that took the cake. 150 on Snowflake. Like I said, let us know. If you've been watching, it's the only swing play that I'm in recently is Snowflake, so I'm a happy camper with that one. Obviously, I already rung the register. I would have gotten filled on running the register, still holding on the last third. So shout out to anybody that is with that play. J Trade just said in the chat, what about Intel? What about Intel? Intel stinks. Let's take a look. Before we get into the roll call, because you asked, what about Intel? Intel down 1.4%, barely moved, and it is still an absolute dog. Although, hey, guess what? Intel's above the 50-period moving average. Good for you, Intel. You may not be relevant anymore, but you're above the 50-period, which means you're trying to trend up. That's always a good sign. But you know what's also a good sign? When we thank everybody in our community for all the support we had, record viewers for the aftermarket show today, even though NVIDIA didn't moon, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. Let's get a little roll call, and if you're not familiar with this, throw your name in. Make sure you join the chat. First of all, it's subscribers only chat.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Ramin loves that one. We pity the fool. Make sure you get yourself in the chat. Not only to ask questions during the live show, but to participate in this community and get your name read in the roll call. So all you got to do is type any kind of a message. Preferably the message you send is a big shout out and thank you to any one of the members of our team. Give a big shout out and thank you to Fabian and Ramin and Andre, our crew here. Give a big shout out to the Midday crew, Joe, Satea, and Sharif every single day. Give a big shout out to Brennan and Adara on the news desk. Give a big shout out and thank you to my man Sean Katina, who's always giving you the banging trades every single day. Give a big shout out and thanks to Bears versus Bulls, the #1 moderator on YouTube, always making sure we have the best community. So drop that thanks in there, and then we're going to read these names off if I even have enough voice left for you. So here we go. I see you, T-Man. Yo, what up? Scott Angel in the chat. Kim Jong-un, future day trader, billionaire, Silverado Blue. Darwin, what up? Reloge in the chat. Darmenda Patel, VRO's trades. Bears versus Bulls, shout out to you. Antonio, Bullshark, Blue Arrow, Lauren Doves, Professor Love, John Smooth in the house. Now we're going fast. Rivian Millionaire, love you, brother. Melissa Murphy, Marty, Christopher, and Nick S. Nephew with a capital P. Holla, what up? Flaniero, Dollar Bill, y'all. Carlton, 75068. LBM Photos. Holy shh. I'm not going to say that. You know what's up. Seth NGO, Sean Speedy B747, Eliza, KNT, Nakul in the chat, Michael Limu, Ed Clark, Volky, Gifted Kings, Magic Country Ranch, Robert Liu, Janik Patel, what up? Dakota Blackburn, shout out to you as well. Strobe 9, we got Waffle, Intel Dog. Yeah, we dog all the time. Vic Yan Novak, Sebastian, what up to you? Dexter Smith, now we're flying in here. Blue Arrow once again, the random. Wasim in the chat. Eli 7721, I'm not going to get you all. Bongzilla, I saw very quickly through there. Pattern Day Trader, what up? And we've got the last one I'm going to read, Master Cool and Grand Toro, Hertz Scrambler, what up to all of you? It was NVIDIA earnings. Flying like an absolute rocket ship into earnings, but dropping only 3 points to the downside. But it is still a disappointment. It caught a bid. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but that's why we trade. Not because you can predict the future, but you trade so that you can make plays, and it's all about probabilities. Just win more than you lose. That's what we're all about here. Take the trades. Don't get too much of a bias based on what you see in the earnings move after market. You still got a full day of the trade tomorrow. That's the best thing about Trader TV Live and the markets. We get to do it all again right back here at 8:30 in the morning. We'll cover the reaction to the earnings. We'll cover the reaction in the overall market and the rest of the Mag 7 and all the chip space. So a bit of a disappointment here for NVIDIA, down 3 points. But we'll still be here to trade it tomorrow. We're Trader TV Live, and I'll see you guys bright and early at 8:30.